Ako nga pala si Joshua Manginog, aka Chakno from Smart Omega.
Pogi, streamer, pro MLBB player, and rapper. Yan ang pagkakakilala nyo sa akin.
Narinig mo bang ang dami nagsusulpot ng doppelganger?
Naku, ikaw bata ka, sikat ka na talaga, no?
Dogs! Journalist ka na pala? Grabe, di mo rin!
Hindi nga ako to. Hindi ako to. My God, nakaka-stress. Ayusin ko to, men. Check ko to. Sino ka? Ikaw ako! Pero tandaan mo, mas gwapo ako sa'yo. Ako si Doggy.
Kamusta mga ka-ML? Daniel Padilla nga pala.
Kahit kailan di matitinag, tiwala ko sa'yo. Tiwala ko na atin to. Kumpiyansa ko'y walang katulad. Ipagdiriwang ko 5 taong binuhos ko. Kapit ka lang, kalimutan na ang takot at duda. Ang takot at duda. Sama-samang lilipad sa langit. Langit. Kunin natin ang tinatanang alamat natin. Ang alamat natin. Di ko inakalang kayang bahigtan ang dati kong ranggo. Kaya pa palang ito'y malagpasan. Di pa tayo tapos, pasimula pa lang. Kapit ka lang, kalimutan na ang takot at duda. Kalahating dekada, sama-samang lilipad sa langit. Langit. Kunin natin ang tinatanang alamat natin. Ang alamat natin. Sama-samang lilipad sa langit. Langit. Kunin natin ang tinatanang alamat natin. Ang alamat natin. Savage.
Para labanan ang banta ng COVID-19 sa ating bansa, mahalaga ang kooperasyon ng bawat isa. Ang pananatili sa loob ng bahay ay isa sa pinakasimple pero pinaka-epektibong paraan para hindi kumalat ang virus. Kunwari, ikaw ang tuldok na ito. Malusog ka at malakas. Lumabas ka ng bahay. Ang hindi mo alam, may nakasalamuha ka ng may COVID-19. Tandaan, mahirap malaman kung sino ang may virus, pero madali itong maipasa sa iba. Pwedeng naipasa na pala niya ang virus sa iyo nung umubo siya, o bumahing. O baka naman ay nahawa na dahil humawa kayo sa parehong bagay na kontaminado. Ngayon ay mayroon ka na ring COVID-19. Isa ka ng carrier na makakahawa sa iba. Dahil maaaring ilang araw pa bago lumitaw ang sintomas na ubo, sipon, hirap sa paghinga at lagnat. Pwede ring wala kang nararamdamang sintomas, ngunit nakakahawa ka pa rin. Pag uwi mo sa bahay, maaari mong mahawahan ang iyong pamilya. Kasama na rito ang lolo at lola mo o ang mga magulang mo na may edad. Sila ang may pinakamahina na depensa laban sa virus. Ang mga may sakit sa puso, diabetes, high blood, at iba pang pre-existing conditions at mga buntis, mahina ang panlaban sa COVID-19. Kapag na-infect ang taong mahina ang immune system, posibleng magkaroon siya ng malalang karamdaman at kailanganing dalhin sa ospital. Sa patuloy na paglabas ng bahay at pagpunta sa pampublikong lugar, tinatayang maaari kang makahawa ng 3 pang tao at sila makakahawa ng mas marami pang iba. 20% ng mga nahawa ay maaaring maospital at dadami ng dadami ito habang mas kumakalat pa ang virus. Bukod sa dumaraming COVID-19 patients, marami pang ibang may sakit ang nasa mga pagamutan. Ang mga pasyenteng malubhang-malubha na ang karamdaman, hindi na maaasikaso. Wala ring lugar para sa mga pasyenteng may ibang karamdaman. Kaya nating iwasan ang patuloy na pagkalat ng COVID-19 kung iisipin natin ang kapakanan ng iba. Kailangan nating isipin at kumilos na parang bitbit na natin ang virus para hindi ito kumalat pa sa iba. Sundin ang social distancing. At hanggat maaari, manatili sa loob ng bahay. Kung talagang kinakailangang lumabas, panatilihin ang 1 metrong layo sa ibang tao. Maging malinis din sa katawan at sa kapaligiran. Parating maghugas ng kamay gamit ang sabon at tubig. At i-disinfect ang mga bagay na madalas hinahawakan. Ang mahalaga, mapabagal natin ang pagkalat ng COVID-19 para mas kakaunti ang mga kailangang magpa-ospital at mabawasan ang mga Pilipinong magkakasakit. Magiging epektibo lamang ito kung mananatili tayo sa bahay. Sundin ang social distancing. Isang maliit na sakripisyo para sa buhay ng kapwa nating Pilipino. Tulong-tulong tayo. Let's beat COVID-19.
What do you do when what you desire is beyond reach?
You use power that breaks barriers. The Giga Life.
Now in 5G.
Do you believe this is possible?
I do.
How do you know?
Simple, Smart, Acro.
Subscribe now! Are you getting complete freshness? All new Close-Up toothpaste for all-around freshness that comes from all-around care. Your important oral care needs. It fights bacteria, cleans deeply, lifts plaque, prevents cavities for all-around freshness from all-around care.
Every day feels paulit-ulit. Kaya I show life who's boss with Enervon Active. More than immunity, it helps boost my energy and mental focus. Show life who's boss. Take Enervon Active.
Unilab yan.
Manny Pacquiao po, mandirigma. Pahid-pahid, bitin sa akin. Ayaw ko magpahid ulit. Dito pa rin ako sa hiyang sa akin. Alaksan FR, tapos ang sakit ng katawan. Isang alaksan, tapos ang laban.
Unilab yan.
Rizal, pasok na!
Flap, di mo ba nakita? Ang dami nila.
GG na ba mata mo? Tara sa EO. EO Executive Optical. State-of-the-art facilities and expert eye care for your pro plays.
Kailan nagpa-check up tayo sa EO?
EO, love your eyes.
Hi guys, ako nga pala si Chakno. Nandito tayo ngayon sa bootcamp ng Smart Omega. Tour ko kayo, tara!
Hi guys! This is All My Venus. Nandito tayo ngayon sa Tier 1 facility kung saan matatagpuan ang Blacklist International Bootcamp. So tara, itutur ko kayo.
May time na yung emosyon ko nagpakita na
Diba, ibang klase talaga si Chakno. Kaya niyang gumawa ng mga risky play, sarili niyang play. Para sa akin, #1 Chakno pagdating dito sa Pilipinas.
Lahat tayo nahihirapan. So let's always choose to be kind. Hindi nila alam kung gaano ka-emotional pag nandun ka sa pro scenes, especially sa isang team. I'm John Marbili Luna, also known as All My Venus, the tank support and the team captain of Blacklist International.
Ako nga pala si Joshua Manginog, aka Chakno from Smart Omega.
Pogi, streamer, pro MLBB player, and rapper. Yan ang pagkakakilala nyo sa akin.
Narinig mo bang ang dami nagsusulpot ng doppelganger yan?
Naku, ikaw bata ka, sikat na talaga, no?
Dogs! Journalist ka na pala? Grabe, di mo rin.
Hindi nga ako to. Hindi ako to. My God, nakaka-stress. Ayusin ko to, men. Check ko to. Sino ka? Ikaw ako. Pero tandaan mo, mas gwapo ako sa'yo. Ako si Doggy.
Kamusta mga ka-ML? Daniel Padilla nga pala.
Kahit kailan di matitinag, tiwala ko sa'yo. Tiwala ko na atin to. Kumpiyansa ko'y walang katulad. Ipagdiriwang ko 5 taong binuhos ko. Kapit ka lang, kalimutan na ang takot at duda. Ang takot at duda. Sama-samang lilipat sa langit. Langit. Kunin natin ang inadhanang
labanan ang banta ng COVID-19 sa ating bansa, mahalaga ang kooperasyon ng bawat isa. Ang pananatili sa loob ng bahay ay isa sa pinakasimple pero pinaka-epektibong paraan para hindi kumalat ang virus. Kunwari, ikaw ang tuldok na ito. Malusog ka at malakas. Lumabas ka ng bahay. Ang hindi mo alam, may nakasalamuha ka ng may COVID-19. Tandaan, mahirap malaman kung sino ang may virus, pero madali itong maipasa sa iba. Pwedeng naipasa na pala niya ang virus sa iyo nung umubo siya, o bumahin. O baka naman ay nahawa na dahil humawa kayo sa parehong bagay na kontaminado. Ngayon ay mayroon ka na ring COVID-19. Isa ka ng carrier na makakahawa sa iba. Dahil maaaring ilang araw pa bago lumitaw ang sintomas na ubo, sipon, hirap sa paghinga at lagnat. Pwede ring wala kang nararamdamang sintomas, ngunit nakakahawa ka pa rin. Pag-uwi mo sa bahay, maaari mong mahawahan ang iyong pamilya. Kasama na rito ang lolo at lola mo o ang mga magulang mo na may edad. Sila ang may pinakamahina na depensa laban sa virus. Ang mga may sakit sa puso, diabetes, high blood, at iba pang pre-existing conditions, at mga buntis, mahina ang panlaban sa COVID-19. Kapag na-infect ang taong mahina ang immune system, posibleng magkaroon siya ng malalang karamdaman at kailanganing dalhin sa ospital. Sa patuloy na paglabas ng bahay at pagpunta sa pampublikong lugar, tinatayang maaari kang makahawa ng 3 pang tao at sila makakahawa ng mas marami pang iba. 20% ng mga nahawa ay maaaring maospital at dadami ng dadami ito habang mas kumakalat pa ang virus. Bukod sa dumaraming COVID-19 patients, marami pang ibang may sakit ang nasa mga pagamutan. Ang mga pasyenteng malubhang-malubha na ang karamdaman, hindi na maaasikaso. Wala ring lugar para sa mga pasyenteng may ibang karamdaman. Kaya nating iwasan ang patuloy na pagkalat ng COVID-19 kung iisipin natin ang kapakanan ng iba. Kailangan nating isipin at kumilos na parang bitbit na natin ang virus para hindi ito kumalat pa sa iba. Sundin ang social distancing. At hanggat maaari, manatili sa loob ng bahay. Kung talagang kinakailangang lumabas, panatilihin ang 1 metrong layo sa ibang tao. Maging malinis din sa katawan at sa kapaligiran. Parating maghugas ng kamay gamit ang sabon at tubig. At i-disinfect ang mga bagay na madalas hinahawakan. Ang mahalaga, mapabagal natin ang pagkalat ng COVID-19. Para mas kakaunti ang mga kailangang magpa-ospital at mabawasan ang mga Pilipinong magkakasakit. Magiging epektibo lamang ito kung mananatili tayo sa bahay. Sundin ang social distancing. Isang maliit na sakripisyo para sa buhay ng kapwa nating Pilipino. Tulong-tulong tayo. Let's beat COVID-19.
What do you do when what you desire is beyond reach?
You use power that breaks.
What is up, Chillaxers? Mara Aquino here, welcoming you sa inyong paboritong tambayan, ang MPL Chillax. 2 araw na lang ang nalalabi sa ating MPL Philippines Season 8 regular season. Pero bago natin tuluyang alamin kung sino-sino nga ba ang mga kupunan magkukumpleto ng ating playoffs, let's chill and relax muna kasama si Womi. Hi, Womi!
Good afternoon, Miss Aquino. Natanggap niyo po ba ang pinasa ko pong homework? At sino po ba yung bisita natin for today?
Nako, Womi, mainit ang ating mga panauhin sa araw na to, fresh off their victory from last night. Pero bago natin i-introduce ang ating mga guests, napanood mo ba yung chillax kahapon?
Oo, actually nakita ko, nag-enjoy talaga sila Wolf doon, no? Kumbaga, ang dami nilang ginawa. Ikaw din, mukhang nag-enjoy ka.
Ay, sobrang enjoy ako. Sobrang nag-enjoy ako dun sa charades. Kaya sa mga viewers natin, kung meron kayong mga games na gusto niyo makita na dapat laruin namin dito sa MPL Chillax, at kung meron kayong gustong i-guess dito sa MPL Chillax, just leave it on the comment section below para may imbita natin sila. Kasi malapit na yung ating playoffs. So ito na yung huling week natin for regular season. For playoffs, sino ba yung mga gusto mong makita?
Nako, mamaya may laban tayo, Bren versus Echo. It's one of the, kumbaga mainit talaga na laban kasi sobrang lapit ng Bren and Echo. Ang hirap sagutin ng tanong, Mara, feeling ko yung mga fans din ayaw din nila muna malaman kung ano pang mangyari. Panoorin nyo na lang mamaya.
Now, we're gonna be catching up on sa mga balita and latest happenings sa mundo ng MLBB. Narito ang MPL Update. Muling pagharap ng Blacklist International at Smart Omega inaabangan. Kapanapanabik ang muling pagharap ng dalawang kupunan bumida noon sa Grand Finals ng nakaraang season. Matatandaang ang reigning MPL Philippines champions ang nagwagi sa unang pagharap nila kontra kampyon ng MSC 2021 noong ikalawang linggo ng regular season. Nakatakdang gaganapin ang bakbakan sa pagitan ng Blacklist International at Smart Omega mamayang gabing ikawalo ng gabi. Iyan ang mga update mula sa mundo ng MLBB. Para maging bida sa balita, tumutok lang dito sa MPL Update. Now, ikaw naman, Womi, tatanungin kita. So, meron tayong rematch ng MPL Philippines Season 7 Grand Finals at MSC 2021 Grand Finals mamaya. How do you think that will be? Hindi ko tatanungin kung sino yung mananalo. Oh, nandito na yung ating guest! Let's welcome from Next Play Evers, H2 and Yelly Hayes. Hi, guys!
Parang nahihiya ata sila sa'yo, Mara.
Lapit kayo sa mic para marinig namin kayo. Ayan!
Hello po.
Dinig ko, bagong ligo kayo.
Opo. Basta pa nga po buo eh.
Pero sabi nila, di ba nananalo kayo? Sabi nila, pag naliligo daw, nawawala daw yung swerte. Naniniwala ba kayo doon?
Di po totoo yan. Araw-araw po ako naliligo eh.
Oh.
Nanalo naman po.
Hygiene is king. Hygiene is king.
Araw-araw siyang swerte kasi meron siyang Mika Salamangka. Ooh!
Nice.
Narinig niyo yung balita kanina. So sa tingin niyo ba, yung rematch natin ng MPL Philippines Season 7 Grand Finals and MSC 2021 Grand Finals, sino yung mananalo sa kanila kasi maglalaban ulit sila? Simulan natin kay H2.
Ayaw muna. Siguro Blacklist.
Bakit?
Kasi si Oheb gigil sa Omega. Feel ko, kabalagbagin yung Omega.
Ay, oo nga. Naalala ko tuloy yung interview. Tama. Ikaw naman, Yelly Hayes.
Omega po.
Oy.
Omega.
Bakit Omega?
Parang gusto ko makita yung bago nilang lineup sa Blacklist kasi baka wala po ulit si The King.
Si Kel.
Hindi daw, heartbroken siya. So sabi nila, hindi daw siya maglalaro until after playoffs. Sabi nila. Pero wait, ibanggit ko muna kay Yelly Hayes kasi nabasa namin yung tweet kanina. Gusto ng mga audience marinig Sumayaw. One, sumayaw. Two, ano yung sabi?
Tumawa o magpakita ng emosyon.
Magpakita ng emosyon, tsaka magsalita ng more than 5 words. So far, na-achieve natin yung isa. Nagsalita ng more than 5 words. Ngiti naman dyan. Ay! Nakakala ko, papangiti ka si Yelly Hayes. Now, ikaw naman, Womi.
Pero bukas kayo naman ang maghaharap sa Smart Omega para sa huling laban nyo ng MPL Philippines Season 8 regular season. Last time, na-split push nyo sila para manalo. This time, anong aasahan namin mula sa inyo?
2-0 daw po sabi niya.
Ooh, wow. Confident.
Parang hindi ko narinig yun, pero biglang may lumabas na sa bibig ni Hayes. Napakagaling talagang manlalaro.
Anong sabi? Sabi ni Hayes 2-0 talaga. Gigil na gigil ba kayo sa kanila?
Sakto lang. Di naman po gigil. Medyo
Ikaw,
lang.
Hayes, bakit medyo? Dahil medyo, eto, Hayes, fill in the blank. Medyo gigil kami dahil...
No, siya lang po yung gigil. Chill lang po ako eh.
Sino talaga yung nagsabi na 2-0?
Ito.
Ha?
Ano ba to?
Yung totoo.
Si Boss D.
Hi, Doggy. Okay, now, we're gonna take a quick break, pero wag kayong aalis dahil pagbalik namin, we're gonna read some fan comments for NXPE. Stay tuned dito lang sa MPL Chillax. You can't predict the future, but you can make your own future.
Para sa akin po, kung sasabihin mo lang na, ganito, magcha-champion kami ngayong season 8, hindi po mangyayari hanggat hindi mo po gagawa yung mga paghihirap.
Ikaw, Riota, anong quote to live by mo?
Kung kaya ng iba, pagawa mo sa kanila.
Ay, go to karaoke song.
I want it that way.
Uy, sample sana yun, ready?
Ain't nothing
With
but
dance
a
moves.
heartache.
Okay. Ikaw.
Wait.
Ay! What is that? Patingin.
Ayun! Nagkasuot ka ng medal!
Wow! Woo! Pakita natin lahat ng mga sinusuot nyo. Wow naman! Sige nga, pakanta ng
sample naman,
Sample.
Di ba na magkamali ang tulad ko? Yun na po.
Alright. Hot seat. Now. Ayan na. UG Coco, sino ang mas mabait?
Si UG.
Sinong mas pogi?
Si UG.
Sinong mas mabilis malasing?
Si UG.
Ako.
Sino ang mas loyal?
Ako.
Always stay safe and kita-kits next week. Dito lang sa MPL Chillax. And we're back dito sa MPL Chillax. Kasama pa rin natin si Romy at dalawa sa mga manalarong bumubuo sa Next Play Evos, H2 and Yelly Hayes. Guys, congratulations for finally breaking the curse. So for the first time since Next Play organization has joined the MPL, hindi na matatapos sa 8th place ang kampanya nyo this season. How does that feel?
Masaya, syempre. Ngayon, 3rd place na kami. So, nasi kami sa 8th place eh.
Uy, ano
Ngayon, na kami siguro champion na ngayong season.
Who knows? Nako, ito para lang sa mga viewers natin dyan. Kanina before nag-start tong MPL Chillax, si Midnight, sabi niya pa nag-M3 daw ang NXPE, kakaldag daw siya.
Oh,
so,
yes.
Midnight, aabangan namin yan ha. Pero ito tanong para sa'yo, Hayes. As a veteran leading a pack of young bloods, gaano ka-importante ang role mo sa pagkakasecure ng NXPE ng kanilang playoff spot?
Ayun, ngumiti si Hayes!
Checklist.
Pakita mo yung face.
Bago pa lang po kasi ako po pumunta dito sa NXPE boss. Parang malakas na po sila eh. Siguro nagkulang lang po sila dun sa mga yung wala, tingin ko po malaking factor kasi yung pagdating ng mga analyst tsaka yung coach tsaka yung nagkaroon na ng mga routine, kaya parang yun siguro umayos na yung laro kasi dati sila lang daw po tsaka ayun lang kaya
that's great.
Hindi ko pa naisip na may factor ako.
Wow, humble.
Meron. Dati wala silang Yelly Hayes. Ngayon meron na, kaya nag-number 3.
Team.
Ito, recently, we caught a glimpse of Captain Hayes in action. Panoorin natin to.
Ay, favorite ko to. Ay, hindi.
Ayun yung pinasok ko eh.
Ay, nako. Alam mo.
Natakot ako kay Hayes. Hayes!
Grabe. Yung emosyon, ganun talaga kainit yung naging laban sa pagitan ng NXP at Black noong Week 6, no? Pero mo, si Hayes na minsan lang magpakita ng emosyon, biglang napasigaw ng, please naman! Mga ganun.
Oh, actually, hindi ko alam na si Hayes yun. So, Hayes, gaano nga ba kaasim ang isang player para ikaw mapasigaw ng ganon? Please naman!
Masim ba ako sa race?
Uy, nakikita ko yung ngipin ni Hayes. Yes!
Na-hype lang po kasi Blacklist kalaban tapos parang
Lamang tayo nun eh, no?
lamang po kami tapos parang kung manalo po kami po yung unang makakatalo sa kanila.
I see. And it is a big competition talaga. Ikaw naman, H2, can you walk us through your decisions in that game? Nakita lang naman kasi namin yung nangyari. Pero during that time, anong tumatakbo sa isip mo?
Hindi, nung time na po kasi na yun, nakita ko po nag-ulti yung Nathan. Gusto ko pong, syempre di po mapipigilan mag-asim kasi assassin po ako eh. Gusto ko po pumatay ng core eh. Kaso mali lang po yung skill ko nun, di po tumama sa Nathan. Tapos may flicker din po siya. Tsaka wala rin po akong ulti nun, mali ko rin po yun. Kaya nasabihan niya po wag maasim, mali ko rin po talaga yun.
So dahil sa clip na yon, parang na-curious pa ako mas lalo. H2, bukod sa napanood natin, meron pa bang instances na parang napasigaw ng ganon si Captain Hayes?
Yun na lang ata eh, yun lang ba yan?
Nagulat din ba kayo? Ikaw, H, nung napasigaw siya, nagulat ka?
Opo. First time niya po ginawa sa akin yun eh.
Oh, bihira lang magalit. Now, you guys came so close to breaking the code. Akala nga namin kayo yung mananalo nun eh. Pero ang importante sa ngayon ay secured na ang playoff spot nyo. Kaya naman, we wanted to know, nagbabasa ba kayo ng mga comments ng mga tao tungkol sa inyo?
Ako po, lagi.
Oh, yeah?
Pag natalo po, tsaka nanalo, lagi po nagbabasa ng comments. Titignan ko po yung difference pag nanalo kami, tsaka talo.
Oh.
Malaki talaga yung pinagkakaiba ng mga comments. Nakikita ko rin, binabasa ko yung mga comments tungkol sa inyo. At eto ginawa na natin to last time with Bren Esports Boys. Kaya now that you're better than ever, we thought of reading more fan letters for you guys.
Ngayon, papakilala lang kami papakita kami ng mga comments na nakuha namin sa either MPL Philippines or Next Play Esports Facebook page. Babasahin nyo. Kayo ang magbabasa ha. Tapos, give us some reactions. Anong comment nyo dun sa comment na binasa nyo. G?
Sige po.
Alright!
Okay. Ikaw muna, Captain Hayes, ang mauuna.
Ako.
Sabi.
Ano yun? May na naman kasi talaga NXPE pero paborito yan ng mga kids. Kung isipin nga dapat wala sa MPL yung mga mga
bonak mo.
Grabe naman.
Grabe naman yan, Tom.
Okay lang, at least idol kami ng mga kids na.
Sinong nagsulat niya?
Isang ehemplo para sa mga kabataan, NXPE. O, di ba?
H2. Ikaw naman magbasa nito.
Alo kay DH to pang classic. Yeah. Pang ano yun? Pang tour na yun, minalas lang talaga.
Wala pala win rate.
Ay, nako. Okay, ito naman. Ikaw naman ulit, Capitan Hayes.
Bakit parang kinakalawang na si LA? Sayang veteran na parang mahina naman. Literally was dragging the team down during crashes in team fight with the Civ. Sayang lang. Omsi.
Kapag nakakabasa ka ng ganon, may emosyon ka bang nararamdaman?
Ano po? Madali pa ako ma-down kaya di po ako nagbabasa ng mga comments.
Okay. Tama.
Ngayon lang po.
Ay. Okay ka pa naman, Hayes. Okay ka pa naman ngayon. Okay ka pa?
Okay lang po. Di pa ako marumili mag-basta.
Di siya talaga may ligbag
media po.
Ay niya daw torturein yung sarili niya.
Eto, H2, eto pa. Anong masasabi mo tungkol dito?
Si Exard lang nakapagpalakas sa team nila season. Ngayon wala na siya sa inyo. Mga pangpahaba na lang kayo ng series. Third place ka kami ngayon eh.
Hindi ata nanonood ng MPL kung mga nagre-leave ng messages Parang hindi sila updated.
Baka season 7 pa yung pinapanood nila. Kakaiba na yun. Pero alam mo, may isa pa.
Late nila eh. Late ata yung internet nila dun eh. Season 7 pa nga pinapanood nila.
Pa? Wala pa. Alam mo, pero yun ibang-iba na talaga kayo. Ibang klase, third place. Pero ito, last one na. Hayes, ikaw ulit.
Wag hang at NXP 8 days na talaga kayo. Kaso,
Kaso tayo champion. Third place na eh.
Sino nag-iiwan ng mga messages na to? Sa mga nanonood dyan, 8, babawasan natin yan.
Ng 5.
Now they're third! Ito na yung parang pwede nang sabihin sa mga nambabash, in your face, numbers don't lie. Alright, thank you guys for reading those fan letters. Uy, by the way, H2, congratulations ha, for bagging Pro Player of the Year and Couple of the Year with Mika Salamanca dun sa MLBB Awards Gala. Congratulations!
Thank you ba?
And the community really came through for you guys. Kaya naman nung in-announce namin na kayo yung guest for this episode, ang dami talagang nag-send ng mga tanong nila.
Now, speaking of Couple of the Year, ito H2, may tanong para sa'yo si James Zanjo Alejado. Ang tanong niya, paano mo ba nababalance ang pagjojowa at pag-ML? Oo nga kasi, syempre, mahaba yung time sa practice, sa team nyo. Tapos syempre, Mika wants some loving time. So how do you balance that out?
Hindi, may naman po kami, time po kami ng practice. Tsaka po, may time din po kami ng bebe time.
Tama yan,
Kasi,
tama yan.
Yung baby time,
Yung bebe time po, mga po yun, mga madaling araw po. Gising pa po kami parehas dun kaya nakapag-bebe time pa po kami.
so ano yun, nakikita mo ba siya araw-araw, every weekend, every weekday? In 1 week, how often do you see each other?
Video call lang po. Pero minsan may bisita po siya dito.
Video call nga kasi nandun sila sa bootcamp. So may pagka-long distance ngayong quarantine, lockdown. Now,
ang importante, may oras pa rin sila sa isa't isa. Ngayon, may isa pa akong tanong sa iyo, H2. Related din. So first question natin, ito naman galing kay Jerome Gonzalez Custodio. Kailan daw kasal nyo ni Mika? Pwede bang makikain? May tawa pa.
Bukas na.
Ay!
Invited ko yung lahat.
Ay, ako host!
Salamat.
Ako mag-host niyan. Ako mag-host.
Eto meron ding isa pang tanong for Hayes naman. Question ni Geno Cruz. Anong difference ng previous team mo kaysa ngayon sa NXPE? Malaki ba ang pinagkaiba?
Ano po? Mas naingay po, tsaka parang mas mature po mga mas mature po sila kahit parang mas bata pa sila dun sa mga class teammates ko. Kasi, parang sanay na po sila kahit anong mga pagsasabi. Parang wala pong parang hindi, hindi ko po masabi kasi kahit ano pong sabihin parang okay lang naman kasi parang sanay na po sila sa mga biruan yun.
Tinitake na motivation ka.
Opo, parang.
Tsaka ang ko dun sa mas maingay, mas masaya.
Mas masaya.
Mas masaya, mas fun.
Diba?
Actually, Hayes, may karugtong yung tanong niya. Pero request siya, sana mapagbigyan. Ito yung request. Isang malaking smile naman dyan, Kuya Hayes, para sa fan ng NXPE. Uy, baba mo yung kamay mo. Ayan, ayun. Ang ganda ng ngipin. Ayan, napangiti nga. Now, last community question from Erica Valdezco. Address siya towards the entire NXPE team. Pero since kayo yung nandito, kayo yung sasagot. If kayo ang isa sa mga makakapasok sa finals, sino ang team na gusto nyong makalaban para durugin?
Uy.
Boom!
Ikaw muna. Sino?
Kung gusto naman natin mag-champion dapat
kahit sino na.
Lahat madurog natin.
No, you have to mention a team. Kailangan nyo mag-mention ng team. H2, anong team?
Siguro ako siguro tingin ko Blacklist pa din.
Blacklist pa din. Oh, katulad ng sinabi dun sa interview. Ikaw naman, Hayes, ano yung team na gusto mong durugin?
Blacklist pa rin po siguro. Din siguro. Kasi kahit nag-champion na po sila parang
consistent
pa rin po, parang last pa rin po nila.
Totoo. Pag tinalo mo yung team na sobrang galing, mas nakaka-proud. Mas talagang yung accomplishment na yun, mas mabigat. Na as you know, lahat ng mga nag-guest dito sa MPL Chillax, sinusubok namin. Kahit si Coach Zico, si Midnight, kaya naman para sa inyo, we're gonna play a game called ML Henyo.
Nako, kung familiar kayo sa original Pinoy henyo, ganun lang din naman ang mechanics na ating game. Pero imbes na tao, bagay, hayop, ang categories natin for our game are heroes, players, at pati na rin items.
Sasalitan kayo as guessers and answerers na kung sino yung manghuhula will have to close his eyes muna for at least 3 seconds dahil ipapakita natin sa audience and sa answer yung mystery word. Now, you guys have 30 seconds for each word. You'll gain a point as an answerer. At kung sinong player ang may mas mababang score after a game will have to face a consequence. G, game na kayo?
G po, G.
Alright.
Nice.
May
Alright.
question po ako. Ano po yung tatlong category?
Yung categories natin, babalik tayo sa heroes, items, or players.
Yes.
Yun lang ang ating
Heroes,
categories.
items, players.
Okay, so ready na ba ulit kayo?
G. Ready?
Alright, let's go. Guesser. Sino ang guesser natin? Close your eyes muna.
Sino ba?
Sino ba ang ating guesser?
Ang guesser natin, okay, gawin natin si H2 muna, yung manghuhula. So, ikaw muna, close your eyes. Hayes, ikaw yung magbibigay ng clue, ha? Galingan mo.
Okay, ito na ang ating mystery word. 3, 2, 1, go!
Game na?
Game!
Players, items, ano isa? Hero?
Bumulong?
Hero? Assassin? Assassin yun? Hindi. Tank? Mage? Marksman? Marksman? Hindi. Support? Hindi.
Ilang seconds na lang?
5, 4, 3,
Wala sa rule.
2, 1. Ang tamang sagot ay Alucard! Alucard! Ito na, ito. Okay. Next, Yelly Hayes, ikaw naman yung pipikit. Okay, now, mag-a-appear na yung word sa ating screen. H2, kailangan, ito yung word. Ayan. Oh my goodness. Alright, wait, don't look yet. And now, pwede ka nang tumingin. Okay, galingan mo.
Game. Hero.
Hindi.
Item.
Hindi.
Player. TNC.
Hindi.
Omega.
Hindi.
Blacklist.
Hindi.
NXP.
Hindi.
Ano ba yung ibang tip? ONIC?
Hindi.
Player.
Nabanggit na lahat.
TNC, Blacklist, Omega.
Hindi.
Meron
pa isang hindi nababanggit.
May isa ka pang hindi nababanggit, idol.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my gosh! Ang
RSG.
tamang sagot ay RSG Exhort. Ano ba yan? Kanalimutan nyo na ko agad?
Kinalimutan na agad? Parang hindi naglunox nung season 7.
Okay. Ikaw naman, H2. Talikod. And the word will pop. Okay, wag ka muna tumingin. And now, pwede ka nang tumingin. Game!
Players, items, nasa damage, tank build, anti-keras, brute force, emo, immortality.
Nice!
1 point for H2. Okay. Salita naman tayo. Yali Hayes, ikaw naman yung pumikat. Tingin ka sa baba. Okay, game. Ito, yan. Okay. In 3, 2, 1, tatanggalin na yung word.
Yun.
Yali Hayes, pwede ka nang tumingin. Game.
Hindi.
Item.
Hindi.
Player. Player na naman. RSG.
Lahat na ulit.
Ito, TNC, Omega, Blacklist, ONIC.
Hindi.
Tayo?
Hindi. Ano pa isa ulit?
Ano? ONIC, RSG, Blacklist, TNC, Omega.
Isa pa.
Lugi naman.
Magalaban mamaya.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bakit laging nakakalimutan?
Oh my gosh! Si Rebo ng Bren. Okay, ikaw naman H2. Salitan kayo.
Wait, mag-score check tayo saglit. Sino nang lamang? Si H2 na 1 point lang, di ba?
Si H2, 1 point.
Yes.
Si H2, yung titik. Ayan, si Alihis magbibigay ng clue now. We're gonna bring up the word. Okay. In 3, 2, 1, we're gonna put the word away. Yellow haze. H2. Now it's time to go.
Players, items, hero, marksman, assassin, tank, fighter, Yusong, Alucard.
Tapos na yun.
Ano? Hindi ko na alam mga hero sa fighter.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my God! Joe!
Malalimutan ko na yung mga hero sa fighter. Assassin ko eh.
Okay. Si Alice naman. Pikit! Hindi. H2, ikaw yung... Okay. Game. Now, we're gonna bring up the word. Ayan. Ayan. Okay. Alice, pwede ka nang tumingin.
Hero, item.
Item.
Attack.
Hindi.
Magic. Winter Truncheon.
Wow!
Uy, ang bilis ah!
Ang
Wow!
bilis! Ang galing! Ang galing!
One all na.
One all. We have 2 more, okay?
Wow.
Now, H2, Piket.
Mapakain nato ako kalamansi ah.
Yalis, ikaw naman. Okay, tingnan mo yan. Now it's done. Now look up. Pwede na kayong tumingin. Ayan.
Item. Hero.
Hindi.
Player. RSG.
Hindi.
TNT. Bren.
Hindi.
Blacklist.
Hindi.
Echo.
Hindi.
TNC.
Hindi.
NXP.
Oh.
Doggy.
Ay!
I stand 2-1.
2-1.
Congrats! Okay, so 2-1. Okay? Now, pwede kang mag-tie or matalo. So, ikaw naman. Yali Hayes, Piket.
Nako, ka-clutch ba siya dito?
Pa-flash na ang last round natin. Ayon. And now you may look up.
Game.
Hero.
Hero.
Magic. Mage. Eve, Pop.
Uy!
Oh my God!
Kanina pa!
Nakuha! Congratulations! Wait!
Mga ginagamit na yun eh.
So, dalawa, tie kayo. Ibig sabihin, parehas kayong talo. Okay, parehas kayong talo. So, ang consequence dito, bilang reference sa kaasiman nyo, talaga kasi, ang matatalo ay iinom ng isang piga ng kalamansi.
Sarap.
So, dahil tayo kayo, walang nanalo. So, parehas kayong kailangan uminom ng isang piga ng kalamansi. Where is the kalamansi? Let's see it.
Si Midnight po ba ang magde-deliver?
Darmig. Kaya laman si. Darmig.
Bring calamansi.
Hindi, saktong-sakto yan, di ba? Vitamin C din naman kasi
Oo,
ang calamansi.
yes.
Talagang we care for our players kahit hanggang consequence.
Pampalakas sa resistensya.
Vitamin C for consequence.
Hayes, meron ka bang tinitext? Tingin ka naman, okay, alam mo kasi, yung audience, gusto talaga nilang makita yung mukha mo, nakasmile ka. Ayan. Kasi alam mo, sabi nga nila, bihira ka daw makita na may emotions. Ano ka ba? Really neutral ka lang talaga? Kalma kang tao? Minsan hindi. Minsan sumisigaw. Ready na yung kalamansi?
Pero,
kinuha po eh.
Pero habang kinukuha yung kalamansi, Mara, ang ganda ng jacket ng Next Play Evos ngayon, no? Pwede mo bang pakita yung jacket ng konti, H2?
Ang ganda.
Ang ganda.
Patingin.
Ang ganda, oh. Parang hindi ko ma-explain, pero ang ganda ng design. So, wow.
Maganda rin kapag suot ng mga lahat tayo dito, ng mga casters and hosts.
Next Play baka naman.
Habang hinihintay natin yung kalamansi, i-shoutout muna natin ang ating MPL Chillax Fan of the Day. Ito yung mga nagko-comment sa ating comment section. Si Miwo Lovable. Oh, Miwo Lovable. I love how H2 handles the hate comments na fina-flash. Plus, si Hayes na kalmado lang din. Cheer up! Ang gagaling nyo palagi. Totoo naman, they handle it well.
Really well.
At kahit naman may mga negative comments, dapat alam nyo sa sarili nyo kung ano talaga kayo.
Very
para
confident
hindi maapektuhan.
sila, no? Very confident.
At saka yung mga comments, talagang mas maganda i-take natin sa kung sino talaga yung nakaka-relate. Shout out! Shout out muna tayo sa mga nanonood ngayon. Start natin kay H2.
Yan, shoutout nga pala sa nanonood ngayon sa ngayong segment ng MPL Chillax yan. Shoutout sa inyo. Thank you sa support nyo. Abangan nyo yung laban namin bukas sa Omega. Last match ng regular season yun. 8 PM bukas guys, panoorin nyo. Pero syempre, yung mga remaining games ng other teams, supportahan nyo rin. 4 PM start na MPL bukas. Abangan nyo guys.
Nice.
And shoutout din sa girlfriend ko, Mika Salamanga.
Full name talaga, no? Lagi.
Best
Walang
couple!
mintes.
Best couple! Bakit nga ba, okay, may quick question ko sa'yo. What makes Mika such a great girlfriend? What makes Mika such an amazing girlfriend?
Wait lang po. Ano po siya supportive tsaka po caring, ganun. Basta, lahat po nasa kanya. Love na love ko yun.
Now, si Hayes naman, may gusto ka bang i-shout out?
Ito po yung kalamansi.
Oh, okay. Oh, nice! Okay, nahihiwan na natin. Hiwan na natin.
Gusto ko yung sabi mo, pwede ba ako mag-shoutout? Tapos ito na po yung kalamansi.
Okay, game na ba kayo?
Hindi siya iwan.
Shoutout po sa kalamansi.
Shoutout sa kalamansi.
Saka shoutout po sa mga nanonood dito sa MPL Chillax. Ano po. Supportahan nyo lang po yung napakalupit na segment ng MPL. Tapos, yung shoutout din po sa mga fans namin doon. Supportahan niyo po kami sa last game namin bukas. Last game na tas last game din kami doon bukas. Tapos shoutout sa mga fans ko, tsaka fans ng NXP, tsaka shoutout din kay Yeli sa Canada, malamig daw sabi ni Madam Mara.
Oh yeah. Pero ang galing na matibay pa rin kayo kahit long distance at sana mas humaba pa yung relationship nyo. Ready na ba kayo? Uminom ng kalamansi.
Game.
Alright, vitamin C for more energy. Alright, in 3, 2, 1, inumin na.
Dalawang kamay. Sige, ma.
Uy, makikita tayong expression kay Hayes. Makikita natin yung expression niya. Meron ba? Ayun, napatawa siya. Guys, thank you for being so game. Good luck sa remaining games nyo din sa playoffs. So, have a great day today and thank you so much for guesting. Bye!
Bye!
Thank you!
Ang galing, no? Alam mo talaga, naano ko nung sabi ni Hayes na hindi talaga siya nagbabasa ng mga comments kasi mabilis daw siyang ma-down, no?
Parang medyo nakakalungkot talaga pagka... Actually, hindi nakakalungkot yung ginagawa ni Ace. I feel like that's the proper way to approach it. Talagang, just do what you can.
So keep sending positive messages. Supportahan natin yung ating mga teams dahil they work really hard to be where they're at. Now, there you have it, guys. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Ang inyong MPL Chillax family ay patuloy na nagpapaalala na galing sumunod sa mga health and safety protocols na pinapatupad ng ating komunidad. Let's continue to take action and help fight the spread of COVID-19. Nasusunod na ang pre-show ng MPL Philippines Season 8 Regular Season, Week 7, Day 2. Kaya huwag kayong aalis. Always stay safe and kita-kits bukas dito lang sa MPL Chillax.
Malayo na ang sinimulan natin para sa ating mga pangarap.
Matagal na tayong naglalaban
Sa bawat ngiti at luha.
Bawat pagkapanalo at pagkatalo.
Narito na tayo.
Ngayon, panahon na para sa panibagong kabanata.
Saksihan natin kung sino ang magiging bagong alamat.
This is how legends are born. Hunter, the kill makes you stronger. Nothing will see battle like your pride. Oh, Hunter, this is how legends are born.
Hindi lang to basta laro. Akbakan nito. Dito sa MPL Season 8.
This is how legends are born. Hunter, the kill makes you stronger. Nothing will see battle like your pride. Oh, Hunter, this is how legends are born. This is how legends are born. This is how legends are born.
Happy Saturday mga ka-ML! Talagang kapanapanabik ang aksyon na masasaksihan nyo ngayong Sabado. Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 8 presented by Smart Communications Incorporated, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Achieve double GG with Smart Double Giga Games. Get 2 gigs from Mobile Legends and more every day. To register, just download the Giga Life app and choose Double Giga now. Get exclusive promos, redeem rewards, and more. Everything you need all in one app. Download the Giga Life app today. Simple, di ba? Smart 5G, the Philippines' fastest 5G network. Experience Unli like never before with Smart Bro Rocket SIM. Automatically preloaded with unlimited data and no speed limits, no capping, and it works for 3G, 4G, and 5G. Get yours now through the Smart Online Store. Game in portrait with the all-new Oppo Reno 6 series with its powerful core that gives you the ultimate Mobile Legends gaming experience. The Oppo Reno 6 Z5G is now available for 19,999 pesos. And the Oppo Reno 6 5G is available for 26,999 pesos via Lazada, Shopee, and Smart Stores when you avail a smart plan on all authorized Oppo stores nationwide. Hashtag Oppo Game On. Nivea Man. Get all-day protection and freshness with Nivea Man. You can be legendary sa game at sa mythical freshness and get 50 free Mobile Legends diamonds for every purchase of selected Nivea Man products. Buy now, claim your vouchers at the cashier or customer service of these participating stores. Watson's, Pure Gold, Robinson's, Metro Gaisano, and Lazada. Promo period is from August 13 to October 31st, 2021, and promo is available until supplies last. Now guys, later on, if you have any questions sa ating mga MPL teams that are playing for today, make sure you head on over to Nivea Man's Facebook page, post your questions, and we'll pick it during our post-match interview with today's winning teams. Now with Panda Pro, you can enjoy up to 40% off exclusive discounts from over 8,400 restaurants. Free delivery and vouchers. With Panda Pro, you can hack it like a pro. Now it's time to let you know about the Anta giveaway. Sa susunod na match, who do you think shocked the game? Sino ang MVP mo? Place your answers in the live comment section using the hashtag AntaShockTheGame and AntaMPL. We're gonna pick 13 lucky winners who will get an Anta game suit. So good luck sa inyo! Now, MPL Philippines would also like to thank the following sponsors: Gillette, Close Up, Enervon, Alaxan, Secret Lab, WeTV, EO, Executive Optical, Anta, and JMT Express. MPL is also under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusement Board of the Philippines. Ako po si Mara Aquino, and here with me, Romy and Wolf. Happy Saturday!
Happy Saturday din sa'yo, Mara. Ang init ng mga laban natin ngayon, especially yung opening match natin, boy. Napakalupit.
Grabe, literal na laglagan portion at this point. And guess what? Bren Esports pa yun nandito.
Who would have thought, di ba? Grabe.
Who would have thought? It was crazy.
Bago tayo magsimula ngayong Sabado, silipin natin yung updated standings natin. Ito ang current standings. Blacklist International, 28 points. ONIC at 25, kaya sila ang top 2 seed natin. And NXPE secured na rin sa ating playoffs. Now, yung ating next 3, hindi pa sigurado kung pasok sila sa playoffs. RSG, Omega, and Echo. Bren and TNC, sila yung gray area. TNC wala nang pag-asa sa playoffs. Pero yung Bren, meron pa.
Yep, definitely meron pang chance yung Bren Esports, but it's gonna be very slim as well. Ganun din naman yung para sa Echo. Ang lamang lang ng Bren Esports ay meron pa silang laban after this. But technically speaking, kapag ang team na mananalo dito ay ibabaon yung team na matatalo doon sa ating standings.
Na meron tayong playoffs probability. So, ito, yung ating, ang Omega, pasok na din. So,
That's
yung
right.
automatic na pasok sa playoffs, Blacklist, ONIC, NXP, Omega. So, meron tayong dalawang spot na lang. Yung RSG, they have a 67% probability. Echo, 63%. At yung Bren, 70%. Yung TNC, wala na. The reason kung bakit yung Bren, kasi dalawa pa yung games nila.
Yes, but it's gonna be hard for Bren Esports if ever they do lose against Echo. They need to defeat Blacklist after if they lose to Echo. So talagang sobrang importante ng ating game or opening match of the day.
Tama nga, ang magtatapat ngayon, Bren Esports kontra Echo. They have no room for error. Yung Bren, dalawa na lang. Yung Echo, isa na lang. Gano'n ba ka-importante? Ano ba yung mangyayari sa kanila dito?
Napakaganda ng title. Sobrang fitting ng title ng matchup na to because literally there's no room for error. Kahit isang talo, even, let's just say yung winning team ay manalo na 2-1, they still are in a delicate spot.
Yes.
Kaya nga naman, this game, pare sa teams, they're vying for a 2-0 sweep na kanilang makatapat.
Silipin natin kung ano nga ba yung mga milestones na kailangan nating hintayin. So, Bren, season team assist might exceed 700. Right now, they're at 695. Siguradong ma-achieve nila yan and they average 23.97 per game. Echo's Hades naman, yung season kills might exceed 100. Right now, he's at 97. Tatlo na lang. Si Lusty naman, yung career assist niya might exceed 1,000. Right now, he's at 997. May achieve na yan kasi 3 more. Ang average niya kasi is 7 per game.
Yep, and sure, actually lahat ng mga milestones natin dito malapit na ma-achieve in this series. And of course, it's gonna be a historic series. Talagang hype na kami para sa series na to.
Silipin natin kung sino nga ba ang maglalaro para sa Bren Esports today. Few Revo, Carl TZ, Lusty, and Flap TZ.
Almost nearing the end of the line. Ang ganda na ng recovery sana ng Bren Esports after their losing streak. And then eventually, losing streak na naman ng Bren Esports and they are looking bad. Let's see how they recover because this time, literally, kailangan na talaga nilang ipanalo to no matter what happens.
Ang maglalaro naman para sa Echo, si Raflesia, RK3, Hades, Curtizi, and Benny Cutie.
Kung nilabas na ng Bren Esports ang kanilang huling alas, ganyan na ganyan din ang ginawa ng Echo ngayon. Ito ang kanilang lineup na alam talaga nating mag-e-excel sila. No room for error for Echo. This is their last match.
Ngayon, maglalabay tayo ng mga dalawang manlalaro. Kukumpara natin sila. Yan si Flap TZ and Curtizi, ang ating turtle laners.
Yeah, for the longest time, si Curtizi ay hindi na highlight sa XP lane dahil sa kanyang previous role. But this time, going up against Flap TZ, nung time na naging rookie si Flap TZ para sa Bren Esports, nagbigay agad siya ng championship, hindi lang locally pero internationally. However, in MPL Season 8, mukhang mas impressive ang ambag ni Curtizi for his team.
Ngayon naman dito sa ating team stats, ang laki ng pinagkaiba ng first blood count para sa Echo. Ibig sabihin nito, grabe talaga ang kanilang early aggression. Pero in terms of other stats, katulad dito ng Turtles lane per game, lamang ang Bren Esports. So we're looking at an aggressive team versus an objective-centric squad.
Makakausap natin ngayon ang mga key players ng dalawang koponan. Titingnan natin kung ano nga ba yung plano nila kontra sa isa't isa. Let's listen in to Raflesia and Carl Tiz's interview.
Siguro kaya namin bumawi after na itong regular season. Pag naka-playoffs kami, siguro mas palong-palong.
Kung matalo po kami sa Bren, may chance po na sila na yung makapasukan kami po yung malaglag. So ayun po yung sobrang kailangan namin ayusin na game.
Bilang isang 2-time MPL champion at M1 representative, unang beses napunta si Raflesia sa isang delikadong sitwasyon.
Si Raplisha siguro, siya yung nagko-command sa kanila. Pag di yun nakagawa ng play, walang mangyayari. Nakaasa lang sila dun kay Raplisha. Siguro yung weakness ni Raplisha, malalim siya lagi, tas konti yung heroes niya.
Si Carl TC po, napansin ko po sa kanya, Feeling ko nagkaroon po siya ng problem doon po sa confidence niya. Kasi po, recently hindi na siya naglalanse and syempre marami pong tao nag-aabang na. Pinabantayan din po kasi namin yun pag naglalanse.
Pag natalo namin sila, matataas na namin sila ng 1 point ata. May isa pa kaming laban pagkatapos sa kanila, sila isa na kaming laban. Pag natalo sila sa amin, wala na sila.
Nominated bilang Best Mobile Esports Player of the Year, marami nang napatunayan si Carl TZ sa buong mundo.
Para sa akin, ang weakness po ni Carl yung reliant po yung team sa kanya. Yung pressure po, nasa kanya lahat. So, kumbaga po as a player, sobrang bigat po nun.
Lagi sila sama-sama. Pwede namin sila splitan sa ganyan. Kapag pumipilit sa kung tumatry siya gumawa ng play, kailangan namin bigyan siya.
On a scale of 1 to 10 po, yung confidence level po namin, 9 out of 10 po. Yung 1 po na natitira na yun po yung lason na tinatawag namin po sa ML na matatalo lang kami pag nalason kami or nalason namin yung sarili po na.
Sa mga players ng Echo, good luck sa atin. Galingan natin parehas. Sa Raplisha, galingan mo kasi ito lang alam mo.
Good luck sa game, good luck sa last week natin. And kahit sino manalo, patunayan natin kung sino yung malakas.
Ang ganda talaga na sinabi ni Reflection na malalason lang daw sila matatalo sila kung nilason nila yung sarili nila. Ito naman yung keys to victory ng Bren. Force Benny Cutie into pocket hero picks. Stop Reflection from making plays and go head-to-head with Echo's early game pressure.
Pretty much yung second and third point ay madali nang intindihin. But the first one is also very important to take note dahil nakikita natin ng Echo na minsan maganda naman performance nila when there are pocket picks like Argus, for example. But sometimes, nag-fail siya horribly para sa team. Like Argus din, for example. So, 50-50. But 50-50 talaga and that might be something na pwedeng i-bank on ng Bren Esports laban sa Echo.
Ano naman ang keys to victory ng Echo? Destroy the momentum for Benny Cutie. Do not succumb to pressure to get points. Maximize Reflicia's uptime. Create pressure against jungle.
Alam mo, may kasamang mental note dito, no? Hindi ka dapat ma-pressure para makuha yung points. Play this as if na medyo komportable pa rin kayo. Dahil when you're comfortable, you're at your best state. So Echo, they need to play this disregarding the pressure, but playing like their lives depend on it.
And that's exactly what they're going to be doing for today. Now, keys to the playoffs. The last spot. So, ang Echo, they need to get at least one game to stay alive. Ito na ang kanilang huling laban. Ang Bren naman, kailangan nila ma-2-0 para ma-secure yung playoff spot at ma-eliminate yung Echo. So talagang malaki yung nakasalalay sa laban ngayon.
It's very intense. And technically speaking, again, pag natuwan ng Bren Esports ang Echo, hindi pa tapos para sa Echo. But again, ang hirap nung spot na yun. And that's also true with Echo defeating Bren Esports. Kahit pa meron tayong nakitang stats sa gano'n, it is apparent na 2-0 para sa parehas na team ang kailangan nila.
The pressure is on. There's no room for error. Bren Esports kontra Echo. Casters, pasok.
It happens to the best of us. We often hear this saying with very little context, but right here, right now in this matchup, literally, this is the best of us. Multi-time champions, world champions, hanging on for dear life. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by Naisu and Renmar Santa Cruz. It's us, We Bear Bros, bringing you Bren Esports versus Echo, the rematch. As mentioned in the panel, this right here is do or die for both of them.
Yeah.
And Echo being on first pick, I'm guessing it's more dire for the Orcas.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it there in the keys to the playoffs. They definitely need a game. But maybe we can just reiterate here on the English desk exactly what Wolf said during the panel for them to secure a playoff spot.
Yeah, it needs to be a 2-0 victory for Echo to be still
alive and kicking in that playoffs race. Because if they score 2-0, that puts them at 17 points, still safe and sound. Bren Esports at the same time also need a 2-0 if they want to already eliminate Echo and secure their playoff spot. Again, this is Echo's last game for the season, their last chance to get points. 1 point will... For Echo, I don't think it'll be enough. It'll still put them in that spot of their fate is no longer in their hands. They'll have to wait for it. So both two teams, as much as possible, need to secure a 2-0 victory to most likely eliminate the other and most likely, make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, 1 point for Echo here for sure does not eliminate Bren, and then puts them again in a very precarious position where they have to hope their opponents in the same score line fail, and you don't want that kind of odds.
Yeah, I mean it's a heated matchup basically. I mean for both teams.
It's you or me.
Literally.
Pretty much,
and I'm sure we're gonna see it in. Hopefully we actually see it go the distance. I would love for it to go to a third game here because, again, both teams desperately need this.
You put it well, Naisu. Again, I think we're echoing each other. All puns intended.
Echo.
We all want to see an amazing series. Go the distance. All cards on the table. The players, the coaches, the organizations, the teams stretch to their limit. But again, both teams, they want to sweep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also,
tough, dude.
And going back to way back, I believe it was week 1 is when they met before.
Yeah.
So at that time, I remember they utilized the Beatrix there and Cho, and this time I believe Beatrix is still banned.
She does have a few quirks that we have yet to fix. And yes, that was Echo's bounce back. I remember day 1, not so good. They came back strong, beating our world champs here in Bren, and this is their second and final rematch, possibly before the playoffs. I'm not sure if there's even a possibility, if there's a reality wherein both of them can be in the playoffs.
It's at this point it's either or, if I'm not mistaken. However, RSG they still have a chance of being eliminated, if I'm not mistaken.
So it's a very specific world wherein these two teams get in the playoffs, and it's RSG joining TNC.
Yeah, as knocked out.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's super tight.
Yeah.
Yeah, right now it's just RSG Echo Bren who still have a chance of being eliminated here, but since it is going to be Bren and Echo going up against each other here, most likely it does mean that only one of these two will make it into the playoffs, not both.
Here we go. Game number 1. Echo on the play. Bren answering back on your screens right now. In dead center is Coach Dale. To his right, it's Raflesia, El Capitan. First bans for Echo. That's the Paquito, the Jawhead, and the Phovius, while Bren getting rid of the Ling, the Selena, and one more. I'm interested in why they might have taken out the Ling. Are they that afraid of Hades Ling?
I think so. I mean, Hades in general, very good player, obviously. And Ling is also just one of those heroes that in a lot of situations can go well, and it can also work against the team composition that they have. It just really depends on the draft. So I think Ling is always a safe kind of ban, regardless of the team going up there. And they also take out the Chu, and that's what I was mentioning back from week 1. They utilized Chu as well.
The Jeet Kune Dawn. Renmar, is this respect well placed? Because again, Echo has been playing other heroes beside the Cho in recent weeks, but Bren seems to put quite an emphasis.
Hell yeah, because that means that if they left the Cho open, I still don't think Echo would have first picked it, but then I don't think at this point Bren would want to prioritize their first 2 picks to also pick up the Cho for themselves. But just to be safe, the good track record of it is although it is 50%, 6 wins, 6 losses for the season for Echo. Still gotta respect it, so they take it out, and because of that, Echo picks up one of the hottest in terms of performance, not general design. One of the hottest jugglers right now that we have in the Hayabusa.
So hot right now.
He's like, literally, it's always prioritized. I mean, ever since the revamp, the rework, whichever you want to call it, he's just such a good pick. And again, we talked about it all weekend, the utility alone in Hayabusa, not to mention the damage. If he gets an early lead on that hero, it's going to be a disaster for any team going against it.
Yep, Bren Esports, their response to the aforementioned Hayabusa would be a couple of comfort picks, if I may say. That's the Kufra and the Farsa.
Yeah, Kufra, and I was just going to say, I'm sure a Yves is going to come out, and we see that right there. Yeah, because a Farsa, that's usually the answer, the way things have been going for the weekend.
Arcade Thrive.
Yeah. Arcade Thrive. And
Fiersa.
Fiersa.
I needed to say it. Let's lighten up the mood, all right? It's clear that one of these teams might not make it to the playoffs. More likely that, yes, this is an elimination match.
Rough
but
Tilda.
It's still fun, all right?
Rough Tilda.
Oh, no. Both teams are just throwing no caution to the wind. All of these are either comfort picks or just really hot heroes right now.
Talk about a comfort pick right there for Bren.
Carl Tusok. It's Lancelot.
Run it back. I mean, if you're in the brink of elimination, bring back the hero that you won the world championship with.
I think, that's probably one of the things they really have to do here, guys, is they have to pick some comfort picks because they know how much is on the line. I mean, every team does at this point in the regular season, but especially for Bren, I mean, think how much pressure there is going to be on them. I mean, they are the defending world champions. Now they're fighting for a spot in the playoffs, so it does make sense for them to really not deviate so much from what they're used to, and I'm not surprised that they're going for comfort right now.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised that they actually banned out the Harith. Could have been slotted into the gold lane for Benny Cutie and then paired up with an Eve. That's a lot of slows that Bren Esports would have needed to watch out for, so it's a good safe ban. Meanwhile, Echo also take out one of the favorites of Flapteasy on the Benedetta, which, working alongside a Farsa, a Kufra, and a Lancelot, they have a lot of control in objective fights and also the ability to split the map if that went through for Bren Esports. So good first two maps right now.
I'm guessing this is going to be another Benny Cutie ban. That they really have to watch out for the Typhoon here.
Nathan, probably.
Nathan.
Sounds about right. Beatrix is already banned, so
it's
no need to worry about that. Oh, I guess these two bans here, the auto-banned heroes, benefit Bren Esports in this matchup.
Actually, yeah, especially in this matchup, with that Beatrix ban specifically. So it is a Nathan ban. Yeah,
Lunox is still out there, so just saying.
Lunox, I think it's been a while since we last saw Benny Cutie rock a Kagura in the gold lane. I think we did see that once or twice this season.
She's still out there.
Yeah, she's still out there.
But then I feel like they'd have way too much magic damage. I mean,
That's
they already
true.
have the Eve and they have the Matilda there. Benny Cutie is one of the players that brought out some more marksmen, especially on this patch. So I mean, he brought out Carry once, I believe. It worked okay for him, but I'm wondering if he'll actually pick a marksman this game.
And they also steal the Atlas, so they're really taking away the heroes of Benny Cutie. However, though,
Lunox Kagura, that's it.
Lunox is available, Kagura is available. What if we haven't actually seen the jungler yet? Yes, I'd rather have the Hayabusa in the jungle to go up against a Lancelot, but what if this Hayabusa goes into the side lane and they pick up something along the lines of a Granger as their jungle? They could also pick up a Bruno as their gold laner if they want to.
Bruno Cutie!
And then have that paired up with the Matilda and they might be sticking in lane. Will they bring out one of their weird picks or unique picks like the Argus? We don't know. But with the ones that I mentioned, those are the ones that I'm seeing as it makes a lot of sense. And even the Lunox that you mentioned also.
Yeah, Lunox seems to be safe. For Bren, it's pretty clear they need a Flapteasy hero, so there's so many choices actually.
Yep.
For the young Charles David Canon. There's the Uranus, there's the Tams, Lapu-Lapu Gaban, so that's out.
Esmer's still open.
True. Wow! I'm surprised that between these two teams, Esmeralda just went under the radar.
There we go. So it is a Lunox, you're right.
It is a Lunox. So I wonder what their last pick is going to be, because
also an XP laner.
Yeah, but also the way that they're built.
Barretts.
I mean, especially late game, they're going to have some trouble. Okay, they lock in the Thams. That's a good pick. But at the same time, I'm worried about Echo's late game, actually. Because with items, Bren, all they need to do is build some magic resistance.
Hold up. Bren Esports is throwing it back real hard.
Yep.
This is giving us M2 vibes right now.
M2 vibes, MPL Season 7 vibes. Cover the name in Bren Esports and you can slot in there the Work Oster 4 squad from last season. And with a lineup like this, you get a chance to set the momentum early on, go really fast. The Baksha, the Alice, alongside the Kufra, if they can get the ball rolling, puns intended everywhere, then they will have a great start, which will be difficult for Echo to stop. But that is if Bren Esports can have that great early game and execute that. That is the potential of their lineup.
Bren Esports, Remar broke it down. How about Echo? Nice. So what's Echo got going for them?
Right now, they have a ton of early game potential. I feel like just, again, with that Hayabusa pick, solid pick so far from the past weekend, so they have to utilize that. On top of that, too, they have to play around the objectives because I think they are going to have an advantage up to a certain point, though. So I would say that they're looking to end it earlier than later, but they do have a plan B here with a couple picks such as that Lunox.
Yep, and I gotta say, between these two teams, CC advantage, I gotta give over to Bren. Like, odd engagements, Bren is gonna win about 4 or 5 out of 5 times, yes.
Yeah.
There's just more ways for them to get in, get out. As for Echo, when RK3 chooses to use that real-world manipulation is when things can turn around. That's one of their only panic buttons, actually.
Yeah, they're going to run into a big roadblock in the terms of Bren Esports' front line, though.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, here we go, game number 1. Mind you, both teams are looking for a sweep, so let's see how far they'll go, how great a game they will have to ensure that. Let's see. Up top, it's Flapteasy versus Curteasy. Wow, this is as dead a lane as we've ever seen.
I don't think there's going to be much action between those two.
Oh.
Yeah, it's going to be the big boys, the big, burly, sweaty men just fighting it out there.
Yep, but mid, wow, they're more than
Lusty.
making up for it. Lusty's in trouble. Crystal dropped in. Rofelicia getting some wisps up. Hades at level 2, so bursty. Wow, Carlteasy just says, whoa, more there than expected.
Yeah, I think this is what they have to do, though. As I just mentioned before going into the game, Echo has to play the early game potential. They have it, but they're also, going to be going head-to-head with the CC that Bren has. And as the game continues on, you're going to have to watch out for those plays coming out from Lusty and even Flapteasy jumping towards the back. I mean, if he wants to just focus on RK3, he can get there in any way possible.
And people might be wondering, well, Naizub and I both said that they both have good early games, but they both have good early games, but for different reasons. In those small skirmishes, like what we saw there in the mid lane because of their magic damage early on, Echo, that's their step up. But then, as Leo mentioned earlier, in terms of those off-kilter team fights where there's a lot of opportunities to get something wrong, Bren Esports have multiple points of entries and escapes.
Oh, and here we go, that early game advantage. We forgot to mention one thing from Echo, and it's that burst. Carlteasy did not expect for there to be 4 members of Echo down in bottom lane, and he was trying to farm also quietly, and boom, first blood drawn here by the Orcas.
You know, one thing I'm actually questioning here, and maybe Renmar, you can answer this. What is the kind of revamp that happened to Lancelot due to a player such as Carlteasy?
Well, it's more of animation-based, really optimizing it, but then there also is a thing where the reach of his shadow clones are a little bit farther, so that means that... Oh, wait, did you mention Lancelot?
Yeah, Lancelot.
Lancelot, okay. It is easier now to be putting in the marks on people so that you have a lot more access to those dashes. So generally for most of us, it's hard to execute the Lancelot because of the high skill cap. Not the skill cap, but the barrier to entry is that you need to be able to mark, land
so did they lower the ceiling?
Yes, they lowered the ceiling. So now in the hands of beginners, it's much more accessible. You'll be able to dash more frequently. In the hands of a pro player, just wow.
They can do more now.
They can do more now.
Yeah, expect Carlteasy to dance around, but he has to know what's up. So that's one more thing we did not mention here. Vision. There is a lack of innate vision from both of these teams. Felicia, yes, he can drop these wisps. Lusty can walk in the bushes nonchalantly on his own, but neither are safe as, say, a Mountain Shocker or those traps by Popol and Koopa and Selena. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick pause as we figure things out from the back end here of the teams. Talking about that early game, obviously it's in Echo's hands right now.
Yeah, definitely is, and I think, again, that's what you have to do because they don't, in the long run for this game, it's gonna get to a certain point where Bren has, like I mentioned, magic resist items, even if it's just an Aegis, and they're an Athena's or whichever they decide to go with. That's going to be a big roadblock for them. So they're going to have to look to end this game early. And on top of that, too, you mentioned map vision kind of presence there. Yeah. Yes, both teams lack it, but I actually think Bren does have that kind of advantage.
Oh, that's
interesting.
Rough.
On pause, Rebo giving up 1, and this might be another. Shadow kill by Hades. Cancel it out. Let go of Lusty. and will continue to just farm up. Wow. Echo knows they're ahead, and they know that they shouldn't be forcing much.
Yeah. And right now we're seeing Carl Teasy get pressured. Earlier in the interview, Reflecia did mention that there's a lot of pressure on this young man's shoulders, with Bren Esports being one of those teams where they understand the importance of their jungler and wanting him to farm up.
Circling Eagle on the Lusty, bursting down. Here's an answer, Rebo with the ode. The turnaround onto the Jeet Kune Dawn. Raflecia falls, but they take down Lusty anyways. 1 for 1 so far. Here comes a response. Few and Flap blasting him down, and they retreat.
Nice little juke there, though. I mean, again, Echo is definitely playing at the advantage they have right now. It is 3-1. They have a minor gold advantage as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if they actually take this next turtle, because they're finding these little picks off around the map, opening the space up for them to start to take this one.
Oh!
Just like that.
Benny Cutie,
No,
point blank. Few was all like, wait, that's not cool.
Yeah.
Coming in, wings by wings, answering with a feathered airstrike, not catching much with Raflecia and RK3 at his beck and call. Wow, Benny Cutie, this might actually be the vital lane that Echo is looking for. And mind you, at 4 minutes 45 seconds, I believe this 3K gold lead has grown. This is debilitating.
Yeah, and that was what I was saying too. I mean, they're going to have to fight for this turtle here. Bren does want to contest it, but again, one of the backup plans for Echo is in Benny Cutie. I mean, that's been the kind of plan time and time again for them, and he's definitely doing this on this Lunox pick. So that's going to be kind of their saving grace when I talk about scaling into the late game against Bren's team comp.
He's literally plan B.
Yeah.
Literally.
He's been the plan all this time.
Yeah, but as cute as that is, it's
Cutie.
turning into the main plan. Honestly, look at Hades, 2-0. Look at Benny Cutie, 2-0 as well, but he's pushed bottom lane in and forced Rebo to switch, and he caught him up as well. While this fight is happening, ladies and gentlemen, it's just Raflecia getting bursted down. This is all 4 members of Bren, save for Rebo. There's the RWM. Where's the answer? Hades still takes it. Curtisi pops the Contour Inferno, circling Eagle, taken down Lusty, ball deflated. Flapdies is still fighting against 2. Can he get bursted down? The answer is yes. And here's Curtisi cleaning house, and the answer is a double kill. Down goes Curtisi as well. Hades running away. Can Rebo help him? Blood flow out, and the ode! That's a shutdown by Curtisi, a triple for the world champion.
That is exactly what you don't want to do going against Bren. You don't want to give a triple kill to Carl Teasy on the hero he's literally known for playing. Not to mention, was it worth the turtle? No, I don't believe it was, because again, you just give up how many turrets there, you give up kills to Carl Teasy. He's now sitting at 3-1, and that sets Echo's momentum back that they had.
Exactly. Bren Esports now have a better chance of coming back into this. Echo still has the lead, but now they have some more items in there. Calamity Reaper picked up by Rebo. You also have the Cursed Helm picked up now by Lusty. That was a triple kill by Carl Teasy. As you mentioned, they got to broke a turret. So what was a very sure lead for Echo now is more of an even ball game.
Interesting how they started strong with plan B, and now that's not working out so well. They opened up for Carl Teasy, and now he's free farming. Let's see if he's gonna feel the call of the hunt here, because that was the only time actually we felt Carl Teasy actually pick fights. And here's another one up top. Rebo and Carl Teasy going up against Hades. Can he force it? Using 2 out of 4 shadows. Shadow kill. In comes Few. Carl Teasy left with a sliver of health. Close call. Feathered airstrike answering back. Here comes Benny Cutie from the back line. Look at Curtisi. He pops the Contour Inferno. Shut down. On to Carl Teasy. Few goes down as well. What a turnaround.
Huge play there. And I mean, this is what I was talking about. Carl Teasy, when he gets those kind of kills on that Lancelot, he's going to be confident, you know, especially in a comfort pick like that. And Echo punishing that. I mean, that's going to be huge for them. And they can hopefully transition into either a turtle or more turrets down.
Oh, I guess we'll take the latter here, Naisu. Despite Flapteasy hustling and bustling, using the poisons to clear the wave, just wasn't enough. Echo's going to convert this now into possibly their 3rd Lord of the game. Unless Flapteasy, Few, and Lusty have something to say.
They can.
Maybe not. Hades has a retribution here, securing that turtle. Man, after all that happened, I'm still remembering how well Curtisi made that call, man. He intercepted
Yeah, exactly. Our eyes are usually on the TZs on Bren, but the TZ of Echo. They forgot one. Kurt TZ, absolutely crucial what he did there. That interception for Carl TZ and the rest of Bren Esports to help him out, eventually getting the kill on the Lancelot, but Lusty.
Here's an answer. Wow, full range. Feathered airstrike taking down RK3 from underneath his turret. That's one key member of Echo eliminated by Bren. But where can they find conversions? They're all just moving up top.
I mean, this is the thing Echo has to watch out for, because right now, yes, Curtizi made an amazing play up top with the cutoff there, but also at the same time, even if he's building kind of a tanky Thamus, he doesn't match up to what Bren's tanks have to offer, so they're going to have to do something against
Lusty
that.
from down south, catching Raflesia. There's a quick lightning response. The feathered airstrike. Look at Carl TZ. Oh, he spots out Raflesia, goes for the Thorn Bros, dashing on out, punctured through, off-camera kill on the Flap TZ, 1v1 with Hades. And just like that, Bren knows they don't have the firepower just yet. They lost out on the gold again. Just like that, we're back to 3K deficit.
Yeah, as much as Bren has been doing and finding kind of picks here and there, they've given up objectives.
This is tough. Benny Cutie started up with the order. Lusty at about a fourth of his health. He's in trouble. Gets bursted down by Curtizi. Conquered Inferno, hurting everyone around him. And they take down Curtizi. Raflesia survives.
Holy moly. That's 2 down for Bren and none down for Echo. I was actually mentioning earlier Curtizi not maybe being able to match up against the tankiness of Bren, but actually we just saw it there with the Cottering Inferno, the itemization that he has. I believe he has a couple of tank items so far, and on top of that, the Guiding Wind to help him get there. He's actually quite tanky on that Thamus.
I've never been more scared of a flying Thames in my entire life.
Nasty. The
Nasty.
trample gives you quite a bit of a gap closer, but those Guiding Winds, man.
Yeah, it was the cherry on the top of the cake that was missing for him.
Arms of the cake.
Arms of the cake.
Oh no, here we go. Let's see. Flap Easy. Is this a defensive maneuver? No! He spots out 3 in the bush. A little too scary, especially if you're staring at a 4K gold lead. Wow, Echo is just spacing Bren out of these resources.
Yeah, and you're right on the tank items there, Nisu. It is a Brute Force Breastplate and a Dominance Eyes on the Toms, explaining why the lifesteal that you can potentially get for Carl TZ off of the Killing Spree Rebo as well on the Alice has been diminished somewhat, and why he's also really tanky. Remember, this is a Toms with a Vengeance as well. So Brute Force Breastplate plus the Vengeance plus the Dominance Eyes, a lot of tankiness for sure.
And he's only really afraid of the burst from Few. That's about it.
Yeah.
I think he's building up to either an Oracle, an Athena's Shield, or a Radiant Armor, and he's fine. Look at this. He's the frontliner here. Popping the Conqueror Inferno already, plus a Circling Eagle. Kaka! Bumping right into the turtle. That is Flap Easy. They burst him down. Backline goes. That's Few. Trading in for Benny Cutie. Carl Easy down already. 3 for 1, ladies and gentlemen. Rebo singing along, but nobody's listening. That's a wipeout by Echo.
Wipe out big play coming out from Echo, and now that's going to transition into a Lord, a free one to open up the map. Meanwhile, Hades working on the turrets in the mid, so this is huge for Echo as they continue to further their lead over Bren Esports.
Whoa, Bren Esports. If you're a Bren Esports fan, you really gotta wish your team all the best. Because they need these points. They need a sweep.
I mean, it's sort of like Echo does too.
Like
so
Echo does too. So if you're an Echo fan, keep celebrating, keep staying happy, keep that positive attitude going, because your team is winning and you're getting closer and closer, or Echo's getting closer and closer to making sure that they will make it into the playoffs.
I mean, think about this. You're Bren Esports, you have your comfort picks, and this is the way that game number 1 is going. That can't feel very good, so they're gonna have to pull some type of miracle. They're about 7K gold behind Echo.
Huge. Make it 8, make it 9.
Yes, huge gold deficit for them. So they're gonna have to pull off a miracle defense, and they can do it. I mean, they are on the comfort picks. We'll see if they can.
Raflesia walks into a deadly bush there, 2 from Bren, but here's the response by Echo. They're gonna burst down Lusty. Flicker already spent. Real Remobilation keeping him down. RK3 gets his man. Now they're forced into the sanctuary of their base. Lord still swinging away. They do get the defense on 1, but Hades 1v1 against Carl TZ. An answer by Few, zoning out the rest of Echo. They're pushed out, but they do lose quite a bit of health on their top lane turret, and waves are still crashing.
Echo, man, it's just been so great this matchup.
Yeah.
Kurt TZ holding down the front line, not absolutely fearless with initiating fights alongside Reflecia. RK3's positioning and timings with the Crystal has been perfect. Hades has been everywhere in this game, from split pushing to getting kills. He's 7-1 and 3. And of course, Benny Cutie here. They're doing a great job of just avoiding what the damage that Bren can dish out and dealing so much.
My God, Reflecia is sitting at 14 assists. I'd say that's something close to 90-95% kill participation, but right now another fight has broken down. Circling Eagle onto possibly the perfect target. Few, wings by wings out, already bursting down Flap Easy. Lusty goes as well. Double kill for the Jeet Kune Don. RK3 bursting down by Reboy to the back line. Carl Teasy taken down by Kurt Teasy. The Lost Teasy brothers. And it's just the captain left. 4 for 1. Huge trade.
Huge trade, and I don't think that Few is going to be able to defend against 4 members of Echo as they continue to work on the base here.
Oh, answering with a feathered airstrike of desperation. Not enough to quell Echo's victory. Game 1 taken here. Bren Esports, they're holding on.
I mean, talk about utilizing every win condition you have. We talked about their early game presence that Echo had with the team composition. There was a big question on if they could actually survive into the late game, but because they had like Benny Cutie on that Lunox just popping off at, I believe, 4-1. Not sure if he picked up a kill there, but he still had that plan B. Everything was fine, though, because their original plan was working so well for them. And surprisingly against the comfort picks of Bren.
Just... wow. Echo is all I could say how they played this game.
Halfway through that last team fight, that's all I was thinking.
Wow.
Hence the pause. I was all like, what? Oh, right, fight's still going on. Let me just get back to it. And, man, Echo just found all the perfect entries, laid down the damage where it mattered, and they spaced out everyone that really was going to turn it around for Bren. And this is all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. Reflecia was pulling doubles or triples on that Matilda.
Yeah, and I like how he worked together with RK3 early on, and especially Hades as well, because they know that as a Kufra, you're going to be putting yourselves in situations where you're a little bit not exactly on the safe side. And even if you try to stay safe, because of the mobility and the burst damage that Matilda has, plus a well-placed Void Crystal that has a fair bit of reach in an area, that's why early on we saw Lusty having a hard time really positioning, especially for Lethal Wanderers, for objectives, hanging around the shrubs in the mid lane, because the Void Crystal slowing down Lusty and of course dealing a bit of damage, and of course Reflecia would just guiding within. He'll just be able to dish out the damage, even if not all of the blooms land onto Lusty, he'll still be able to do a fair bit. And those two, the RK3 on the Eve and Reflecia on the Matilda, just did so much job of poking down Lusty's health time and time again.
The Matilda played a role similar to a Rafaela, like
yeah.
Even worse, even more lethal, because I don't know how. Positioning was just so perfect. Every single time it was circling Eagle, it was exactly who they wanted. Especially in that last team fight. How do you even hit a Farsa that far in?
I mean, execution and just practice. And I think one of the things that they have is just they have great mentors on the team of Echo. I mean, they have very veteran players there to help guide these players. That's one thing that I remember Jay talking about, Jay Meister. And we've seen them, though, too, where they kind of get a little bit ambitious and they make mistakes, but this form of Echo, I believe they executed it perfectly as well as they could here.
Best mix right here.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of edge, but it's sticking close to what works for them. No need for the Argus, no need for the Diggy just yet, or the carry, or the Sicilian. Just stick to this, man. If you're holding on for the playoffs, this is the exact formula you need. Man, Reptar, what does this mean for the math as for who's staying?
So right now, Echo has 17 points, and if they secure a 2-0 victory here over for Bren Esports, that puts them above RSG, and they can breathe really easy here. But that's going to be 19 points, actually. Math later. Let's look at the items. I've never been that great at math, but I've been looking at pretty things. And that's some great set of items that we have here on the side of Echo. Let's look at the build of Curtizi. Earlier on, we did mention that he was building more sustained defensive. Leo did point out that he will eventually go into an Athena shield, and he did. So the Toms was the tank, quote-unquote, for the side of Echo. Yes, he has Festival of Blood, but the longer you are in fights, you get more stacks of the Festival of Blood, more healing, more lifesteal, which the Matilda can also provide. Some shielding for the rest of the squad, add in Favor as well. That's even more shielding. And of course, Reflecia rocking the Athena shield alongside the Dominance Ice. Eve build there, very standard for RK3, standard for Hayabusa, and it's also very standard for Lunox. The adjustment to make the Toms the main tank for Echo eventually made him a problem or a question with a very, very difficult answer. And Hades performing way above average in terms of how much gold you can get per minute. He was absolutely undisturbed with his farm. Yes, he went down once or twice in the fight, I believe. But with 921 gold per minute, that meant that most of the time he was just racking up all the farm that he can get from the jungle, while at the same time racking up all the kills as he can. He had close to 10 or somewhere around 10 by the end of the match. 67,000 damage dealt for him. And looking at the side of Echo, it's difficult to determine who actually will be the MVP here, because Reflecia had 17 assists. 17 assists on the Matilda. And my goodness, Reflecia and the rest of Echo were on an absolute tear and a mission to make sure that they get into the playoffs. As we look into the highlights early on, we saw a lot of trades, a lot of which were favoring Echo. Benecutie was fearless in lane versus Rebo, knowing that Alice needs to get a little bit closer to the minions to make sure you get those blood stacks. Every time that Alice got close, and Benecutie, once he hit level 4, was completely unafraid to just pop off the ultimate to burst down that Alice, and that matchup just did not go well for Rebo. After 2 turtles, though, in the second turtle fight, even though Echo was the one able to get it, Bren Esports were able to get a few kills back. Triple kill for Carl Tizzy, but then that went to what happened there in the top lane, where Curtizi stopped the escape of Carl Tizzy, taking him down, and the rest of Echo were also able to take down another member of Bren Esports who was where Carl Tizzy was. I believe it was Few on the Farsa who also was not able to get away from that scenario. By 11 minutes in, there was already 3 turtles for the side of Echo. Bren Esports, the game was starting to slip out of their hands, and in this fight here, Curtizi, so many KTZs here, was a wall for Echo. Reflecia able to stay alive miraculously. Rebo just did not have enough farm or damage yet on this Alice to be a game changer for Bren Esports at that point. And in this last team fight here, yes, we did mention that in terms of a scrappy team fight, Bren Esports would have the edge, but that was in the early game, and that is if things are somewhat even or closer, Bren Esports would have a fighting chance. But at that point, it was close to a 10,000, 9 to 11,000 gold lead there for Echo. It would have been difficult for Bren Esports to make a comeback, and they drop a much needed point. I believe this does mean, though, that Bren Esports still has a chance in the playoffs. Again, the math, we have to sort it out here. But Echo, now they can breathe a little bit easier. Again, this is their last game of the season. They need to get all the points they can and just wait for the rest of the results. 8-1-7 KDA, 68% kill participation, MVP Hades on the Hayabusa. The Hayabusa has been, again, we said it earlier, a top priority pick ever since the revamp came out. Just small adjustments, nothing too drastic, but just enough to make him one of the top, if not... Wolf said this to me, like one of the double S tier junglers that we have in the current meta, and that was a double S tier performance by Hades.
I'd say it's Hayabusa and Yusunshin, but different kinds of strategies.
Yeah, it's like a totally different playstyle for both of them.
And if not, I said it out loud, if not Hades, I'd say Reflecia. Honestly, it's Hades because I understand how he reaped the benefits of what everyone else in Echo was doing. The front lining by Curtizi, the amount of early game damage that Benecutie put up, the interceptions by RK3 and all that, yeah. But still, I think Reflecia, man, you gotta watch out for his Matilda if we do see it more in the playoffs. But I'm not sure again how much of a security this is in the playoffs for Echo.
Well,
I think
one game.
One more for sure.
One more
Whether
for sure.
It's a 2-1 or a sweep, but Bren right now, they're sweating bullets.
I mean, what does this mean for Bren, Renmar? I mean, if in terms of they give up one game here, do they still have that shot statistically?
If Echo get the 3 points here, if this is a sweep for Echo, that puts them at 19. Bren Esports wouldn't be able to catch up to them anymore. So that pretty much means that their playoff spot is secured. The last playoff spot battle will be between RSG and Bren Esports. Because if 19 points is what Echo gets out of this, or by the end of it they'll be at 19 points, the maximum possible points that Bren Esports can get would be 17.
And they have to sweep Blacklist to do that.
They have to sweep Blacklist to do that, if that will be the scenario, and also hope that RSG do not get a point versus ONIC.
Which is later. That's the next series.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there a lot of puzzle pieces kind of have to fall in place. So, I mean, looking to Bren here, when you already went into game 1 with the comfort choice, the comfort picks, what do you do going into game number 2?
I'm guessing, I don't know, I'm as lost as they are, man, because if your comfort picks didn't work, and you had so much power to do that, especially since you're red, you gotta dig deep, man. Maybe find a way to, again, play the Sun, play the Nathan, find ways to... They've been doing it in the past couple of weeks, man, so I don't doubt that they can still claw their way back into this. We asked for a game 3, we might actually see one. And this is how we get there, by Bren drafting out of their minds, playing out of their minds, and giving Echo a run for their money. Here we go, Bren on the blue, taking out the Phovius, putting respect on Hades' Hayabusa. Echo answering back, taking out the Paquito and the Jawhead.
I wouldn't be surprised if Bren Esports just straight up pick up the Ling as the first pick here. Since the Jawhead's gone, since the Paquito's gone, but that risks giving something along the lines of a Barrett's to the side of Echo. And just looking at the body language of the two teams in the cameras, you can see Bren are just, I mean, we can only assume, but we can just look, we can just observe. Seem heavier compared to Echo. They've been, even in game number 1, Echo was already, they felt somewhat lighter, they looked somewhat lighter.
Yeah.
Body language tells a lot, and it could also be the reason why Bren played the way they did and why Echo played the way they did in game number 1. They seemed more light, more carefree.
They were having fun.
And they were having fun.
I mean, they have to feel pretty good after getting that one win that they had, right? So there you go. They actually secure that Ling. I think that's a quality pickup there. But again, I feel like at this point in time of the way that the meta works or the patch and everything else, it's not so much the junglers. I mean, especially when you're comparing Echo here. Echo, yes, Hades is an amazing player, but every person on the roll, and Leo even mentioned it earlier, Rafflesia is just a shot caller and a leader there. So they have to have an answer for everything that Echo has, not just the jungle matchup.
Oh, here are some solid threats. I don't want to use answers or questions anymore, but these are threats right here picked up by Echo. You have here the Arcade Trive, and of course, the championship winning Kufra on Rafflesia. If you know, you know. It's that Game 4 moment from Season 4, ladies and gentlemen. And we're channeling those vibes right now because it's do or die for both these teams.
And Bren Esports picking up the Cho, most likely going to be going onto the hands of Lusty as the tank pick, unless they feel like giving him something along the lines of a Rafaela. Since Jawhead was taken out, Matilda was taken out, Kufra was taken by Echo, I wouldn't be surprised if this will be a Cho for Lusty. And they also pick up the Benedetta as well for Flap TZ, who'll be the one going around. So Bren Esports might not be taking this fight directly to Echo. They might look to split the map a little bit more. That's an option for them, considering that they have the Ling and the Benedetta together.
Yeah. They can split the map, or they can just play it pick-off style. Because by picking the Benedetta, you're confirming that this is a Lusty Cho. If there's any other configuration, then this would be super-duper unorthodox Bren. Right?
Yeah.
If let's say this is a support Cho, or I don't know, you're not playing the Ling anywhere else. So yeah, this is very honest coming from Bren.
And on top of that too, we saw it yesterday work. The whole split strategy worked very well for a team like Next Play Evo. So if that is going to be what Bren decides to go with as their strategy going into Game 2, it could work for them, especially with a pick like Benedetta. I mean, we saw amazing things yesterday with Benajay on that Benedetta, so it could work for them. But right now, Echo as well, locking in those solid first picks is going to be huge for them.
Yeah, if I'm Echo, consider banning out something along the lines of a Changa, honestly, and Farsa.
One or the other.
Although for Bren Esports, them picking up the Farsa, yes, against Eve, that's going to be good. But they ban out the Angela.
Neither.
Huh.
They don't
Interesting.
want.
Okay.
They're more afraid of the Angelique.
Yeah. And that could have been a base covered by Bren Esports. It would have been a big surprise adjustment for Bren, but Echo just wants to be safe and make sure they don't go up against that. If I'm Echo, consider the Barretts here. Barretts looks really good, but then at the same time, I won't be surprised if they pick something surprising like Paksha for themselves as well, or maybe a glue.
Oh, there's a surprise.
There we go. It's actually the Khalid. Yes, I know that's not the backshot glue, that's a Khalid.
I feel weird about the Khalid, alright? Let's let Bren pick, but looking at the 3 picks from Bren, 2 of them can actually stop Khalid. Actually, you know what? Only the Cho can stop the Khalid. It'll take a lot for the Tempest of Blades. That's an ult to stop the quick Sand Guard, and then there's no CC coming in from the Benedetta. Wow, you know what? A lot of value on that Khalid.
A little bit of a, how do I call this? Conspiracy theory. What if they picked up the Khalid because Echo was thinking, what if Bren Esports might surprise us and they'll pick up the Sylvana again?
So that's the answer, the tit for tat?
Somewhat. Because,
like, next step.
Yeah, that's the next step. Just
so
try one ahead.
Few on the Sylvana?
Yeah. Could have been few. Could also have been Rebo.
Hold up. Wait.
Harley.
Give me a second. Give me a second. This is a huge change because, again, we did mention that this is Rebo Cho.
Yeah, Rebo Cho.
Yeah.
It will be a Flap TZ play the Benedetta. Yes, we've said it before, the Flap TZ former top global Cho, but we've seen reps of Bren Esports with Benedetta on Flap TZ and Cho on Rebo.
Yeah. Okay, alright. And then you have a hyperactive mid in that Harley.
Yeah, that can also help them with, some roam potential, not to mention just the amount of damage Harley can offer too. So, but going over to Echo, I'm wondering what their last pick will be here. I mean, the Khalid is a very surprising pick. Yeah, it's got to be a jungler, and they actually go with the Lancelot.
Okay. Wow. Lancelot last pickup, they didn't see the need to pick anything else that was off kilter. It really was just what they needed, some cleanup. They have a good amount of burst. Early game, it looks like Echo might pull the same thing they did earlier, but for Bren, they have huge split potential. Huge.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of their main strategies here in Game 2 is the kind of that split strategy. I mean, they'll surely go toe-to-toe with them, especially in early objectives, but they always have that plan B, but at the same time, they have to worry about Echo because scaling-wise, especially with an Alice pick, that's going to be huge going into the late game for them.
Split push potential and pick-off potential. As Leo pointed out earlier, the fact that now you also have a Harley in that lineup means that Bren don't always need to take it as a slow front-to-back team fight versus Echo.
They can go back to front, side to
side.
Side
to side.
Diagonals.
So many angles, yeah.
Everything's
How does that
covered.
song goes? Over, sideways, and under. Yeah.
I don't know what song that is, but...
The one with the carpet?
I don't know it either.
I'm sure there's like half a dozen,
because
1,000 songs that have carpets in them.
It might be a whole new world.
But here's the thing. My question is, Bren Esports, if this split thing doesn't work out for them, they have abysmal wave clear.
Yeah,
True.
That's the problem.
True.
Electo final blow to clear waves. That's trouble.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about Elective Final Blow is that the cooldown of it isn't that long.
I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, this is my first time seeing the new skin.
The Harley Collector skin.
Yeah.
Here we go. Game number 2. Bren Esports holding on for dear life. Echo, they're feeling it. They're feeling it enough to pick up a Khalid in game number 2. Let's go. In mid, we do see that RK3 is keeping to his lane. Oh, nice kite here by Raflesia.
Yeah, I like one thing I'm wondering about is the matchup at the bottom portion of the map, right? When you're talking about Khalid here, what kind of what kind of presence does Khalid have early game?
Khalid, I'm guessing, can actually bully the Benedetta, given that level 2 is his time to go. Because he's always going to win out on the sustain game. It's like he has an energy drink. How do you win a dance-off against a dude that has infinite energy drinks?
I don't know. I will say this, though. Echo is one of the teams that kind of has a whole pocket full of surprise picks for us so far in this regular season. So I want to see how that is utilized. It was picked, I believe, once so far. So we'll see.
And you know what I love the most about this Khalid pick? It's rocking that execute. It's not the flicker Khalid. It's the execute Khalid. And look at this. Carl Teasy, like a thief in the night, going bump, 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 stealing away that purple buff.
You know, one thing I was actually going to say here about the Ling pick for Carl Teasy, if they're able to get somewhat of an advantage or momentum kind of to snowball, that is going to be very beneficial to the lineup that Bren has. So this first turtle coming up is going to be crucial for them. They definitely need this, but again, they have to watch out. There are members that don't have their ultimates available for this first turtle.
Yep, we're looking at Hades here, sitting at level 3. It's gotta be frustrating. Lecto final blow committed here by Flapteasy. Raflesia getting bursted down. Turtle goes over to Bren Esports. Raflesia backing off. There's the crystal by Arcade 3 used to push back Bren. Here comes Benny Cutie. I'm not liking his odds, man. This is not a this is not an Alice that's ready just yet. We saw Rebo in the same situation in game 1.
Yeah, not ready just yet, but I believe that would be the smart call from Echo there to just not give up any deaths there because, again, they cannot let Bren snowball, especially on Carl Teasy on the Ling. They're going to have trouble if that happens. So to give up that first turtle, it's not that big of a deal. If they can manage their lanes right now, that will benefit them more. And also that clock of destiny being picked up this early on by Benny Cutie is going to be very helpful for him.
Yeah, of course we know that Hades will be one of the priorities for Echo to get farmed up, but actually Benny Cutie went to the mid lane there to get some more stacks and farm off of the mid lane minion waves. Actually, you saw RK3 sort of keeping his distance just to make sure that Benny Cutie is safe, but then Benny Cutie is the one getting that farm, getting those stacks, and that's why that was an exactly 3-minute clock of destiny and level 5 for the Alice.
Oh, Raflesia spotting out Lusty, but just the mere presence of this Grok making Hades' life all the more difficult. There's the Electro final blow. Flapteasy stealing it away from Hades this time. Wow, Hades is hungry, thirsty, in need of affection, everything.
I mean, this is exactly what Bren has to do. They have to choke out the resources here from Echo.
Yeah, and Hades really having a tough time here. Oh, Raflesia, what a play.
Catching few right here. Oh, just the tip of the RWM, unable to keep him there. We do see a rampaging Sandstorm as well. Oh, there just wasn't enough hold there.
Surprising. I mean, we're 4 minutes in. There hasn't been a first blood yet, but there's been a lot of back and forth here, especially for resources. So, again, Bren doing a good job at really kind of choking out Hades on the resources because he definitely needs that on a Lancelot.
A great job, mind you, because the first one was Carl Teasy. Yes, Retribution. But the second time, it was a Electro final blow. That thing ticks.
Yeah. And, I mean, that's what they're going to have to do. Again, we are hoping to see a long run for this series going to Game 3, and now the Turtles for the taking. Bren's going to be working on this one.
And with how Bren Esports have been rotating, Echo just cannot go after the objectives, especially for the first two. They have a shot of going for the third one, but will they be even in fighting form at that time? Good thing the Turtle is going to be spawning here so that Benny Cutie will be able to assist on the Alice, and seems like he has relatively good farm by now. The question is, can Hades survive long enough and deal enough damage to be a presence for Echo in terms of the objective fights? I mean, he is a Lancelot, he can just Thorndrose Retribution it away, so yes. But I think right now Hades cannot handle those long, winded out team fights because he's level 6. Carl Teasy's level 9.
Oh, Raging Sandstorm underneath his turret, keeping him down. Are they going to lose his turret? Seems to be so. Curteasy in trouble, hit with the Way of the Dragon. What quicksand guard. Stay down, son, says Rebo. And here we go, Hades. Man, getting bullied out of his own jungle.
I mean, okay, going back to Curteasy there, he tried his best to keep the turtle up, tried to get rid of the minions, but it just wasn't enough. And again, this is the advantage of Bren because they have so much presence around the map and mobility. I mean, in a Ling and even a few on the Harley, that's huge potential for them. And you can see the itemization that they've already got some core items, a comparison to Echo with that minor goldie they have.
Oh, big fight breaking down in mid. Wild charge out by Lusty.
Oh.
And a jump in. Psych! Rebo helping them set up a kill for few. Hades goes down. Man, Hades.
Surprise!
That's a whole lot of damage.
I can imagine the frustration on Hades because look, yes, it's one death, but it's one death on a Lancelot that has had nothing all game.
Literally. I mean, he is so far.
He was baited into that bush. I mean, I can't fault Hades. There's no way they would have known that there were so many members of Bren Esports in that one shrub. They were just hanging around there. And yeah, everything that they've been doing is to shut down Hades.
Oh, Deadly Magics into the back line. Under the turret, Benny Cutie pops. He thought he could have gone away, but there's the punish on the few. RK3 goes down. Oh, a failed Phantom execution. They get Rebo anyways. Lusty running for his life. Nice knock up here by Raflesia. Short range rage. And now Lusty's going to go. A double kill for Hades. Let me ask y'all a question. Was that enough to put him back on track?
That's huge because before all that happened, he pretty much, as you mentioned, didn't have anything. He was also 3 levels behind Carl TZ. So that double kill going over to a starved Lancelot is going to be huge for him, especially in the item department to catch up there. So they might actually have a chance here to go against in this turtle and not just give a third turtle to Bren.
This is going to be really risky for Echo if they try to contest this. Just look how fast it's going down. I mean, again, Carl TZ's level 12 now at this point. Hades only level 9.
Look at this. Again, the Raging Sandstorm used as a deterrent, as to not let them get pushed in mid. They need to protect this objective. But yes, it seems to be that all turtles were given over to Bren Esports. I'm wondering if the First Lord will be the same.
Actually, at this point, Hades, with the couple kills that he got, they're going to have to rely on some more pickoffs, especially coming out from sets from Raflesia, as he's trying to do. But right now, the damage is in Bren's favor. So that First Lord, I think it would actually be smart if Echo continued to buy time and didn't necessarily go in risking their lives, giving up another kill or kills for that First Lord.
You gotta make like that old song, baby, give it up.
Give it up, baby, give it up. I mean, yeah.
There's so many songs I don't know that you guys know.
Like, I caught you there because you didn't want to catch a whole new world from me, so I got you. But what Echo does not have right now are any good tower pushes. Bren Esports, because of the 2 towers they broke down bottom on their way to bringing down top.
Oh.
Hades, yes, at this point, it's going to be hard for him to come back. Their next thing would have been to let Benny Cutie farm up, but now they're just stuck in base trying to farm up.
The split is working splendidly.
Yeah, look at the gold lead right now. I mean, and that's not just because of the turtle advantage they have, but they've also just been choking out the entire side of the jungle.
Everything.
Even an orange!
The entire map is theirs.
Even a rock Ursa!
Hades, you get nothing. That's what Bren said.
I'm pretty sure at this point, Bren Esports can actually cut the grass from the shrubs just to not give that to Echo.
Oh.
So they wouldn't even have shrubs to hide in.
No. Is it
total control?
That's a free idea. Hold up! That's a Tempest of Blades bursting down. Even Curtizi. And right now, the real world manipulation. It's not even enough to fend away Bren from taking that tier 1 in mid. Echo's map is shrinking exponentially.
This is crazy because if you look, I mean, just in the kill-wise, Carl TZ is 1-0-1, but he has so much farm up from taking everything from Echo that this Lord's just going to go free for them once again. And on top of that too, Few sitting at 3-1-0 on that Harley. He's been a huge kind of answer of damage. I mean, look at the itemization that he has.
Yeah, picking up the Genius Wand already means that with their lead, it's going to be harder to actually avoid any of the damage that this Harley can dish out. If he finds you, you will get bursted down most likely.
Oh, Death Push. They were trying to set it up. RK3 looking low.
Look at
gonna
that.
Get bursted down. Shield is not enough. Real world manipulation is not gonna save him. Raging Sandstorm by Curtiz into the back line, but they got scrambled here. Split up very well. Raflesia taken out. Instead of Echo getting the pick off, it's Bren.
Not only is Bren splitting the map, they're also splitting Echo and taking them out one by one in various parts of the map, and now they have to defend.
Is that a pterodactyl?
What?
I heard a...
It wasn't me. Oh no! Curtizi! The poor Khalid gets blasted. Lord was an accomplice in this crime. Mid goes down as well. Bottom's gonna follow through. There's a huge wave from Bren over there, puncturing right on through from target to target. Flapeezy a little too deep. Answers yes. Benny Cutie with the shutdown. Here's the RWM keeping them in place, but there's not enough follow-up damage from Echo given the two members are out. They do get to defend. They survive for now, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, and not to mention the damage has been done. Look at the 10K gold lead that Bren now has. Huge. That's huge. That's massive. Bren season team assist reaching 700 there. And they are showing complete dominance here right now. I mean, there you go.
Why did they have to show that? Was that the Eve?
No, party hard, Benedetta. That was Flapeezy's Benedetta. Taking a nap.
Benedetta. But I love that we just had like one quick, hey, look at this. But, but at this point, Bren Esports are well on their way to forcing a game number 3. Echo need to somehow get 5,000 to 7,000 more gold before this next Lord spawns, or somehow when the next Lord spawns, steal it away, but also get away. Because again, you did mention that Bren Esports wave clear isn't that tremendous, and with Rebo down, that's something.
I was wondering if that death bush was gonna pay off, and apparently it did. Yes.
Oh, but here comes
he
the cutoff.
walked into the wrong bush right now. Curtizi right in the middle of all of this. Jefferson Blade trying to knock down Curtizi. Quick Sandguard to answer back. Curtizi shut down by Benny Cutie. That's 2 free. Going over to Echo, and Bren Esports are running away. Hades says stay down. That's Flapeezy taking out. Few dancing on out. Does he have space escape? He doesn't need it. Lusty. Trying to protect his mid. Hades, he lets go. Wow, what a turnaround.
Okay, hold on. I was just going to say, how does Echo get gold when you don't have any jungle? That's exactly how you get gold. That yes, they're still in the deficit, but they actually, remember, they had almost a 10K deficit gold-wise. Now they're closing it in, just about 5K here. They're also going to be able to open up some of the map because the death timers are getting longer.
Hades using the Thorn Rose to avoid going down to Fuse Deadly Magic. Popped it off just in time to avoid that burst. Lancelot players, that is something that you can do. Very great technical skill there by Hades. Oh, this is bad for Reflection RK3 though.
RK3 gets knocked up, but he does answer back. Shield able to keep him alive for just a few seconds. Now Curtizi in trouble. Hades shuts him down, but Flapeezy on the response. That's a huge trade. 1-4-2. There's enough on the side of Echo to defend, but RK3 falling first, that's something that they have to start avoiding.
They definitely have enough to defend here, but the thing is, Bren also has an open Lord for them. I mean, 2 members are still down for a little bit for Echo. Bren could go focus on that Lord and then use that to really do the final push here going into the base of Echo.
This Lord will be relatively free for Bren, but they're not even starting it yet, or just poking it out because Curtizy's still coming back. So now they're just managing the minion waves more of just whittling down the Lord a little bit, while Echo, let's see if they're gonna somehow pull off a Hail Mary play.
All members are on, so a steal is just as possible, but again, we see here Lord getting reset. Felicia popping the conceal, trying to catch out the softer members of Bren, and they let go. You know what? Despite the turnaround that Echo has put on, the show that they have set up for us, I gotta say, this is still Bren Esports' game to lose. They still own the map as per mobility.
15 minutes in and Hades isn't even max level just yet. Just goes to show how difficult the game this was for him. But he's been getting kills.
Yeah.
4-2-1. Keeping it close. And now looking at the items, Benecuti is going to be the X factor here for Echo. A fully built Alice, 12.3k. Because of how they rotated and putting members or making him go to the mid lane to get gold, that just goes to show that he will be the main focus of farm here for Echo.
Let's see.
It's going to
Lord,
reset.
Yes, but it's a soft reset. There's still enough damage here being put down by Bren. They don't want to have all of their hard work wasted. Look at Hades coming in from the north, trying to flank Bren Esports, but they answer back like the final blow. But look at RK3's positioning. Real world revelation, putting down Lusty to a fourth of his health. And here's an answer from the Ling, an answer from the Benedetta. And just like that, both teams respecting each other, they disengage.
I mean, they disengage. Huge. I mean, that shows that Echo can do. Can contest a Lord from Bren. I mean, meanwhile, there was a 1 versus 1 at the bottom because Bren, again, they do have the composition to really go for a split push win here. They have that potential, but at the same time, this is a point now where Echo is finally getting back into the game. The gold, look at the gold difference now. It's much less than a couple minutes ago, so they did an amazing job at crawling back here with the gold, finding resources and gold where they can. Now all they need to do is win a huge Lord fight.
Yeah, the literal barrier to entry for Echo to just get into this Lord pit is Lusty. He's been timing the Guardian's barriers really well. Echo are expecting the possibility that Benny Cutie's entrance will be interrupted by a wild charge. So Echo, you can't fault them for committing abilities like that, especially Hades earlier using the Phantom Execution to get closer to the Lord to check if the Lord is close to going down or not, because they need to. There's so many things blocking their way. So it all boils down to this Lord take or who gets the next Lord. And right now, Echo need to somehow commit this. It's so close.
This could be the point of no return. Lord at about a fourth of his health. It's just Flapteasy, Lusty, and Carl here.
They reset it.
Yeah, it's all 5 from Echo, though. They do have control of mid lane. So they have to let go. Nope, soft reset. Ladies and gentlemen, Conceal coming in. Reflecia, hold your breath. Oh, they have to respect this.
So low.
Lord at a 6. There's the Electro final blow by Flapteasy. Another soft reset. Oh, they're playing yo-yo with the Lord. He's saying just end it now. Benny Cutie taking the purple. Few. A little scared of your Finch points by Carl Teasy, and they let go of the Lord. Poor Lord, man. The confusion.
The confusion. I mean, at the same time, they just split that up. I mean, at one point, there was 3 members of each team around there, and then another point, there was 2 members versus 2 in the mid for the purple. This is a very tense situation, again, for both teams, because Echo needs this big time, and Bren as well. They need to get this win. They are still, I would say, in the lead here. I mean, turret-wise, look at all the turrets that Bren still has up. They have 9 turrets down for Echo. Echo has not yet taken a turret. So what they have to do is just go toe-to-toe with Bren, wait for them to make a mistake, grab the Lord, hopefully, and open up the map.
Curteasy here, forcing a response. Quick Sandguard, keeping him alive for just a second more. But Rebo committing the flicker to take down Curteasy. But there's one shutdown on the side of Echo. Bren taken out. That's few. And there's a Winter Truncheon answering back with a Tempest of Blades at the right moment before it goes into the back line. It's Hades' turn. Taking down Rebo, 2 for 1.
Hey, that was a good choice there by Echo. I mean, yes, they lost Kurt Teasy, but they get 2 members of Bren. On top of that, they should convert that into some turrets finally.
19 minutes, and we are now at the 60-second death timer point. And look at Carl Teasy waiting, finding an opening. Maybe he might just win with a split push, while the rest of Echo still just trying to get as much wins as they can throughout the map, whether it be farm or... Oh, is it going to be 1v1?
Blue team turret has been destroyed. Yeah, Carl didn't even need to commit the Retribution, so they're set up for this next Lord. But, wow. Hades, his full kit was up, by the way, so he did not feel like it was urgent. But as soon as he saw that the orange wasn't there, like someone's in this bush.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the shift here, too. This is probably the first time in how many minutes that Echo is in the gold lead here. So those kills that they got earlier were crucial for the overall gold and itemization. Now there's key pickup here, and there's a battle now for space around the map.
Oh no, Lusty, sandwiched right in this river bush. And Benny Cutie smells blood. Actually, he's giving out blood. There's the flow. They let go. Huge presence by Echo right now. We're getting closer and closer to an even game. The only real thing that Bren has on Echo is the map.
The map, yeah. And it's slowly but surely, Echo is finally getting turrets down, so that's going to help them. But again, they had to send Curteasy to go deal with the waves pushing in the base. Now they have to worry about this Lord, because if they give this up, they're going to be very difficult.
Yep, like the final blow here by Flapteasy.
Benny?
Will they add it? finest. There's a Tempest of Blades. There's no turning back. Steal by Benny Cutie. Lord for Echo. Infu runs on out. Blood flow thrown away. That's Rafleisha keeping Lusty down in place. And this is not a good spot for Rebo. The GOAT slain by Hades. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Echo's game to lose at this point. They have huge presence. They lost no one. Rebo fell. They're going to try to reclaim much of the map as they can.
Wait, did Carl TZ Retribution too early there? I know that Benny Cutie secured it, but there was so much action there happening in the pit. Yeah.
He Retribution.
He Retribution off just badly there. And again, now Echo with the power play here.
Oh, man. That's a long time for Evo to come back. That's a 5 versus 4. And what you mentioned earlier, Leo, Bren's wave here isn't that great compared to the lineup of Echo. They might be on the way to a 2-0 win.
RWM answering back. Benny Cutie coming in with the own. Taking down View with the winner truction. It's enough for him to survive for a second more, but their damage has been done. Flap DZ's in trouble. The base! The base! The base goes! Echo sweeping Bren Esports.
What a play coming out too from Benny Cutie to turn it around. I mean, you're talking about a gold lead, a massive 10K gold lead that Echo came back from and taking it 2-0.
Why are they celebrating, ladies and gentlemen? Echo have secured their playoff spot with those 3 points at 19. Max possible points for Bren is now 17. It's now RSG and Bren fighting it out for that last playoff slot. Congratulations, Echo. What a match.
I don't blame you. It's a spot and a
slot. Yes, spot.
But I gotta say, man, I
2 seasons in a row I've done this.
I haven't seen so many dudes in white and purple jumping in the same room. So I was pretty overwhelmed there, but just the same, that last. Actually, you know what? It started with the Lord.
That's massive, though.
After the Lord, it turned around.
Yeah, and you're talking about how far behind was Echo? Not to mention how hard of a time did Hades have?
I was sweating for Hades.
Yes, and that is a huge comeback for them and just a very good performance on every member there, finding the right things. I mean, at one point they didn't have any jungle. How are you going to get gold when you're a 10K behind? And they found the right picks.
I'm speechless. I'm rarely speechless. I am speechless.
Yep.
I thought this
Redmar
was
punched
game number
me.
3. that wasn't a punch. I'm sorry. I just grabbed the second shoulder.
Grabbed
I was
me.
like, oh!
I was like, whoa.
To be fair, in moments like these, we're more prone to say the wrong things or funny things. But at this point, you just appreciate what happened.
Yeah.
The Bren Esports attempt to pick off Curtizi on the Khalid and that Shrub in the bottom lane where Benny Cutie was able to arrive just in time.
I live for those moments.
That was a turnaround favoring Echo because it was in that moment where Bren Esports found, of course, it was a good opportunity to give them a good advantage, a good lead. Because if they took out a member of Echo, it would have been even harder for Echo to find a good positioning and contest the next Lord, which Bren Esports were, hanging around at. But I don't think they knew or they couldn't foresee that Benny Cutie would be able to get there just in time and for the rest of Echo to respond. And because with that specific moment, Echo found their positioning and made it an even ball game. They were able to space out the map even more for them at that point.
Those 2 kills were huge.
Those 2 kills were huge, definitely.
This Khalid is chef's kiss.
Yeah.
I get a chef's kiss per series. It's the Khalid, man. What a threat magnet. What a way to force out the CC and to get away with it, your life intact.
This wasn't even a Khalid game. It's hard to play this game as a Khalid because they're so mobile on the side of Bren Esports. Yeah. You're literally there as... You're more of like a passive sponge.
I feel like you're a bait. You're just bait.
Yeah.
Hello! I come in peace!
And I mean, given the fact, too, they defended when they had no turrets down. Just an amazing job. But Redmar, go ahead and break down the game.
Well, there was a point where Echo barely had items. Bren Esports had it in spades, but then Echo were able to build it back up. Picking up the Queen's Wings here for the Khalid. I'm not sure if this was picked up at the moment where Curtizy was able to hold on, but the fact that he built defensively maybe is the reason why Bren Esports couldn't exactly take him down when it was 2-on-1, buying enough time for Benny Cutie's Alice to come in. Of course, when Benny Cutie finally got that Winter Truncheon, it was just plays upon plays of flowing blood in, full-on Alice combo, Winter Truncheon to hold on. And Bren Esports, you gotta feel for them. Bren Esports fans, I feel for you as well, because it looked like it was gonna be a game number 3, but it wasn't, as Echo held on somehow. Curtizy somehow holding on. It was a smart itemization there on the Khalid. He knew that he wouldn't be dealing a lot of damage. He knew that he wouldn't be able to, it'll be difficult for Khalid to catch any member of Bren Esports as they're incredibly mobile, so I'm gonna build tank. I'm gonna be the, as nice you said, the bait. Rich Guy and the carry is gonna be Benny Cutie, and yes, at this point late in the game, it's the Alice who's gonna be the X factor for Echo. How many times have we seen it all throughout Season 7 and here on Season 8 MSC? Alice, man, one of those heroes that scale incredibly well, and paired up with a Winter Truncheon, give a Divine Glaive and a Holy Crystal as well, then this was just a textbook and classic Alice game by Benny Cutie. Ladies and gentlemen, I am speechless because from the brink of elimination, Echo have secured their playoff spot. 19 points. My goodness. And early on, what happened was this. Bren Esports with their hyper-mobile lineup, with making the most out of their mobility, their pick-off potential. Split the map and picked off the members of Echo, invaded the jungle of Hades, starving him of any buffs, mainly purple buffs, but once the middle outer turret was broken down, Bren Esports were getting the orange buffs. One of the reasons why Echo defended really well or held on for as long as they could is that compared to Bren Esports, they have great wave clear. Bren Esports wave clear comes in the forms of the Windtalker having the basic attack splash on the Ling. You have the Phantom Slash and the Electo Final Blow on the side of for the Benedetta. And then Echo, if you just look at their lineup, that's a lot of wave clear with the Khalid, with even the Lancelot's Thorned Roses, even the Flowing Blood Off from Benny Cutie. And I want to go back to this play. Curtizy held on long enough for Benny Cutie to respond, forcing all of the members for both squads to make it a fight. You could hear Benny Cutie able to get out even, and he'll be able to pop off the Winter Truncheon here, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, there, just in time, RK3, good positioning there. And this was the turnaround moment. Because before this, for so long, it was Bren Esports and Echo just playing for that Lord. And who got the Lord in the end? After being able to finally find an opening, it was Benny Cutie on the Alice. In terms of the retributions, Hades and Curtizy, maybe both of them were just a little bit too early. And in the last moment, it was Benny Cutie securing the Lord. And in the end, Benny Cutie even secured another kill. All that with that Winter Truncheon. My goodness. Kudos to Echo, what they showed here. All the respect to Bren Esports as well. Now, they have a chance to still make it into the playoffs. But before we talk about Bren, let's talk about our MVP. Our MVP of the game, who will it be? I won't be surprised if it's Benny. And of course it's Benny. 5-2-4 on the Alice, 75% kill participation. Crucial Winter Truncheon plays late in the game. A crucial Lord Steel being the late game... What do you call this? The late game trump card of Echo. Your secret weapon in the late game, but not so secret because I'm pretty sure Bren Esports knew that they needed to watch out for their Alice in the late game. There's going to be a question if Benny Cutie can actually execute and pull off the plays to bring Echo back and give Echo that playoff spot, and he did.
Interesting how the force of nature, the act of God, Benny Cutie the Typhoon becomes the insurance policy.
I mean,
right, yeah.
I believe that wasn't that in one of the keys to victory. I mean, a lot of the times over the weekends, it's been kind of watch out for Benny Cutie and the potential, especially late game potential that he has. So, well-deserved MVP there. Again, that was a very crucial 2 kills down there towards the later portion of the game before leading into that Lord that really turned things over for them. So, great job to Echo.
exquisite target acquisition, just scaling when the rest of the team could not get there. These are all the things that Benny Cutie did so well. And again, I can only imagine the energy and the vibe right there in the Echo boot camp. But
Yeah.
I got a feel for Bren, man. I'm not sure what the actual math is, but it might be close to what TNT was looking at yesterday. Just one way to get in. And what the math is, I'm not sure. But ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of We Bear Bros, my name is Leo, joined here by Naisu and Renmar Santa Cruz. Let's throw it over to Mara. Let's hear from Echo.
Congratulations to Echo. They have made it to the playoffs. Tied sila sa number 4 spot with Omega with 19 points. So what a way to end the regular season with this sweep. At ngayon makakausap natin Coach Dale and RK3. Hi Coach! Hi RK3! Congratulations! Coach!
Thank you.
Ito yung last game nyo, RK3. Kinabahan ba kayo bago kayo pumasok dahil ang kalaban nyo dito, Bren? And ito lang talaga yung pinakahuling laban nyo ngayong regular season. So pagpasok nyo, may jitters ba? May kaba? Nakatulog ba kayo ng maayos kagabi?
Actually, hindi naman sa overconfidence pero wala naman kami naramdaman na kaba. And sanay na rin kami sa ganito scenario. Tapos, nakatulog naman kasi sobrang mas excited pa nga yung player na maglaro kasi ganun din naman eh. Kumbaga, lalaroin na lang namin sa puso namin, matalo kami ng sa puso namin, manalo kami ng sa puso namin. So, yun yung mindset namin.
Ikaw, RK3, nakatulog ka na maayos, peaceful, walang kaba din para sa'yo?
Opo, nakatulog naman po ng maayos. Kaya pala, 7 na ng umaga ka na nakatulog kanina,
Excited makalaban yung Bren. Coach, bago kayo pumasok sa laban na to, ano yung pep talk mo? Ano yung mga sinabi mo sa mga manlalaro mo?
Basta enjoy lang nila yung game na to kasi since last series na rin naman ng regular season, laruin nila nang mag-enjoy sila para kung ano mag-resulta hindi nila pagsisiyan bandang ulit.
Tsaka ang ganda ng pinakita nyo ngayong araw na to. Ano sa tingin nyo yung main factor kung bakit mataas yung kumpiyansa nyo kalaban yung ating world champs?
Kasi ang nilagay namin sa mindset namin kung lalagyan namin ng kaba yung laro namin. So parang pagsisihan din namin kasi kapag kunwari kung ano mo mag-resulta, di ba? So at least mag-enjoy na lang sila.
Alam nyo, RK3 Coach Dale, nandun ako sa Twitter ng Echo Philippines at ang gaganda ng mga mensahe para sa inyo. They gave full support, win or lose. They were proud of you and you ended the regular season with a win. Anong masasabi niyo sa lahat ng mga manonood? At meron ba kayong gustong i-shoutout? RK3.
Una sa lahat, shoutout sa mga magulang ko, sa mama ko, sa papa ko na nanonood sa Japan, tsaka sa kapatid ko. Tapos sa mga tropa ko din sa Tambay. And lastly, maraming salamat sa mga sumusuporta at nanonood sa amin through ups and downs. Ayun lang po.
Nice. Ikaw naman, Coach Dale.
Unang-una sa lahat, nagpapasalamat ako sa mga sumuporta ng Echo na alam namin na medyo do or die yung last game namin. Andiyan pa rin kayo at walang sawa suporta. Sana patuloy nyo pa rin kami suportahan. And shoutout sa magulang ko na nasa ibang bansa. Ingat kayo palagi, magkikita na rin tayo soon. Tapos shoutout sa Garuda Server.
Congratulations! You made your fans proud. You can enjoy the rest of the week. See you sa playoffs. Siguradong tumang-tuwa ang mga Echo fans sa magandang ipinakita nila ngayong araw na to na our next matchup is between RSG and ONIC. Kung meron kayong mga katanungan para sa ating mga manlalaro, punta na kayo sa Nevyman's Facebook page. Doon nyo ilalagay inyong mga tanong at pipili kami ng isa para gamitin sa ating post-match interview with the winning team. Eto na ang iniintay nyo kada game dahil oras na para mamigay ng 500 pesos smart load mula sa Smart Communications Incorporated. Sagutin itong tanong gamit ang hashtag SmartMPL. And this is the question. Which MLBB assassin holds the titles Shadow Ranger and Protector of Despair Place? This hero also has a sword called Electo. Is it A, Ling, B, Benedetta, or C, Alucard? Kung alam nyo ang tamang sagot, ilagay ang letra, ang sagot, at kasama ang hashtag SmartMPL para manalo ng 500 pesos Smart Load. Eto din, meron din kaming giveaway Anta-Battle Suit para sa 13 lucky winners. Kailangan nang sagutin itong tanong. Para sa'yo, during the last game, who shocked the game? Sino ang MVP mo? Place your answer sa ating live comment section at huwag kalimutang gamitin ang hashtag AntaShockTheGame at AntaMPL para manalo ng Anta Battle Suit. Siyempre marami nagtitiktok dito. Hindi lang sa Facebook, hindi lang sa YouTube pwedeng manood ng ating live coverage. Pwede rin sa TikTok. MPL Philippines has provided generous live watching benefits from October 1st. So as long as you watch the MPL Philippines Season 8 live broadcast on TikTok, sa match day mismo, pwede kayong manalo ng $749, $299, and $269 diamond skins or tournament chests. So good luck sa lahat ng mga nanonood sa TikTok. Hindi lang yan, meron tayong mythical raffle draw. As usual, meron tayong QR code para mabigay ng mga papremyo sa lahat ng ating manonood just for watching. And you can also try your luck sa ating code giveaway. Itong code na yan, take a screenshot, write it down para manalo kayo ng mga diamonds and skins. Ang dami naming pa-premyo para sa inyo dahil love na love namin kayo. Ngayon, meron pa tayong serye coming right up, so don't go anywhere. MPL Philippines Season 8 will be right back.
What do you do when what you desire is beyond reach?
You use power that breaks barriers. The Giga Life.
Now in 5G.
Do you believe this is possible?
I do.
How do you know?
Simple, Smart Echo.
Inevitable.
Subscribe now! Are you getting complete freshness? All new Close-Up Toothpaste for all-around freshness that comes from all-around care. Your important oral care needs. It fights bacteria, cleans deeply, lifts plaque, prevents cavities for all-around freshness from all-around care.
Every day feels paulit-ulit.
Kaya I show life who's boss with Enervon Active. More than immunity, it helps boost my energy and mental focus. Show life who's boss. Take Enervon Active.
Unilab yan.
Manny Pacquiao po, mandirigma. Pahid-pahid, bitin sa akin. Ayaw ko magpahid ulit. Dito pa rin ako sa hiyang sa akin. Alaksan FR, tapos ang sakit ng katawan. Isang alaksan, tapos ang laban.
Unilab yan.
Carl, pasok na! Flap, di mo ba nakita? Ang dami nila.
GG na ba mata mo? Tara sa EO. EO Executive Optical. State-of-the-art facilities and expert eye care for your pro plays.
Kailan nagpa-check up tayo sa EO?
EO, love your eyes.
Ay guys, ako nga pala si Chakno. Nandito tayo ngayon sa bootcamp ng Smart Omega. Tour ko kayo, tara!
Hi guys! This is All My Venus. Nandito tayo ngayon sa Tier 1 facility kung saan matatagpuan ang
Blacklist International Bootcamp. So tara, itutur ko kayo.
May time na yung emosyon ko nagpakita na
Diba, ibang klase talaga si Chakno. Kaya rin niyang gumawa ng mga risky play, sarili niyang play. Para sa akin, number 1 Chakno pagdating dito sa Pilipinas.
Lahat tayo nahihirapan. So let's always choose to be kind. Hindi nila alam kung gaano ka-emotional pag nandun ka sa pro scenes, especially sa isang team. I'm John Marbili Luna, also known as Ame Venus, the tank support and the team captain of Blacklist International.
Ako nga pala si Joshua Manginog aka Chakno from Smart Omega.
Pogi, streamer, pro MLBB player, and rapper. Yan ang pagkakakilala nyo sa akin.
Narinig mo bang ang dami nagsusulpot ng doppelganger?
Naku, ikaw bata ka, sikat ka na talaga, no?
Dogs! Journalist ka na pala? Grabe, di mo rich!
Hindi nga ako to. Hindi ako to. My God, nakaka-stress. Ayusin ko to, men. Check ko to. Sino ka? Ikaw ako! Pero tandaan mo, mas gwapo ako sa'yo. Ako si Doggy.
Kahit kailan di matitinag, tiwala ko sa'yo, tiwala ko na atin to. Kumpiyansa ko'y walang katulad, ipagdiriwang ko, 5 taong binuhos ko. Kapit ka lang, kalimutan na ang takot at duda, ang takot at duda. Sama-samang lilipad sa langit, langit. Kunin natin ang tinatanang alamat natin, ang alamat natin. Di ko inakalang kayang mahigtan ang dati kong ranggo. Kaya pa palang ito'y malagpasan, di pa tayo tapos, pasimula pa lang. Kapit ka lang, kalimutan na ang takot at duda. Kalahating dekada, sama-samang lilipad sa langit, langit. Kunin natin ang tinatanang alamat natin, ang alamat natin. Sama-samang lilipad sa langit, langit. Kunin natin ang tinatanang alamat natin, ang alamat natin. Savage.
Para labanan ang banta ng COVID-19 sa ating bansa, mahalaga ang kooperasyon ng bawat isa. Ang pananatili sa loob ng bahay ay isa sa pinakasimple pero pinaka-epektibong paraan para hindi kumalat ang virus. Kunwari, ikaw ang tuldok na ito. Malusog ka at malakas. Lumabas ka ng bahay. Ang hindi mo alam, may nakasalamuha ka ng may COVID-19. Tandaan, mahirap malaman kung sino ang may virus, pero madali itong maipasa sa iba. Pwedeng naipasa na pala niya ang virus sa iyo nung umubo siya, o bumahing. O baka naman ay nahawa na dahil humawa kayo sa parehong bagay na kontaminado. Ngayon ay mayroon ka na ring COVID-19. Isa ka ng carrier na makakahawa sa iba. Dahil maaaring ilang araw pa bago lumitaw ang sintomas na ubo, sipon, hirap sa paghinga at lagnat. Pwede ring wala kang nararamdamang sintomas, ngunit nakakahawa ka pa rin. sa bahay, maaari mong mahawahan ang iyong pamilya. Kasama na rito ang lolo at lola mo o ang mga magulang mo na may edad. Sila ang may pinakamahina na depensa laban sa virus. Ang mga may sakit sa puso, diabetes, high blood, at iba pang pre-existing conditions at mga buntis, mahina ang panlaban sa COVID-19. Kapag na-infect ang taong mahina ang immune system, posibleng magkaroon siya ng malalang karamdaman at kailanganing dalhin sa ospital. Sa patuloy na paglabas ng bahay at pagpunta sa pampublikong lugar, tinatayang maaari kang makahawa ng 3 pang tao at sila makakahawa ng mas marami pang iba. 20% ng mga nahawa ay maaaring maospital at dadami ng dadami ito habang mas kumakalat pa ang virus. Bukod sa dumaraming COVID-19 patients, marami pang ibang may sakit ang nasa mga pagamutan. Ang mga pasyenteng malubhang-malubha na ang karamdaman, hindi na maaasikaso. Wala ring lugar para sa mga pasyenteng may ibang karamdaman. Kaya nating iwasan ang patuloy na pagkalat ng COVID-19 kung iisipin natin ang kapakanan ng iba. Kailangan nating isipin at kumilos na parang bitbit na natin ang virus para hindi ito kumalat pa sa iba. Sundin ang social distancing. At hanggat maaari, manatili sa loob ng bahay. Kung talagang kinakailangang lumabas, panatilihin ang 1 metrong layo sa ibang tao. Maging malinis din sa katawan at sa kapaligiran. Parating maghugas ng kamay gamit ang sabon at tubig. At i-disinfect ang mga bagay na madalas hinahawakan. Ang mahalaga, mapabagal natin ang pagkalat ng COVID-19. Para mas kakaunti.
Nagbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 8 Renmar Manjin. Grabe ang ating Sabado. What an exciting Saturday. Unang serye pa lang, we were at the edge of our seats already.
Yeah, congratulations to Echo. Dahil sa ginawa nila, they secured the playoffs.
Yeah.
Slot. Grabe, 3 points, 2-0 in a sweep. Wow.
Comeback victory pa yung ginawa nila nung last game. Literal na binagyo ng Echo ang buong organization ng Bren dahil nangangamba na sila ngayon.
Grabe, may bagyo, may typhoon, may monsoon. Lahat na binato ng Echo. Wait, may question ako, guys. Nakolektahan niyo na ba yung lahat ng mga emotes natin?
Hindi pa nga, may kulang pa ako eh.
Ako din, kulang ako. Pero kukolektahin natin yan one by one and you guys can show off your favorite team in game because ang ating MPL Philippines Season 8 team emotes, they're all available. Get them now. And don't worry sa Smart Omega fans, yung kanilang team emotes will be available soon. Eto, sobrang enjoy namin pag namimigay kami ng 300 diamonds. At sana masabi ko ang inyong pangalan mamaya ang kailangan nyo lang gawin. I-comment kung sino nga ba inyong paboritong kuponan. Ipakita ang inyong suporta. Bakit nyo sila love na love? At ano nga ba yung gusto nyo ipakita? Siyempre gamitin ng hashtag OpoArena6 and OpoGameOn para naman manalo ng 300 diamonds. 5 winners mamaya announce natin. Bago tayo magsimula sa ating pangalawang serye ngayong araw na to, silipin natin ang ating updated team standings. So secured na ang Blacklist, ONIC, NXPE, and Omega, and Echo. Ngayon, isang spot na lang ang kailangan natin. So, it could be RSG, it could be Bren.
Yeah, and mas mahirap dito para sa Bren Esports ang pagpasok sa playoffs dahil sa series na to, kailangan lang ng 1 puntos ng RSG para ma-secure yung slot nila. But ONIC, meron din sila hinahabol, pare.
Hinahabol din nila yung Blacklist International para sa first spot kasi 3 points lang. But then again, kung ikaw ay member ng MPL, gugustuhin mo na makapasok ka sa playoffs, gugustuhin mo na continuous pa rin ang run mo.
Yes.
And RSG, nasa kanila ngayon ang bola. Kung tatapusin na ba nila ang buhay ng Bren Esports?
Ang RSG at ang ONIC, different stakes, similar goals. Now, yung RSG, nung week 3, they lived up to their name as the Kingslayers at sila ang nakapagbigay ng unang pagkatalo ng ONIC. 2-1 ang naging resulta natin doon. Now, yung last game ng RSG kontra NXPE, well, ayan ang resulta no, nanalo sila.
Nanalo ang NXPE.
Nanalo ang NXPE. Yeah. So, kailangan bumawi ng RSG.
Yep. And RSG, yung pinakita nila dito kontra sa NXPE. I think it's not more of RSG didn't show enough, pero I think lahat lang tayo na sorpresa sa pinakita ng NXPE. Grabe yung discipline nila sa laro na yun, sa execution nila. And now, dapat kailangan yung bounce back Kings. Kung magiging bounce back Kings nga dito ang RSG, again, 1 point. Just 1 win in this game to secure your playoff spot.
Pero yung ONIC naman, grabe din yung ipinakita nila sa kanilang huling laban. They're coming off their biggest win the entire season, defeating the defending champ.
Ang taas chance kasi ito lang din, nung linggong yon, ito lang din yung laban nila and they had enough prep time against the champions, Blacklist International, na sinurpresa tayo sa mga biglaang picks and na-utilize nila yon, especially Bimo sa kanyang mga movements, sa kanyang akay. So I think for ONIC, this time, opportunity to end things then. Ano na to parang more on, tama yung kwento natin more on gusto ko maging number 1, pero teka, may chance rin na pwedeng tapusin ko na yung playoff contention dito kung ikaw ang ONIC.
Exactly, and dahil dun sa 2-0 win ng ONIC kontra sa Blacklist, kahit na same point sila, lalamang ang ONIC sa head-to-head matchup.
Yun.
Meron din magiging lamang ngayon sa kanilang milestones. ONIC, yung kanilang assist might exceed 700. Right now, they're at 677. At yung assist nila averages 23 per game.
Wow.
Si Baloyski naman, yung kanyang career assist, nasa 985 na. Malapit na ang pumunta ng 1,000. Si Heat naman ng RSG, 249 na ang kanyang assist. At malapit na niyang lagpasan yung 250. So right now, he's ranked second in seasons total. And yung average niya is 8 assists. He's just right behind Oh My Venus. Si Aqua naman ng RSG, yung career assist niya might exceed 600. He's at 591. So, 9 na lang. Reach na.
Mataas pa rin ang magiging aksyon sa laban na to. Knowing na may mga veteran players tayo, pero napakaganda din ng history kung iisipin mo Kasi bukod sa mga players na pinakita natin kanina, Iyakno is also a former member of ONIC. And bibigyan ba ngayon ng ONIC ng paghihirap si Iyakno na, teka, first time din ni Iyakno na hindi makakarating ng playoffs. If ever man mangyari yung 1% na matalo ng ONIC ang RSG at manalo ang Bren, na napakahirap, napaka-imposibleng mangyari din.
Now, this team has been one of the biggest surprises this season, defeating contenders and establishing themselves as the season's Kingslayer. Let's welcome RSG Philippines. Ang mga maglalaro para sa RSG, Nats, Heat, Aqua, Iyakno, and Demon Kite.
Isa na lang para sa RSG. Knowing this team, kapag sila ay natatalo sa mga certain matches, bigla silang bumabawi right after. Nakakapag-adjust kagad sila, nakakapag-create kagad sila ng blueprint. Siguro kapansin-pansin pa rin sa mga previous games nila, yung late game decision making nila, doon talaga nagkakaroon ng pagkukulang Isa sila para sa akin, maganda ang rotation, maganda ang early game na discipline. Pero kapag late game na clutch time, doon parang bitin.
And yeah, that's what they need to adjust and improve on para sa laban na to kung gusto talaga nila matalo ang ONIC or at least just get that 1 point. But again, tinatawag ko silang bounce back kings for a reason. They bounce back from losses, nakakabalik sila to get wins. Let's see if they can do it here against ONIC.
They definitely need to show that today dahil makakalaban nila ang isang koponan na nasa number 2 spot. But they don't want to settle for just number 2. They want to get number 1. Let's welcome ONIC Philippines. Ang mga sasabak para sa ONIC Philippines, Baloyski, Kyrie Riota, Marky, and Miko Phobia.
Hindi na mahika ng ONIC ang hinahanap, pero sinasabi na ng ONIC, oras na namin ngayon. Kaya nga, it's ONIC time. And if manalo sila dito na 2-0 kontra sa RSG, oras na ng ONIC Esports, ONIC Philippines, para makuha yung top spot going into the last day of the season. And the players, yung lineup na nakita natin, they've been shuffling lineups all around. That's the scariest thing about ONIC Philippines. And I'm sure you can agree, yung constantly rotating lineups nila, kahit sino ilagay mo doon, maganda pa rin yung performance nila.
Ito yung ma-action na lineup ng ONIC. Yun lang. Ito yun, yung Miko Marky. Ito yung maraming sabi habang naglalaro.
Yung first name action, last name Jackson.
Ngayon si Aqua naman at si Baloyski. Pagtabihin natin yan, kumpara natin yung kanilang stats.
Halos magkaiba, no? Pero Baloyski, gusto ko sa kanya yung transition niya ngayon to somehow nagiging carry na din in the late game.
Yes.
Pero yung mga yung mga decision making, I think doon nakakalamang dito si Baloyski. Kaya din siguro lumalamang siya pagdating sa gold. Pero kung laban ang usapan, halos tumatabla lang din si Aqua.
Nasabi nga sa akin ni Rene J nung in-interview pa siya bago sila maglaban, ang pinaka-nire-respeto niya sa laro ni Aqua ay ang positioning niya. Kaya nga nakikita sa average KDA, mataas yung KDA niya. Meanwhile, Baloyski, nire-respeto ng mga ibang teams na kailangan siya i-shut down. In terms of the total stats, parang ganun din eh. Malapit-lapit rin yung nakita natin, pero first blood count, really enough, RSG versus ONIC, alam natin RSG from early to mid, dun yung zone nila.
Yeah.
Pero lamang dito sa first blood count, ang ONIC PH.
Nakausap naman natin si Aqua, pati na rin si Riota, at talagang hinimay natin ang kanilang pag-iisip at kung ano nga ba sa tingin nila ang kailangan nilang gawin kontra sa kanilang kalaban. Panoorin natin to.
Papanalo pa rin po namin yun para sa momentum, para madala sa playoffs.
Mga talo po namin talagang ni-review po namin. So, sa darating naming laban, mas gigil na po kami ulit.
Aqua is always ready to show what he can do more. Ibang klaseng playstyle ang nadadagdag niya sa tactics ng RSG.
Yung ONIC po kasi malakas po sa mga resources and objectives. So, yun po yung babantayan namin sa kanila. Tapos, kailangan namin pigilan para hindi nila ma-execute ng maayos.
Ang strength niya siguro pag nakapag-rotate siya, dun siya malakas, nakaka-snowball siya. Nagpa-pass clear siya ng mid, tas iikot siya ng side lane. Tingin ko po effective po yung kasi nakapag-farm yung side lane nila.
Yung yung side lane na po namin bahala kay Ryokotak, tayo naman po ni Nuts yun. Babantayan po siyang maigi ni Nuts sa pag-ikot, tas silaan mga counter ni Nuts para hindi kami masabayan.
Riota of ONIC Philippines, top 4 sa KDA leaderboards ngayong season. Malakas na XP laner at isa sa mga magandang combination sa strategy ng ONIC Philippines.
Yung mga players kasi nila individually malalakas eh. Siguro dapat namin gawin pag-focus lang uli. Pag natalo, reset lang.
Kailangan po namin pag-isipan mabuti yung mga decision making para makalamang po ulit sa ONIC. Malakas po talaga sila. Kailangan po ulit namin mapigilan yung mga objective nila. Doon po kami lalamang sa amin.
Pero ang gagawin ng ONIC ay balay na kung paano niya ipaparotatin si Aqua.
Sa paparating na laban natin, gagalingan namin para manalo ulit sa inyo. Alam ko nakachamba lang kami, pero dudurugin ulit namin kayo.
So, good luck sa atin. Bigyan nyo ulit Esme Ebong para panalo ulit kayo. Pag di na-Esme, talo kayo eh.
Ang message ko para kay Ryota, maganda ka na siguro. Tigil ulit sa'yo si Iakno na durugin ka, tas si Nats.
Good luck Aqua. Miss ka na daw ni Coach.
RSG, the Kingslayers, pinapakita nila ang pagka-humble nila, sabi nga ni Aqua, na alam namin, nakachamba lang kami. Pero this time, they're gonna defeat them for real. Wow, what a statement.
Interesting. Dati silang mag-teammates sa Signal Ultra, kaya ganun din yung naging sabi ni Ryota na namimiss ka na ni Coach. So, magkakilala tong dalawang to. And meron pa isang trivia, si Ryota, best friend niya si Iakno. So, mataas yung dito, parang emotional parang emotional connection.
Yung connection, yung stakes, grabe.
Kahit kaninong koponan, yung RSG talaga, kahit matalo sila doon sa koponan na yun, lagi na nasasabi, we have lessons to learn.
Yeah.
Pinapasalamatan pa talaga. Ngayon naman silipin natin kung ano nga ba yung mga keys to victory ng RSG. Watch out for surprise picks. Better late game decision making.
Wow. Actually, isa ako sa mga nagsulat nito, better late game decision making. Hindi ko na ilagay sa dulo, pero gusto ko sanang sabihin, watch out for the B moves. Kaso hindi naman maglalaro si B mo this time and mag-iiba yung rotation nila. So, I think tabla talaga to early to the mid. May part lang na late game clutch. Mas nakikita natin yun madalas sa ONIC sa laban na to.
Silipin naman natin kung ano nga ba ang keys to victory ng kanilang kalaban ng ONIC Philippines. Do limit the Demon Kite Heath connection. Give Kyrie possible snowball picks.
Na-acknowledge na ni Ryota yung importance ni Aqua para sa RSG, pero dito sa keys to victory, of course, the Demon Kite and Heath connection. Kaya nga sila, dalawa sa mga players sa liga na sobrang taas ng KDA. Sobrang in tune sila, in sync sila sa isa't isa kung kailan papasok yung isa, magpa-follow up ba ako, hahabol ba ako ng kill. But then at the same time, you do have to limit the snowball potential here of the members of Aqua and allow Kyrie to snowball for ONIC.
Himon Kite.
Himon Kite. Work in progress yung pangalan. Tagal na natin nag-iisip ng tandem name para sa kanila. Pero Himon Kite, sige, isa sa mga possible options.
Ano nga bang ating keys to playoffs? So itong ONIC, kailangan nila ng 2-0 para ma-reclaim yung number 1 spot. Ang kanilang kalaban naman na RSG, winning 1 game with ONIC will definitely secure a playoff spot and will eliminate Bren from the playoffs. Wow, grabe yung nasa stake natin dito.
Alam ko na damay ang Bren talaga sa game na to. Nagdadasal na ang Bren ngayon, for sure pinapanood nila. And nabanggit lang natin na ito na, Doctor Strange na. And alam mo coincidence, si Carl TZ, laging ganito ang post.
Din kanina si Aqua, yung post niya, ganito din. So abot na sa puntos na ganito na lang talaga. 1 game to determine it all.
Now we just got confirmation na itong si Coach Yeb is still in the hospital. So yung draft nakasalalay sa kanilang manlalaro. Mapapanalo ba ito ng ONIC o mananalo ulit ang RSG? Malalaman na natin yan, bakbaka na. Casters, pasok!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second series of this weekend, day number 2. We had a heated first series going on, and now we have RSG against ONIC, the King Slayers versus the Code Breakers, if you will. I am Naisu, joined here by Rockhart and Womi. Guys, how are you feeling about this matchup?
Really divided here because again we have a lot of people watching right now who are expecting like different permutations, so I don't know how to feel about this. It's going to be very exciting nonetheless though.
Well, I feel like this is going to be very historic. I feel like that's already a fact. If ever Bren does get kicked out by the moment RSG wins at least 1 game in this series, it's going to be the first ever MPL playoffs without the Bren Esports.
Yeah, that's...
Or without Rebo in general.
That's huge. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of viewers there, even Bren fans watching this matchup. It's a big one, not just for Bren, but for everyone. I mean, this whole weekend has been. That's one thing we were talking about yesterday going into this weekend, is that it's such a high-stakes weekend, no matter what team you are, really. I mean, even in terms of ONIC here, because if they get a 2-0, they secure that top spot going into the playoffs, and that does have some weight to it.
They can take it from Blacklist.
Yeah, and apart from that, the cash prize also increases. Again, if you go back to all the way to week 1 and view that small video graph or the one that says what the regular season prize will be, I'm the one talking there. I actually remember it. It's always going to be the top team will get the most cash prize in the regular season. So we're talking about mad cash here. And, you know, who doesn't want cash? Who doesn't want to be in that top 1 spot? And, you know, ONIC on their way towards that place.
Yeah. And it's, for me, it's proving. Like, it's something for ONIC to prove here that 2-0 against Blacklist, yeah, we kind of deserve that win. That's what they're trying to do here. So it'll be interesting if they can do it again, especially against RSG. But RSG right now definitely not a slouch to
True.
beat as well.
Yeah, RSG is definitely going to be hard there. I mean, they have a great team of players all around. There's, again, been a lot of talk with Demon Kite as a jungler coming into the MPL season, performing and surprising a lot of people. He's gone toe-to-toe with some of the best, obviously, and there's going to be a lot of weight, not only on him, but just everybody on the team of RSG. Now, you're going against the only team to break the code last weekend, ONIC. That's going to be huge. So ONIC is also riding on a ton of momentum and confidence, and knowing that they've already got that spot in the playoffs where RSG is kind of fighting for it, we're going to see in the first draft here what kind of strategy ONIC decides to go with. And honestly, if they decide to go with the same thing they went that actually defeated Blacklist, that could work for them as well, because RSG is also a team that plays very aggressively to go against ONIC here.
Check out those Baloy bands.
Yeah, but this is a very different composition, or a very different team, or two players are missing from the ones that did break the code last time around. So again, Marquis and Mycophobia will be playing for this match, and it's going to be a spicy one because we know that both of these players are really aggressive.
Yeah, I think this is not like a B team at any point. This is just like a different version of the A team, basically.
Yeah.
I feel like there's just no such thing as a B team for ONIC, so don't underestimate the power that this lineup can actually do. Now, I feel like getting that link just makes it so much easier for Demon Kite to really grab this game by the hand, and I feel like it's gonna be a little bit more up to the skill. It's gonna be a high skill cap matchup there in the jungle since Kyrie now is on the Hayabusa.
Ooh.
But you know what? It's a great deny pick of this Esmeralda.
Yeah, and they denied the Esmeralda pick, right? So that's a huge win in terms of ONIC. But going against when you talk about the matchup for Kyrie and Demon Kite, Hayabusa, game after game throughout the past couple weekends since his rework has been very a good showing. I mean, overall for the hero, has a ton of utility and damage. Ling, on the other hand, I feel like is still a good quality pick, but at the same time, if you get counter jungled too much, especially early on, you kind of fall off a lot earlier. Whereas what they both do have as heroes, Ling and Hayabusa, they can go in to get objectives and kind of get out, and that's one of the advantages that they have, even if they get kind of counterplayed early on. So we'll have to see how both teams utilize those jungle picks.
It's interesting. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I like how ONIC is getting a lot of late game and mid game power spikes here. I'm sure with the Esmeralda and with the Alice, they're gonna have a decent team fight or a decent skirmish by mid game.
I was gonna say it's interesting that Ling has been left open a lot today.
Yeah.
Like last series, we saw it.
Yesterday as
it was
well.
banned, wasn't it?
Yesterday as well.
Yeah. And I don't know, man. Ling is just one of those heroes that if you have a very rough early game, it's somewhat hard to come back, but it also depends on what ONIC decides to draft here for the last two picks. I do like RSG's pick on the Farsa as well as the Thams, because either way that they play that around that, it provides a lot of map pressure, objective pressure for them as well. And just a Thams pick on Navs most likely here is going to be a showing, because Nas has played that hero so well throughout the entire regular season.
Yeah, it's been Nats' signature pick, I think. So RSG seems to be getting a lot on their favor. I'm sure Aqua would really love that Farsa, although it still could be flexed to Iaknu. On the other side, ONIC's ONIC's in a pretty good spot as well. Like you mentioned, the mid game is going to be so wonderful for this team.
And I feel like for ONIC, they're stealing away several picks from RSG here, and that Alice is definitely a comfort pick for Iaknu.
Same with the Esme.
Same with the Esmeralda. So ONIC, they're definitely planning around Iaknu here, and RSG on the other hand, I feel like they're playing more of their game rather than adapting for ONIC. It's really hard to adapt to ONIC, honestly, because ONIC, as you said, there's no Team B here. Yes, Marquis and Mycophobia are playing, but they're just as talented. It's just a different version of Team A. And again, for the viewers over here, Coach Yeb isn't the actual person drafting right now for ONIC. It's Baloyski who's actually dictating the draft for ONIC. So let's see if RSG Are they going to capitalize on that, or perhaps ONIC might even win the draft?
High ban out of nowhere for RSG. A little interesting for me.
I believe that was a Cho.
Yeah, that sounds
that
like
just
a
got
Cho.
picked up there.
The
Not
signature
bad.
scream,
The
you know.
signature, you can't miss it a mile. You can't miss
That's
that
true.
one. Good solid lineup so far for ONIC, and like I said, they kind of are in a comfortable position, but there is still obviously stakes at hand here, as Womi mentioned. It can be in the terms of a spot in the playoffs as well as a monetary kind of stakes here. So we'll have to see. I mean, ONIC, yes, they're known also for a certain type of strategy. We call it here the banana split strategy, and we've seen that work before for teams. I mean, even Next Play Evos plays kind of a split strategy to win some games and their ultimate defense that they do, but ONIC does it best, I would say, and they're going to have to watch out for that. But what they have here with their lineup so far is looking very solid. RSG decides to pick up the Claude and that Ruby.
Wait a second, that's... I think that is a Claude for Yaknu, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and it's going to be a Ruby tank, and then a Farsa mid lane. Classic Farsa mid lane here.
Fun.
It will be fun, mainly because this is a very peculiar lineup, I would say. Not everyone plays the Ruby position 5. We usually see this in position 3 or XP lane. It's really something that, very unique. So, interesting choice here for RSG and even more for ONIC. Baloyski running the Eudora up against a Farsa. There's a big gap in terms of range here.
Yeah, that's a huge gap, but I think, you know, locking in that Eudora pick, there's a lot. Obviously, it's mainly for burst. There's a huge potential for burst there, and it might just be a take one target out and make it a favor in numbers, favor for us, you know, type of thing. So we'll have to see how that plays out, but looking into the lineups here, I mean, Rockhard, who's got the better one?
Just make sure you don't reach 18 minutes with this lineup if you're ONIC. Like, try to finish this like before 15, because when RSG reaches 18 minutes with this lineup with a Ling, with a Claude, oh my god, like seriously, that damage is almost all late game, save for that Farsa. So, ONIC's on the timer here.
Yeah, and I feel like the only hope for ONIC, if ever they do exceed that 18 minutes, is the Alice. I mean, we've seen Alice's just turn around entire series, entire games, just by being the late-game monster that she is. But, you know, it rarely happens against planned teams. You're still going to get bursted down. It's hard to pop the Winter's Truncheon if there's CC all over. Thankfully for ONIC, the only CC machine that RSG does have is that Ruby.
Yep, and jumping right into the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, going into game number 1, RSG versus ONIC. And very aggressive start here. Baloyski has to flicker out this early on, just under 30 seconds into the game. So we've got the matchups here. We've talked about the team compositions. Now the question is it going to be the jungler presence that is dictating the pace of this game, or is it the other picks that they've gone with?
I feel like this is exactly what RSG needs to do. They kind of have to provide a lot of early game pressure so that ONIC doesn't do it themselves. Like, what's the best way to stop a rampaging bull? Like, stop it right before it starts.
You know what?
Right.
That does make sense. That does make sense. But Nat's here.
Nat's in trouble. Has to pop the Vengeance, but it's a 1 versus 3. Only going to be a matter of time. They gave that to Kyrie there for the first blood.
Yeah, there's only so much early game you can do with this lineup, though. Like,
wow.
There you go. That's one that you can do.
Yeah, off-camera kill there, going over to Aqua. And as you mentioned, we've seen Aqua many times perform on this Farsa, so that's definitely going to be scary for them, for ONIC to handle. And very aggressive play from both sides so far, very even across the board.
Yep, at this point, I really still think that RSG is doing a pretty good job as long as they're not getting invaded too much. I feel like they are still gonna do pretty good in this game, even up to until like 8 minutes to 10 minutes. Just make sure you don't lose too much before then. should be fine, but for now.
I have like big respect for Baloyski, but I am really doubting this Eudora pick, especially when you've already seen the Farsa. The range is just so hard to deal with.
Yep, and here comes the initiation. He's in trouble here. Baloyski goes down. He goes down, and there's another one. There's the shadow kill being popped. Miko's in trouble. Tempest Blades coming down. That's going to be a kill going over to Aqua. Now they're working on Kyrie. Kyrie, can you get away? No, sir. Demon Kite with a 2-0.
The mid-game of RSG is just starting to really pick up, especially since Demon Kite has been left on the jungle for quite a long time. Gets that level 4, and that spike really means that if ONIC doesn't rotate fast, they are going to be the ones to take that turtle.
Yeah, the thing is, too, you have 2 kills now on Demon Kite and 2 kills on Aqua, plus the turtle. So that's already a huge in favor for RSG. And that Clock of Destiny being picked up this early is going to be huge as well.
Yeah, 4 free minutes, Clock of Destiny, that just makes sure that you're going to be able to at least survive your lane because of the additional HP and, of course, magic damage. Very much needed there for the Forza.
Yeah, and the earlier you get it, the better. You have less uptime for the passive, the Clock of Destiny, and honestly, that Purify even makes it better. The moment the stun lands on you, you just hit that Purify and then fly away. That's literally the life of this Farsa in mid lane. You can't catch him.
That's one thing that is amazing about Farsa in general, is just the mobility that you have there. You throw in that Purify on top of it, it's huge. So also, that makes it much harder for Mycophobia for anyone on ONIC to set up on those key heroes and players that they have to go for. So now, on top of that, what can ONIC do to stop RSG from snowballing out of their hands here?
What?
Oh, actually, he misses that one, but he's actually still alive.
There's
There's Mycophobia, Way of the Dragon, but he's not able to finish off there. Actually, that's just going to be a disengage. Surprising there, and Kyrie just goes in and out. Again, what does ONIC have to do to slow down RSG?
I feel like they're doing quite a good job of it still. Like, just make sure you have map presence. Just make sure you got someone peeking out on the mid. And make sure you're not pushed out, like, past the jungle. You should be fine. Yakno really likes it when things get busy around on mid, you know? So try to maybe focus this lane instead.
Wow. I think Kyrie was the one that actually went in to grab that, use the shadows, and then just retreat that away. So nice little play there. But again, RSG does have a win condition also in the fact that they have a Claude pick. We've seen Claude before. Hold on. The 1 versus 1. Ryota's in trouble. Has to flicker out. Naz pops the Vengeance. He's going 1 versus 2.
Oh, no.
Whoa! Whiskey gets taken down. Ryota in trouble. Here comes Kyrie. Double kill. Going over to Naz.
That was a boss move if I've ever seen.
That was
like a boss there, Naz. Jeez, with a 2v1 and eats up both of them.
I mean, we said Naz is literally known for his Thamus play.
Yeah.
We could see why. And again, just a huge mistake from ONIC to go against him like that. And another turtle being secured for RSG.
I'm sorry. We're go for it.
I mean, to be fair, like, the Eudora really did everything he could there.
True.
Damage just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, the Cotter Inferno just came in time here. And, you know, if you're Bren Esports or watching this game right now, this literally breaks your heart.
Yeah, that really did break. I feel like if you are a Bren fan, it's going to break your heart absolutely.
I mean, it's not yet over, but the fact that RSG is
getting
ahead.
Small advantages.
Yeah, they're getting small advantages in a crucial part of the early game. And you're talking about a lineup with Claude in it.
Yeah.
This shouldn't happen.
Yeah, that's true.
But we've also seen RSG have these type of leads before and just let it slip out of their hands. So
isn't that what they talked about in the panel? Like, they get so many good leads, but they very rarely know what to do with it.
Yes, RSG is known for having such good early and mid games, and then sometimes, more often than not lately, they've just let the end game kind of slip out of their hands. So, and we know, I mean, ONIC is, they broke the code for a reason. They're at the standings they are in for a reason. So ONIC obviously will be able to adjust to RSG. We're just going to have to see if they can do it fast enough before RSG just decides to close out the game with the objectives that they have. They also have a small, minor gold lead on top of them.
Oh, man. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for ONIC to actually push out at this point. So I feel like this is something that Demon Kite can take advantage of. I feel like he is just an optimal spot since he also has that turtle buff. Maybe try to hunt down Kyrie in some of these scenarios alongside Heath, but they don't seem to want to do that. Happy to play passive here.
I have a question. Was Kagura banned out?
No.
I feel like a Kagura would have been a way better option here for the mid lane. I'm just really confused with this Eudora pick, but you know what? It's already there, but I haven't seen the reason on why it's there for the past 6 minutes.
Yeah, Nafs could be in trouble here though, as it's another situation, 1 versus 3. There's the way of the dragon, pops the vengeance. Can he actually survive this though? Look at the burst. He finally goes down right there. They grab a kill trading the turtle.
I mean, that's not bad. Again, Demon Kite really is the guy gonna be the star of the show with a War Axe popping.
Yeah.
Big fight here.
And that was a quick kill there. Ryota going down. They also grab a turret. So, I mean, right now, again, RSG still in the driver's seat here. They're going to grab one more turret, so they've got 3 now.
Yep. And while all that was happening, again, Yakna was also getting free gold on top side. RSG just doesn't want to let anything go here today.
I mean, going into that Eudora pick again, Heath sees an assist, by the way, reaching 250, so congratulations. But hold on, look at the bottom lane here. He's in trouble. Mycophobia has to get out. There's the feathered airstrike to Beloyski. It's only a matter of time. Will Demon Kite be able to catch him here? There's the Tempest of Blades. He's still alive. He gets stunned. It's a 2 versus 1. Beloyski actually surviving this long, gets killed right there. Kill going over to Aqua at 5-0.
What was that about?
I don't even know. Eudora has 0 dashes, and he still went on to live that long.
I mean, we got to give it up to him for surviving that long there. But
hey, imagine if that was Kagura.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time. Yeah, if it was Kagura, he might have been able to outplay that there. But we're talking about a Eudora here, and before all that happened, I was actually talking about that. You know, maybe we'll see the use of a Eudora later on in the game, but right now, sitting at 0-4-4, he's having a hard time for sure.
Hey, Marky's on the Holy Crystal left. I think this Alice is ready to go. I think they can go. They want to here. Go for the counter. I think they can make that play, just waiting for a good place to do it, Don.
Yeah, nice pick up there. Again, we've seen Alice has pretty much changed the course of games. So Alice on any team can be a huge kind of key to victory in itself as a hero, but they lose another turret. Mycophobia the one to get the vision for ONIC. So right now we're talking about Lord is up. RSG having 3 turtles, the gold advantage, the map advantage. What can ONIC do? I mean, do they have to give up this first Lord?
I think they do. They're just... Oh, wait, they don't want to.
They're not going to be there in time, but they do initiate. There you go, the stun. But again, it's secured by RSG. Feathered Airstrike, Tempest Blades too. And now can they get out of here? Marky trying to do his best against all of them, but it's not going to be enough. Killing spree going over to Demon Kite. And now 12-4 plus a Lord in favor of RSG.
Yo, RSG wants to go here. I think it's going to be a little bit difficult for ONIC to actually slow down RSG at this point, especially since I feel like Demon Kite's very, very much a powerful threat here.
Yeah, not just Demon Kite. If you look at Aqua as well, 6-0-3, 9 out of the 12 kills that RSG has been touched here by the Farsa, and he's already completed 3 items within the first 10 minutes of the game, and he's already going for that 4th item. And the fun part here is this Farsa also has a Winter's Truncheon. The moment he tries to go for an aggressive play, he could go in for a little bit of safety with that Trunch.
This is what I was mentioning too. Yaknu on the Klon. I mean, sitting at 0-0-3. He's actually, his job is to go in, pop that Blazing Duet, do as much damage as he can. Then you have Aqua and Demon Kite to help clean up here, while Heath is there to slow them down or pull them where he wants to. And now ONIC has to defend their base, but they lose a turret. There's so much damage coming out from Demon Kite. There's the Blazing Duet too. Can he actually finish this? RSG knocking on the base for game number 1 here. ONIC, will they be able to defend? It's not looking too good. RSG, another turret down, now working on the base. Ladies and gentlemen, RSG taking game number 1.
And what did we say earlier?
What does that mean?
That just means that Bren, for the first time in MPL history, will not be joining us in the playoffs.
I mean...
That is the biggest
That is
upset
That's
of
the
this
biggest
season.
thing.
Yeah, we're talking
Double
about
whammy.
we're talking about the defending
World
champions.
champions.
World
Defending
champions.
world champions, and now they
Wow.
won't be able to compete in the playoffs for season 8. Well, what a change of times.
Yeah, I would say that speaks volumes for kind of the shift in dynamics that we are here now with these many different teams. I mean, we have a lot of new faces here for this new regular season, and again, this is just a change in times, as you mentioned. So it is, even if you are the defending champions or whichever titles you have, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're automatically going to be into playoffs or another world championship. So we have to give it up to RSG. I mean, they just defeated, again, ONIC, the team that was looked upon, that were the ones to break the code, a 2-0. And now look, RSG taking them this game here. A massive showing and aggression from RSG and a great performance.
They really outdid themselves with this draft. I feel like they had the draft that can kind of fight mid to late game, and they didn't look like they were a mid to late game lineup, right? They fought right away. They even before 1 minute, they wanted to fight, and it really, I feel like it took ONIC out of their comfort zone. Like, okay, we're supposed to take the early game here. We can kind of fight at level 4, but no, they were the ones who were given so much pressure before that and just snowballed from there.
Yeah, I mean, RSG in this entire game, they definitely played to their strengths. Again, they had better range. The only one that could access that Farsa in the back line would always be the Hayabusa, and perhaps, 4 people could enter.
Yeah.
But it never really happened.
They never got a chance.
For one reason. The Thams is buying so much time, and you need to make a choice. You either take down the Claude first or you take down the Farsa first. But sometimes that's like a ticking time bomb while the bomb is already exploding, because the damage from Blazing Duet is already hurting you.
Yeah.
And for you to access the Farsa, that's already a long shot.
And that was really maximizing the time that ONIC didn't have that anti-heal yet. So he can take those 1v2s, we can take the 1v1s very easily. So big kudos to RSG's Nats here and enabling the rest of the team to really flourish.
I just remembered something. You talked about 2v1s. What about that 3v1 he did by level 1?
I mean,
yes, that's what I'm saying. He had key moments there that just led to that snowball for RSG, and we're going to take a look here. So, Womi, go ahead and break down the post-game.
All right. This is a very sad game for Bren Esports fans. So before we enter this very historic game for all the Bren Esports fans there, for Bren Esports, thank you for bringing glory to our country by winning the M2 World Champions. But there is a new era of champions for Season 8. Let's go back to this game. RSG versus ONIC, a 21-minute game, which could have been actually ONIC's game if they played it a little bit better, or perhaps even drafted a different mid laner. Speaking of the draft though, this was a great draft coming in from RSG. Not only did they secure a very strong mid laner on this Farsa, but they were also able to secure several key picks, such as the Thams on Nats and the Claude on Iaknu. Again, the Claude on Iaknu wasn't really necessarily the key to their victory, but it's something that helped them out a lot in terms of spacing fights. Now, you always had to make a choice. You either wanted to go for the Farsa or you wanted to go for the Claude. And most of the time, it's going to be over before you even choose. So you need to really expect it to happen and just immediately go out or go in. And at that point, I feel like ONIC was very much confused on what to do. They did have backline access. Again, we are talking Alice, we're talking Cho, Hayabusa, Esmeralda, but most of the time that we did see them go back, or at least in the backline, we didn't see a lot of follow-up damage, and that's mainly because Beloyski was shut down early. This game is very similar to games that we've seen the Eudora as well. One thing that I do remember is that Omega played a similar composition with Etomax on the Eudora. The only thing that their enemy would do is to just go for the Eudora in the early game, and the Eudora wouldn't deal a lot of damage. This is the same thing that RSG did to ONIC. Early on, the Eudora Flicker was burnt literally within the first minute of the game. That is so important because the mobility of RSG and just the sheer range of the Farsa allows lethal threat to just
be in that mid lane for the Eudora the entire time that the Eudora doesn't have the flicker, and also limits the possibility of Baloyski moving around the map. Now, Baloyski is a talented player. We all know that. But when you put a Eudora on a talented player and he literally gets neutered in the first minute, it's really not good. So, Baloyski, I respect you, man. You know that. But this wasn't it. This wasn't it for you. Game number 1 wasn't for ONIC. It was really for RSG, mainly because they played their fight so well. First Blood did go to ONIC, mainly because Nats wanted to 3v1 level 1, but at the end of the day, the plays that RSG made gave them small advantages in the early game, enough for them to buy themselves a 3k gold lead that never really went back to the side of ONIC. It grew from there. Again, all turtles in this game, all 3 turtles of this game went to the hands of RSG, even the Lord at 10 minutes that also allowed them to end this game. ONIC overall didn't play this game well, but RSG on the other hand played this perfectly. This was the game for RSG, and they not only defeated ONIC in game 1, but they also indirectly went in for the Kingslayers title by slaying the King Bren Esports in this victory in game number 1. Our MVP is Heath on his tank Ruby 0, 1, and 10. I think one of the main reasons and why they've spaced out a lot of their fights really good and allowed for the Claude and Farsa to deal significant amounts of damage. But I also want to give Aqua a good exposure for this game, mainly because he played so well in this Farsa, really capitalized on the range, and of course capitalized on the damage the Farsa has, especially on snowball situations. Overall, RSG, I feel like they're confident in this match, but ONIC Philippines, I know for a fact that they want to take the top spot.
Thank you very much for that breakdown, Womi. And going into Game 2, I mean, Game 1's behind us. RSG grabs that win that they much needed. It has a kind of domino effect so far in all these standings for the playoffs and everything. So, again, we are looking at still a high-stake match. I mean, RSG, if they grab a 2-0, what does that mean for them going into the playoffs?
Well, right now, I think RSG is currently at 17 points after winning game number 1. If they do win game number 2, that's going to put them at 19 points, tying with Omega. And RSG still has 1 game after this, correct? Or is this RSG's last game?
I think they do.
Yeah, I think they have one more.
They still have 1 more. That means they could potentially contest the place for Omega. Though this is already playoff secured, placing still matters.
Top 6.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's huge. And again, going into Game 2, and for ONIC, they can still get a point to help their spot in the playoffs, right? So they would definitely want to kind of readjust going into this game number 2. The thing is, based off the game 1 results, there wasn't much that ONIC could do. I mean, we're talking about the second seed team here, the ones, again, that broke the code. They ended the win streak of Blacklist International, one of the best teams, the best team in the country right now. So for RSG to kind of have that performance in game number 1, that speaks volumes again for RSG's and RSG's talent pool. I mean, it's not just Demon Kite. There's so much attention that goes to Demon Kite because he is the rookie that came in. And
Nats too.
Nats too. But, I mean, everybody on RSG. And it seems like one of the main weaknesses that they had, again, we talked about it in the game, was finishing games. And I would say that this time around, they knew their win condition, that they had to kind of end it early before ONIC kind of scaled out of that game and would have been able to potentially come back there. So now I feel like we're seeing a different RSG, different strategy here in terms of finishing games, which is working for them. So we'll see if they can do this game 2. The thing is, what can ONIC do going into game 2?
I feel like it was fine. They just needed to answer Yaknu, because Yaknu, if you guys didn't notice, was the highest gold there for RSG. I think Demon Kite and someone else was at 7k. He was at 8.9.
They even banned out
So,
Yaknu.
yeah, they
even
banned
stole
out. To be honest, I feel like it's all a feint. Like, they're saying you ban out the Esmeraldas against Yaknu. I feel like that's a feint to me, because since I've known Yaknu for a long time, he has really favored marksman heroes. He plays carries on the side lanes, on the gold lanes as well. So I feel like that was a feint there, a little bit of a misdirection for ONIC.
Yeah.
And I feel like they did a pretty good job in securing a marksman hero that Yaknu's going to be comfortable with.
Adding on to your point, I think what ONIC could do, don't get the Eudora, man. I have nothing against the Eudora, but you already saw the Farsa, dude. Like, when you see a Farsa, do not get mages that have zero mobility.
Yeah, you're talking about a very mobile versus literally...
and you know, the range
the
gap
most
is...
immobile hero.
My
Hey,
God.
I'm talking, as a Gord main, I feel that Eudora pick,
Yep.
just all you have is Flicker.
Yes, and he lost it at minute 1. So, Baloyski, no doubt, one of the most talented players here in the country. But when you're up against a planned out team and you're playing a limited hero, then it's gonna happen. It's bound to happen. It's inevitable. Just like Thanos. Now, RSG...
Just like the theme of the game earlier.
the theme of the game earlier was just that
It was
one...
endgame.
It was endgame. That one moment for Bren Esports, but they're never gonna get it. Bren Esports right now, I feel like they're already having that discussion, and our hearts out for the Bren Esports fans. Yeah. At one point in time, we were all Bren Esports fans rooting for Philippines to win.
To be honest, I started, when I started watching professional MLBB, I was a Bren fan, Bren Lang Malakas.
Yeah. I love that.
But they're out. So, and now, like I said, this is a huge thing for the new teams, the new blood that are in it. I mean, of course, there's still teams that have been a part of the history for a long time, but now you have new rising contenders too. So you actually... The thing is, I would say that all these teams are very evenly matched up. I mean, you're talking about a very minor difference between Blacklist. Yes, they were on a huge win streak. Yes, they have a strategy that works for them. But when it comes down to it, I would say head-to-head, most, if not all of these teams are very evenly matched. So the playoffs, whoever makes it in there out of the 6 teams is going to be one hell of a playoffs, to be honest, because we're seeing it here in this weekend. We even saw it starting week 6. So now, going into this game number 2, ONIC decides to take that Hayabusa.
I think we're starting to get a glimpse of what of the stuff that's going to happen in playoffs. I expect a lot of upsets. I expect them to come out and pan out a lot differently than regular season here. Looking at the draft here, you see that apparently the Esme has been taken, and again, that's great to take the Esme if you have the Eve. Make sure that no one can actually dive out and eliminate the Eve immediately.
Yeah, that's my personal favorite first 2 picks of the game. I honestly love it when teams go for the Eve Esmeralda for their first 2 picks of the game. It's just so powerful.
Yeah.
Esmeralda as a hero right now in this current meta is just so powerful.
Yeah.
You counter a lot of picks. It's like additional bans. When you get an Esmeralda early, you're like telling the enemy team, alright, you can't go for Angela, you can't go for people who rely on shields, and you get the Eve, you kind of force the Farsa pick too. And ONIC, they're going to respond with the Farsa.
I mean, that's pretty much the classic that we've seen lately for the past couple of weekends. Farsa, Eve going head-to-head here, providing a lot for both teams. I mean, there's just a huge zone potential, damage potential. I would still say that I personally think Farsa is a little bit better. Yes, Eve can do a lot with real-world manipulation, especially when in terms of CC, but I would say that the overall pressure from Farsa is better. And now RSG taking that Karina pick.
Interesting.
What is up with RSG today? They're coming up with some interesting stuff. Again, some of this we haven't even seen before. I think I know what RSG is trying to do here. They are trying to come up with other possible bans for Demon Kite. Like, if this succeeds, imagine a lot of teams are watching right now, right? And they see that, this Korean is a little crazy on Demon Kite. Maybe they're trying to bait a ban here for a future game.
The Karina really depends on the pick of the enemy. We have seen the Karina in the hands of Weiss, again, Blacklist International, one of the best teams in Philippines. That didn't work out for them because CC is the nightmare of all Karinas out there.
Yeah.
And you want to reset every fight. Now, let's look at ONIC right now. They're not necessarily next to each other all the time. We're talking Hayabusa, who could go, quad shadow, in, out, in, left, right, or whatever direction he wishes. And we're going to see a Farsa that would probably fly away the moment the Karina gets a reset. So RSG, yes, the Karina is strong, but they need to. I feel like the Karina's a little bit too early. You need to wait out a little bit more picks here from ONIC before you actually decide to lock in that Karina. But maybe this is something that's I cannot understand because, you know, Panda is not a mere mortal.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right.
He's not a mere mortal.
Probably.
I mean, but on top of that too, Karina, especially being built the way that we've seen it being built in professional play, can also be pretty beneficial for the team just as a kind of distraction almost. So again, like you mentioned, Wilmy, it's really going to depend what RSG decides to draft for their last 2 picks to see how that is utilized there. But they also, the last bans here go out to Kufra and Akai and that Bruno and the Claude.
Bruno and the Claude. A lot of focus on that gold lane for the side of ONIC. They're definitely respecting Iakno here. As Rockhart said in game number 1, Iakno is more, or correct me if I'm wrong, Iakno is more comfortable with these marksman picks.
Yeah, he is. Absolutely. I feel like you have to really keep that in mind when you're facing up, when you're drafting with Iakno. It's just his core. Like, he's been being given a lot of roles previously, right? But that's his go-to. So, like, for me, like, personally, right, you kind of stick with XP lane, but you keep getting given roles in the jungle. You want to do it, you can do it well, but you always go back to where you were. Like, you always go back to what's comfortable for you. And if you're given that comfort, like, you usually perform better.
Yeah. I'm wondering if ONIC's actually going to do a surprise pick again. I feel like they won't this time around. They won't surprise us with something like Eudora here. I feel like, though, they have to obviously pick up one more kind of front-line hero for themselves. They can't completely rely on Ruby to do that. And in RSG's side, they pick up that Grok. So I feel like overall, RSG, objective-wise, has a better team composition, especially locking in what they have. Now you can see here, ONIC takes in a Lapu Lapu going into RSG.
All right, don't get me wrong, RSG has a great lineup, but ONIC definitely has the skirmisher lineup. I mean, RSG's got great tools to make zones, to block off pathways, but ONIC, with that team fight damage output, I feel like they have the optimum skirmishing team here.
And I like the braver here, literally the bravest warrior. You really don't want to get a Lapu Lapu when you're facing an Esmeralda, mainly because you also rely on the shield. But ONIC, they still went in for the Lapu Lapu, and they're gonna face that Esmeralda head on. But right now, though, my main worry is the moment the Squid Game starts, who's gonna dive the Farsa? Thank you for answering me.
There you
It's
go.
a Benedetta.
It's a Benedetta. Not only that, but if they want to, if all else fails for RSG, they can still go around, utilize that Benedetta pick, and split push the map and put pressure there. But the thing is, you're doing that against ONIC, who is known for doing that strategy. So we'll have to see if they can actually do that against ONIC. Going against, again with what Rockhart said, ONIC does have a very heavy skirmish, kind of early team composition going into this game number 2. And I think RSG will be able to answer against that. But again, it comes down to what ONIC can do to utilize their picks here. They're not super tanky. Yes, they have a Lapu Lapu and a Ruby, but in time, RSG most likely will be able to handle that.
Interestingly enough, I don't really... We're correct that they locked in the... they needed the backline dive. I feel like everyone can do it. Like, Grok can wild charge to the back. And Esmeralda can dive onto with the Falling Star Moon. I mean, even Demon Kite right now.
Yeah,
like,
but
anyone who wants to get dove in on the back line, they can probably do it.
True, and what I really wanted to see though was like who's gonna stay with the Eve. So that's a problem.
Good point.
Who's gonna stay with the Eve? So when you
Heath put a wall in front of the Eve.
Right.
I don't know.
Here's all the help that I'm gonna give you.
That's
I'm gonna
all.
wild
I'm
charge
gonna leave
to the
you there.
Fox.
I'm gonna leave you here. Put a wall in front of you. I'll take care of the rest.
Oh, but you know, good point though. All of them could enter the back line, so that might be a double-edged sword
Scary.
for ONIC. You know, there's a lot of for RSG rather.
I mean, it could have worked, but we're jumping right into game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome ONIC versus RSG. Will RSG be able to 2-0 ONIC? That is a question mark. And going against the matchups here, we have Marky actually on this Kimmy versus Iyaknu on the Esme.
Now this Kimmy obviously will be okay in the early game. So make sure you can kind of keep yourself aware on the map. Well, again, gotta slow down your roll as well when you don't see anyone like close by. Like you gotta make sure someone. Oh, Heath always has to be around this area, by the way, just to provide some threat.
Yeah, not only the threat, but Rock.
Look at Heath right now.
Yeah, like vision is obviously one of the benefits of having Grok there. I mean, you can just walk around and do what you do. Look, he's
Did he
actually
steal it away?
I'm not sure if he picked that up. Kyrie is almost level 3, so it looked like he might have gotten that.
Yeah, I do. But you know, the main goal here is to just give Marky a winning lane, try to protect him, as Rockhard said. And, you know, this Kimmy's inevitably going to push this lane the more he tries to, you know, just do the Kimmy things in this lane.
You guys gonna be so busy in this game, keeping Marky alive. I don't know if he's gonna have enough time to, you know, do anything else here, but I think they're fine with that.
Oh, here comes Demon Kite though. I'm not sure if they'll be able to connect on this. They are working on him. Wow. He does get low. That's the first blood going over to Demon Kite here. So great pick there. And nice response to RSG and the pressure in the bottom there.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was thinking. Like, good luck to Mikophobia here in this game. He is just gonna get kited to death. So I feel like I feel like Baloyski's gonna have to rotate alongside him more often than not, just to make sure he doesn't like get destroyed here with the lineup that RSG has.
You know, I feel like Demon Kite already deserves a nickname. You know, like something like D-Rose, D-Kite, or is it just me?
Yeah, we'll think of something. There's the shadow kill. Forces Heath to flicker out. Turtles for the taking. Demon Kite's nickname will probably, I don't know, probably come up this season. Yeah. By the end of the season, there'll be a nickname for Demon Kite. But Turtle secured by Demon Kite. And again, RSG with the early lead here. Very small, but it is still the first step in, again, snowballing with what they have.
It's actually really good. Like, this lineup's not really supposed to get early game advantages, but Heath and the rest of the team is making it work. So, kudos to them. I mean, even right now, on the top side, I feel like that's their weakest point, but even Ryota's having a hard time keeping this lane in check.
Oh, might be in trouble though.
Oh, he gets, was that an execute? He actually gets taken down there. Nas does go down as well, but picks a kill up for himself. So that's going to be a play. Now 1-2 in favor of RSG. Again, lots of focus here in Iyaknu's lane.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun here for ONIC, at least on the bot side. They can get the kill here on Iyaknu.
Now there's the shadow kill. Gets taken down, and a little bit too late. 4 members here for ONIC, and now they're going to be backing off as RSG comes to respond. We'll see. There's a real-world manipulation coming down. They're forced to go out. They do get low, and that's going to be a kill going over Demon Kite. Miko, can he actually do anything? No, sir. Marky really low. Heath still looking for something. Is he going to be able to? Nope. Nope. He's going to survive. That's going to be okay. So 2-3 RSG.
Oh, wait. Marky.
He's just doing his thing.
And ONIC cannot catch a break here on the bot side of the map, man. Feel for them.
Demon Kite 3-0-0 though. 100% kill participation. All the gold, all the kill gold funneled down to this Karina. That gives him the burden to carry mid-game. Like almost, or all of the kill gold rather, is on this Karina. So we're going to expect him to deal insane damage. And if ever ONIC does pick off Demon Kite, it's going to be huge for them.
Oh, Iyaknu's in trouble. Can he actually survive? This is a 3 versus 1. He has the shields, but it's not going to be enough. He finally goes down. Kill going over to Kyrie, 2-0 on this Hayabusa. That's a good pick-off here. Now the turtle is for the taking. Who is going to take it? There's the wild charge on Baloyski. He's going to be okay, though. Heath just given the vision. Demon Kite coming in. Forces Baloyski out. And again, turtle for the taking. They're still at the bottom, working on pushing that out too. And check this out, Aqua picking up that brute force breastplate there, the first item on that Eve.
This is the same thing that he did for the past few games as well. A very utility-centric Eve that is really hard to kill. And I feel like it has been working for them, and it's continued to work for them. And it's not surprising that he's going back to the strategy. But this is already the second turtle of the game going to the hands of RSG. And just a lot of gold overall to Demon Kite.
Yeah. Crucial for them. And I would say, like, just what Rockhart said, they're not really meant to snowball here. Here's the initiation, a wild charge from Heath. Are they going to be able to clean up on this? Marky's in trouble too. Aqua trying his best, but he gets canceled out by Mycophobia, but he goes down by Demon Kite. Beloyski trying his best too. He's another one that goes down into the dirt. There's the back and forth from Kyrie, but he's going to back off here. Demon Kite barely surviving there.
Yeah, that was a 1 for 2, but you have to think about the towers that they're going to take here. I think it's going to be so worth it. Topside's also getting a lot of free farm as well and get that free damage on the turret.
Kyrie trying to buy some time while Ryota gets here, but he's not going to be able to connect on there. Did not have the shadow kill available. So again, no turrets down yet, Rockhart.
Yeah, that's true. And Nats this time around is going to be able to do a lot more against Marky. So Marky, very smart, actually swaps out to topside. So they're going to keep it a little bit more balanced here. Good thing though as well, because Marky will not survive long if he didn't move.
Yeah, Mycophobia, just like you mentioned too, is having a tough time because he's pretty much got a baby set there, and maybe it'll work out for them later on. Again, the scaling for Marky could really be beneficial, but hold on, Ryota and Nas, there's the flicker in, here comes Kyrie, that's going to be a kill going over this time around to Ryota. And now the pressure in the mid lane, there's the feathered airstrike to try to defend against these minions in the push, but hold on, Demon Kite goes in. Turret's still up though, and they finally get a turret now in the bottom as he continues to push. Ryota doing his best to get some map, but hold on, here's the initiation. Heath is in trouble. Marky's trying to do his best, but he's on the other side. Heath really low, but he's not going to go down just yet. There's the flicker. He's actually still alive. Heath survives that one. Mycophobia is in trouble now. 3 members are there. Can Beloyski help him? Feathered airstrike coming down. That's a lot of damage. That's going to be a shutdown on Demon Kite.
Good answer as well for ONIC, but again, they are still bleeding here. Kyrie trying to get something done against Yaknu. Decides to back off instead. That's
the better decision there.
Yeah,
to go back and grab yourselves a turtle while you can. Navs, though, has something to say. He's actually just going to check it out.
The hunt.
And it's okay. Give this one to ONIC, and because you already have 2 turtles, you need to start focusing on turrets and map presence here.
And this time around, ONIC's going to be ahead in gold here, which is a little surprising for me. So I was very interested to see, despite losses. Oh, look at that.
Ooh, that's just a lot of damage. But you know, RSG, Demon Kite, still 100% kill participation, grabbed the Antique Cuirass a few minutes ago. And the funny part is, the one that actually killed him is magic damage. It was Beloyski who got the shutdown gold for ONIC Philippines. And it just goes to show that when you choose the wrong fights, it's gonna bite you back.
Yeah, even if you're ahead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely going to bite them back. And I mean, score-wise, it's pretty even. Gold-wise, it's not a huge lead for ONIC, but they have those 3 turrets in favor for them. So I would have to say ONIC is responding pretty well based on the early game that RSG had. And you're going to see scaling start to go in their favor. I mean, again, Kyrie's 4-0 here. Feathered airstrike down. Look at the damage on top of Aqua. Has to flicker out, but look at the bushes. He's all there. There's the wild charge. Kyrie's still alive. Heath going to get taken down there. Ryota joining the party. This could be the moment that they needed to shift it again in their favor. They might be able to open up the map some more here.
Heath is having a hard time staying alive in these fights. Again, that's because of the pure raw damage that ONIC really has right now.
Yep, and they go right behind the turret. Kyrie working on that turret to get it down. It's not down just yet. No more minions, so good try there. And again, RSG defending as hard as they can for this middle turret.
There's a nice cleanup there as well by the rest of the squad for RSG, making sure that they don't give away any more gold than they already have. The items as well, looking really good so far, at least for Marky, still keeping apart.
Yeah, but I mean, as you guys mentioned, there's just too much damage, raw damage output coming out from ONIC that Heath their front liner is having a hard time really giving the vision to RSG that they need. So again, this is why ONIC is deep in their jungle. They might be looking for an initiation here. They get the stun on Demon Kite. He's in trouble. Real world manipulation coming down. Aqua also forced to back off. Again, everybody's still alive here. Is anyone going to pick up a kill? Feathered Airstrike coming down. Look at the back lane. Yaknu might be in trouble. Shadow kill coming out. No kills, though. There's just way too many members there, and it's going to be a back off here, a back and forth. No one goes down.
Yeah, I love that call from Baloyski as well, or sorry, from Yaknu, to go for the falling star on the Baloyski. That forced the rest of ONIC to actually back off and try to peel Yaknu off. Kind of bought some time for RSG.
Yeah, it did, and there's the initiation from Yaknu. He grabs a kill there, but now he's in trouble. He has to get back, but here comes the rest of the team.
Boy.
Ryota flickers out. Yaknu's still alive. Micophobia's in trouble. There's the cleanup there coming out from Naz. But again, ONIC takes the Lord.
Again, singularly, it looked like ONIC really did win that out, but don't forget there's a lot of Stanley Gold here that can be taken by RSG. They're knocking on the doors.
There you go. Aqua's career assist reaching 600. So congratulations for unlocking that milestone. Now, Rockhart, they have the Lord. What can ONIC do here? I mean, they already have some map presence over RSG. What does this Lord mean for them?
I mean, they can try to force off a fight on mid lane, but again, it just becomes harder and harder to keep Marky alive, you know, to keep Baloyski alive in these fights. Just got to make sure that you always have to focus on at least keeping one of them up. Make sure that the push actually pushes through.
Yeah, RSG here has to defend. Feathered Airstrike to push them off. The Lord is still up. They don't want to lose this tier 3 turret in their base. They're going to try their best to not lose it. RSG on the defense here while Nats works for the middle lane against 2 members of ONIC. They get the Lord down. Good job for RSG. Now they have to make sure no one else goes down here as ONIC definitely still trying to work, but there's the initiation. Marky's in trouble. There's the wall as well. Feathered Airstrike to push him off, but it's not going to be enough. He gets focused down. Unstoppable, though, going over to Kyrie with the shadow kill, and that's going to be another pick-off. Double kill going to Kyrie. Nath trying to get out of there just in time. Electo final blow, and there you go. ONIC once again finding pickoffs here, even though RSG tried their best to defend.
They are getting a great time in getting those fights, especially in compressed areas. That's where they really, really shine. And Micophobia's like, you know what, this is fun. Like, all of them are like so compressed. I don't even need to corral them. They're just clumping up themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they clumped up. It was crazy, too, because you thought that RSG had the advantage in that fight, especially with the positioning and the area that they were in. But again, ONIC coming in, and you're talking about Kyrie, 6-0-2 on this Hayabusa. That's one of the upsides of a Hayabusa pick. He can really scale into any part of the game. I mean, eventually he does fall off, but we're still kind of in the middle game here. So again, Kyrie is a huge damage output for ONIC, and right now RSG doesn't have an answer for what ONIC's throwing at him.
Yeah, that bot inhibitor turret's actually already down, and I think at this point it should be a lot more easier for ONIC to actually take fights here. A lot more ground to cover as well for RSG. It's becoming a lot more difficult for them to fight.
You know, Heath did make a great play there.
He did.
A very surprising play. ONIC thought that they're going to lose that fight, but I feel like they thought differently the moment that Farsa went in for the ult and still survived despite having that wall behind her.
Yeah, and again, Heath doing his best here, again, to set them up to have an advantage in these kind of choke points around the jungle. But again, it's just a back and forth, real world manipulation. That was going to be the flicker too. There's the initiation from the whole team, but Ryota comes in, and now they back off once again. They're just getting each other's ultimates out. It's a back and forth.
Yeah, and at this point, I feel like I have more confidence with ONIC's late game compared to RSG just because of the Lapu Lapu is really scary right now. And Kyrie and Marky are not really going down that much.
Yeah, look at Navs. He actually takes a ton of damage. Kyrie was trying to work on the turret there again. They're just trying to get these last turrets down. The question is, will they be able to? A Yaknu comes in with a falling Star Moon, but just backs off once again. RSG doing their best to defend every turret they have left.
This doesn't feel like 14 minutes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It doesn't. It feels like it's 30 minutes already.
When I mentioned earlier we're still in the mid game, I was like, hold on, wait, we're in the mid game? I was thinking we were in the late game here.
Seriously.
Felt like it, dude.
And this is the result of ONIC's acceleration of the game, which we have been seeing here a lot. RSG is on a default state right now. They're like slowed down to a halt almost.
Yeah.
Just trying to react whatever ONIC's doing.
Big pickups, though, coming in from Aqua and Demon Kite. Thunderbelt and the Divine Glaive for Aqua. That means you're still going to feel the real-world manipulation despite magic resist items coming in from ONIC Philippines. It's going to be exciting. The next big fight might just be this.
Again.
There's the wild charge. They're pushing him off. They're going to back off from the Lord. And Beloyski's still there, too. Can he actually help him out here? There's the... Okay. Never mind, they back
that was
off.
weird.
That was a little weird, but they're going to back off here. They're still kind of scattered around here. No one again on the Lord. Demon Kite, not sure what to do here. Ryota backs off.
I actually know why. Beloyski went into the bush and then Nats lost vision. So he went for the nearest target, which was Marky with the Electro-Final Blow.
That's why you never auto-aim,
You
boys.
never auto-aim.
That's why you never auto-aim.
Seriously.
Nas getting focused on here with the Shadow Kill. Nas now 3 members on him, but he will be able to escape. It doesn't look too good.
Man.
Godlike Kyrie 7-0 here. Marky working on Heath. They're pushing him back. Heath has to flicker out. Can they actually survive here? They might just give the go signal for the Lord.
And that's with the continuous chain of mistakes here. I think he realized that. It was like, oh wait, that threw him off his game a little bit, I think.
Yeah, that's one of the things they have is they have a lot of CC for ONIC, and they can punish mistakes like that.
Slow down that Benedetta, like absolutely no problem. Now ONIC.
That's their second Lord.
Yeah, and again, Kyrie 7-0-2, a showing on this Hayabusa. At this point, what can RSG do here to stay in the game?
Yeah, just find Marky. Like, that's the only way they're going to survive this. Beloyski is a little bit of a hard target, and that's going to be a lot harder to reach when he reaches the point where he can get that Winter Truncheon. So I feel like they just have to hunt down Marky. Like, throw everything with the kitchen sink at that Kimmy.
Yeah,
all you can
the
do.
kitchen sink indeed, and they're going to go ahead and try to defend this feathered airstrike to clear out the minions. They're going to lose this turret there. They have 1 turret left, but they also have to deal with the Lord marching at the bottom. And again, they're going to have to do their best. Nats in trouble. Can he actually survive this one? He does get out just in time. Lord still being worked on. Turret is still up on the top 2. Real world manipulation coming down, and now the Lord is still again focusing on the base, but look at the damage there. Ryota as well. They push him back. That's going to be a kill going over to Beloyski, and there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game number 3. ONIC takes the game 2.
A very well-deserved win there for ONIC. They really held out until the very end where they really had the big advantage. And big kudos to Marky for like not being picked off over and over there, which is usually the case when you have lineups that have this Kimmy. It's just so difficult to keep this guy alive, but you know what? Marky was able to manage it alongside the rest of the team. Swap out when you need to, and make sure you're always guarded.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like ONIC in this game, not only did they have the superior macro, but I feel like they also had the superior micro by mid-game. We have to admit that RSG by early game, they did play it better early. Demon Kite was 3-0.
Yeah.
That was a big threat to them. But I feel like the turning point here is when the Karinas start by buying tank items.
Yeah, their damage fell off a lot.
Their damage fell off a lot. This is why you don't want all of your gold into one person, especially if he ends up buying tanky items by mid game. So it's also inevitable for RSG because the only way that Karina is viable in this current competitive meta is if he could survive for the first 5 seconds.
Yeah, not only that too, but I would say that Kyrie on the Hayabusa, he did so well early on to kind of lead ONIC into what this result was for the win for them. So again, I don't think he died at all. I believe he ended the game with 0 deaths. So that's just a very great showing of Hayabusa, as well as the way that he got objectives for them when it counted. And then on top of that, like you mentioned, I mean, RSG just struggled. And based on their picks here, a lot of the times too, there was just a lot of mistakes. So this is what I was talking about with RSG. There's times where RSG is they have everything working for them, and they do it so well, and they execute. And then there's other times where they make these kind of blatant mistakes, which cause them games. And so now we saw that first version of them in Game 1 where everything's working for them, everyone's working together. Game 2, we see some of the mistakes that they make. So go ahead and break it down for us, Womi, for this post-game.
Yeah, and game time for this game number 2 between ONIC and RSG, just 17 minutes long, a tad bit shorter than our first game here. ONIC definitely played this better than game number 1. In game number 1 for ONIC, they drafted really weirdly. Baloisi is playing the Eudora, man. I'm just happy that you're playing this Farsa this time around. The Farsa definitely gave a lot of impact for ONIC Philippines, but let's talk about the draft overall. RSG in this game, they went in for the Esmeralda and the Eve for their first 2 picks in the first rotation. Definitely one of the more powerful combos out there. Cancels out anybody else that could go in for the Eve if ever the real world manipulation is called. They also got a Karina by their 3rd pick, which I think their crucial error is. The Karina on the 3rd pick without waiting for the others isn't really that smart, because if we look at the draft further, the last 2 picks of ONIC Philippines went on to be a Lapu-Lapu and a Kimi, in which case Lapu-Lapu could cancel out the Karina, and Kimi is one of those heroes that I would feel like scales really well and has the range to stay away from the Karina, apart from, well, let's say if there's bad positioning, then of course the Karina would be able to reach him. But apart from that, Marky did a really great job in terms of creating distance. Let's go back here to the early game. Demon Kite definitely played well. 3-0, 100% kills going into the hands of the jungler. This is something that you would want normally, but not in the hands of a Karina, because Karinas in the current competitive meta, they go in with a lot of base magic damage, a lot of percentage magic damage, but they start to fall off once they start buying tank items. But why buy tank items in the first place, right? The Karina in the current competitive meta, they need to survive to get the resets. And how do you survive? For tanky items, of course. So they need to get the tanky items, but the trade-off there is you're gonna deal less damage. And RSG, with all of the gold that the Karina got in the early game, did not have enough damage. Again, the position 4 here for RSG, Aqua, went in for the Brute Force Breastplate for his first build. They were lacking damage severely, and Nats was shut down by ONIC. So that's the entire problem for RSG. They were lacking damage by mid-game despite winning early game, and that gave ONIC more than enough time to just scale up, destroy them by mid-game. And as they took in the last turtle of the game at around 8 minutes, the next 2 lords also went into the hand of ONIC Philippines. At some point in the late game that didn't actually feel like a late game, at around 13 minutes, ONIC actually had a 4k gold lead, in which case the biggest gold lead of this game before it got out of hand. Kyrie by late game was playing so good. He was 7-0-2 until that final push. I don't know if he actually got more kills out of that one, but he actually got more assists rather. 7-0-4. Our MVP of the game is Kyrie. 85% kill participation on this Hayabusa. The Hayabusas, after the revamp, definitely just gave teams a lot of boosts here, including ONIC Philippines. Now that our series is 1-1, ONIC Philippines have the chance to just turn it into a reverse sweep, earn 2 points, and possibly contest that spot. But I'm sure they needed a sweep to begin with, but I think ONIC still has games, right, for the next few days, or is this their last match?
I mean, it's gonna be interesting. I'll need to double check the scores,
yes,
standings. But yeah, absolutely, Hayabusa really added a lot of flavor to teams. Hayaboost.
Hayaboost. I mean,
that's good.
So game 1, game 2 are done. We saw 2 very different games, I would say. Now game 3, I'm wondering if we're going to see RSG again kind of go back to what they did. I mean, it's not even so much in the... I wouldn't say it's so much about the draft. It's just, again, the execution and mistakes. It's like small mistakes that just lead into a very kind of big game-losing moments because a lot of minor mistakes is what happens.
I feel like the biggest contributing factor there is the items. I mean, the Brute Force Breastplate has worked for them like super good for the past few games. The Brute Force Breastplate worked out for them, but not for this game. When the Karina got tank items and Aqua didn't deal enough damage to support, the resets, it's not going to work out. You want to get bursts of damage for the Karina to go reset, but since you got utility from the Eve, it didn't really work out for them.
That's true. Again, small mistakes were the ones that really contributed here as well, like itemization, small micro movements that were not supposed to happen, a little bit of mispositioning as well, like a lot of these
auto aims,
auto aiming. You really shouldn't. That shouldn't happen in the highest level play, especially against ONIC, who are again contesting for that #1 spot for the playoffs. So again, we'll double check the standings if they're still going to be able to do that, retake #1 from Blacklist International, but it seems to be a little bit unlikely for the meantime. Again, we'll have to check.
Yeah.
I mean, regardless of what happens, RSG still, I believe, secures a spot in the playoffs.
That's true.
So they have that in their favor. Now, of course, they still want to go in with as many points as they can, for position purposes and just a better kind of playoff spot. But now going into Game 3, and we've already talked about it, they gotta fix the mistakes. They can't make those types of mistakes. This is what we've talked about with RSG. They're very talented, but a lot of the times it's those kind of mistakes that is the downfall of the game. So ONIC, I believe, can just continue to do what they did in Game 2, honestly.
Yeah.
A lot of the times, ONIC is one of the teams that they have multiple strategies that work, although they are known for one.
The banana split.
The banana split,
yeah.
But they can make things work, and I mean, that's why they're a top-tier team.
Yeah, and I feel like the strongest part of ONIC is the versatility that they have with their player pool, not even hero pool, with their player pool. This isn't the team that defeated Blacklist International, but even then, they're still so strong, and they could still pull off things that any ONIC player could do. And I just checked the schedule right now. ONIC still has one match left tomorrow after this. It's going to be against TNC. Against TNC, already out in playoffs contention. So that means they could probably just play it out, and just
2-0.
Probably 2-0, and if ever TNC just wants to mess with ONIC, oh, you can't take it away from Blacklist, we're gonna sweep you, and that's gonna be fun to watch as well. So tomorrow, TNC versus ONIC, that's something to watch as well. But right now, RSG versus ONIC. If ONIC wins this, they're gonna have a legitimate chance in taking away the top spot.
Yeah, and as we've talked about, that's huge for anybody wondering about the playoffs and exactly what the standings mean. If it does mean anything, it does. It has a big weight. I mean, whether you're in the upper bracket, lower bracket, whether you're in position 1 or even position 6. So there's big things there, and I don't doubt that ONIC will go into Game 3 with a plan in mind to close this out, to reverse sweep it, if you will. So we're jumping right into the draft. First bans coming out. Going to be that Ling, Solina, and Paquito being banned.
All right, so this could be a lot of fun here for RSG. I feel like they're going to have more confidence, or sorry, they're going to have more freedom here to kind of control what ONIC's going to do, since I like that first pick. Maybe they can give Demon Kite something better, like don't give stop with the Karina experimentation at this point, right? Like, it's not gonna happen.
I mean, what else?
I don't think teams are gonna buy it.
What else could Demon Kite play?
Just get the Hayabusa for himself.
Yeah, I mean, the Hayabusa won the highest win rate, not gonna lie. That Hayabusa definitely works out for a lot of the assassin users right now, and Demon Kite, one of the best.
Historically, it has worked very well for him as well.
I think that's what we see a lot of teams doing in the draft, is just trying to prioritize Hayabusa because he's so valuable in many aspects of the game. But let's just say Hayabusa was banned. I mean, he still has a deep hero pool. We've actually seen drafts that just go ban against Demon Kite for the most part. Yeah. But now there's been a shift lately, especially bans even coming out towards the Yaknu. That Nathan being banned out here by RSG. And I'm actually surprised because, I don't know, this weekend we haven't seen much of Nathan compared to like the last weekend where we saw him and he was a late game dominator.
He always usually banned out. I mean, a lot of teams are realizing like, all right, this whole game is gonna change as long as we ban this one hero.
Yes, sir.
And they're all in agreement. Nathan's out.
Yes, sir.
Probably for the rest of the playoffs as well.
Yes, sir. You know, Nathan is just such a big late game beast that you wouldn't let anyone, not even a late game beast.
I guarantee you, they take the Hayabusa.
What if it doesn't happen?
Let's flip a coin.
I guarantee it.
How about a skin if it doesn't happen? And it doesn't happen.
It doesn't
That was a
happen.
little voice there. That's a Matilda. All right.
What?
Apparently they don't care. Like, I don't know what Demon Kite's thinking about. He's kind of smiling a little bit there, but
I owe you an epic skin.
Oh wow,
apparently
epic!
you do.
Oh, wait, what'd you say?
You upgraded it into an epic
Wait,
skin.
did
I
you
was
say
just
elite?
asking for
Oh.
any skin.
Okay,
dude.
well,
No-
it's going back to basic skin, normal skin.
Yeah,
there's the Haya.
There you go. They give it over to Onyx.
You know what? I wouldn't mind that, to be honest. Like,
The
I
epic
actually
skin?
agree. No, I would have agreed if they went with the Hayabusa first pick. It is just so good.
Yes.
But Loiski on the Matilda though is a little bit scarier. So I guess it's a deny pick more than anything.
It's also probably because DM Kite is confident enough as other picks.
True, and RSG on this Matilda, it does activate a lot of other picks that aren't really mobile, so I feel like it's more of an activator for what's to come for RSG. Let's see if they're going to continue this type of drafting. They
go with it again.
Seriously,
look at the stats,
I said he's
dude.
confident.
33% win rate.
I said he's confident. There you go.
Wait a minute. You know, this is pretty... Oh, man. You know, if I'm RSG, I would be afraid because this is such a fragile lineup.
It really
you have
is.
a Claude, a Matilda, and a Karina. Yes, you have the damage, but the question is, the moment that Hayabusa pops the Shadow Kill, could you survive?
Yeah. They're going to definitely need to draft two.
I miss the old Karina, to be honest.
The old Karina is more simple. You know, he just goes in, and now it's just like, here's an extra dash, here's some parkour, and whatever,
I miss
man.
old Karina.
I don't know what... RSG honestly needs a good front line last two picks here. Another option there, and we saw it in the first series for today, it was actually a combination of Thams and Matilda as their front line. So that actually could work, especially if he goes in the hands of Nats.
For RSG?
Yeah, for RSG.
Lapu and Fams can actually be great picks here for Nats or even a Uranus. And then just throw Heath on... man, I was hoping for a draw, but it's banned. Hylos.
Hylos, who knows, you know? If we think about it, you know, RSG, they've put so much, not pressure, so much priority on this Matilda.
Yeah.
And ONIC just simply countered it with a Kufra.
It was very easy.
It was it's one hero that could counter that guiding wind, and that's Kufra. And now BMI can't be cancelled by that Kufra, but the Karina's dashes with her ultimate, very crucial to the repositioning of this very fragile assassin in the early game. That's going to give ONIC such a big edge in the early skirmishes.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised with RSG's last couple bans here too. Again, taking out the Kimmy, but even taking out Brody here. And ONIC, those last bans, the Kagura and the Lilia. So there's a lot open. There's a lot of choices here for RSG and ONIC. But again, ONIC rounding it out so far with a Kufra is a solid choice, as you mentioned, Womi versus a Matilda. But they take the Thams.
Oh, nice, massive.
They take the Thams. That is massive.
Oh man, that's great. Now Nats has to go either Lapu or another like Uranus or another really tanky
Esmeralda's
XP
open.
laner. Esmer's pretty good. Yeah, that kind of works. But again, it doesn't really do that much damage against like heroes like the Fams, right? The Kufra. So we'll see.
Yeah, not a lot of options here for RSG, considering that one of the signature picks here for Thams, or for Nats rather, got stolen away. But Benedetta is open, but you know, it's really hard to play Benedetta against a Kufra. I feel like they're just up for that challenge. I agree.
This lineup from RSG is just too risky. I don't know, man.
It's really risky, and then
expensive too.
Yeah, and okay, they do lock in the Phobius though, so good. I mean, now that they locked in the Phobius, it's a good front line for them, and we've seen Phobius time and time again, kind of just in himself be enough to take on 4 members of a team. But we'll have to see. And then ONIC again locking in this time around a PNK. So that is actually something we don't see often lately, I would say. But also provides a ton of utility for the team.
Yeah, I mean, if you got a lot of like really fast movers on the other side, like go ahead, lock in the PNKs on Baloyski, by the way. So that's mid lane PNK, and that's gonna be a gold lane Farsa.
Interesting.
Yeah,
you know, gold lane Farsa, we have seen our fair share of gold lane Farsas, but it's not as common.
Doesn't happen a lot.
Doesn't happen a lot anymore, but we have seen quite a few gold lane Farsas, specifically for Renegade, I think, in the earlier weeks of MPL Philippines Season 8. But right now, we are seeing it back in the gold lane, this time around in the hands of Marquee. What I want to highlight here for ONIC is Baloyski back on the Popolin Kupa. We have seen this for week 3 and onwards. One of the best picks for Baloyski this season.
Yeah. ONIC, though, overall, just their team composition in general, very solid all phases of the game, I would say. For RSG, I feel like they're going to have a... I mean, they have scaling. They have some early damage. But also, if I saw that right, that's Aqua on the Phoveus. I believe.
Was that Aqua or
Yeah.
Yaknu? That shit. Oh yeah, that's Aqua.
It's Aqua.
What?
Phoveus mid.
This is a first time for me to see Phoveus going to the mid lane. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 3 here, ONIC versus RSG.
I thought for sure that was going to be Yaknu on the Phoveus.
Yeah, but I guess the Claude, again, comfort, as you said, marksman on Yaknu. Interesting to see on how they're going to interact here in the gold lane. Farsa does have the better range and better burst, but if we're talking about constant DPS, Yaknu wins that war.
Really does. And again, look at that.
Yeah,
good early game pressure.
Yeah, he's actually taking a lot of early damage here. Baloyski here to help out. And there you go. This could very well be the first blood. There it is, going over to Baloyski. And nice pickup there. Here comes Aqua from the mid lane on that Phoveus. Forces a flick around from Baloyski.
We just hate that when it happens. Like, you can just walk around, walk outside, and you just keep bitten by a dog.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to get bitten by a wild dog
over
like
and
Koopa.
over and over.
But you know, Phoveus is so, I wouldn't say like, so weak, but not as impactful as a Popolin Koopa early.
Demon Kai can focus. There's a shadow kill. He's delayed big time. That time it's going over to Kyrie here again on the Hayabusa.
That's massive. Like, you don't get kills. Or you don't die as early as possible. That's like rule number 1 for junglers.
Yeah.
But at that point, Demon Kite didn't really have a choice.
Yeah.
Like, he had to. Like, that's a weakness of the Karina.
And they're going in once again. Also, Yaknu, wow, nice shadow there. They get a kill there. This time around, Marquee pops the feathered airstrike. Heath is in trouble, and he actually survives there. So good play, but this time around, ONIC has the early game.
Yeah, this feels more like the fast-paced ONIC that I'm used to, right? Like, this is not the usual, like, hold, sit tight ONIC that we've seen in the previous game.
Yep. Yeah, and I just want to add that even if Turtle went to the hands of RSG, ONIC got more gold out of that because they cleared out an entire energy shield down top lane. And gotta say, this is the power of the PNK. Early aggression, the moves coming in from Baloyski.
Yeah, very early aggression. They also, as you mentioned, get a nice gold lead. I mean, this early on, a very comfortable gold lead despite giving up that first turtle. So item-wise, especially, you can see it right there. I was just going to mention Marquee picking up that Clock of Destiny item-wise. ONIC definitely in favor here. Ryota goes right on top of Demon Kai, but he actually might have bit off more than he could chew, and he gets taken down there by Navs.
Oh, man. And that's, I think they got around like 2,000 gold before 2 minutes of an advantage. That's really something.
Yeah.
And ONIC, that's not a team that you want to give early advantages to, especially with a player like Kyrie, man.
Yep, and Baloyski definitely playing very well on this PNK pick that he went with. And again, ONIC with the lead that they have, I mean, 10.5k gold 3 minutes in is going to be huge. The thing is, RSG. Rockhard, how do they answer ONIC's early aggression here?
I mean, the answer is just to just don't let Yaknu die. That's the only one they have, actually. They can't really go aggressive. They can't do that with Heath. Even if Heath goes in, like, no one's gonna follow. Like, Aqua's not gonna follow. Like, he doesn't have the damage to do it. So, the best thing they can do is just hope that you can win this around mid-game or late game, actually, is their best bet.
I mean, that's the crazy thing, too. You say, you know, don't let Yaknu die. He's 0-2 right now. Beloyski flickers out, though, and there's the shadow kill coming out. That's going to be Demon Kite going down. Nas here as well. The jumps and Demonic Force coming down. Kyrie gets another kill. He's 2-0-2. But hold on. Here comes Aqua on this Phoveus, but he's not able to get anything. Kyrie's actually still there, though, and he gets out just in time.
See, I think this is the play here for RSG. They're just trying to get another ban out, like for playoffs for Demon Kite. Yeah, no one's buying it, fam. It's not gonna happen. Like this Karina just forcing it again is just not gonna show any of the teams that this is a ban-worthy hero. Even at this point.
In fact, they might even force Demon Kite to play the Karina instead.
Yeah, they're gonna force it. Like they're gonna ban out more junglers on you. Like that's the opposite of what you want to happen.
Go play the Karina, please. Please and thank you.
Go ahead.
Nas going one-on-one here in the bush. Ryota's going to back off there. The turtle is up, so we're going to see everybody pretty much rotating down here aside from Yaknu. He had such a hard early game that he's got to continue to farm up here because he needs the items. He has to catch up. Again, ONIC with a small gold lead. Turtle for the taking. Everybody just waiting for the moment here. Pops the traps. There's Mycophobia. And no go signal just yet.
What I really like about RSG at least is they have kind of the tools to kind of just sustain and to not take team fights. Because they do have very tanky front line with the Phobias, at least. Now that it's in mid, like not stuck on the dead lane, right?
Yeah.
So,
and here comes the Lord, the initiation. There's the Tyrant's Rage, but it's taken this time by Beloyski. But look at all the damage coming out from Naz. And now ONIC running to the safety of the turret. So that's going to be a turtle going over this time around to ONIC, but at the cost of Beloyski.
yeah, exactly what I was talking about. Like, that was pretty good still for RSG and didn't think they could fight mid-game, but apparently they can, especially with the Heath.
Oh, that's going to be a shadow kill coming out, but it might not be. Oh, it is enough. Gets him under the turret. Kyrie running, goes back. Demon Kite not able to catch that one.
That was scary. If he was in range, that would have been a dead Hayabusa, though. So still a very close call. As I was saying, I mean, RSG can still kind of win these small skirmishes as long as they can leverage out the Matilda and the Phoveus' pretty decent early game. It's not the best, but it's decent. Like,
yeah, it's decent at best.
Yeah, you're not gonna get picked off at least with this duo, but you gotta leverage it. You gotta find those good situations. They found one around the turtle area earlier. Can they do that again?
Yeah, I would say Naths is definitely, so far, having a better game here. Ryota might be in trouble. Kyrie helping him out here. There's 3 members of RSG. Working on the turret. Here comes Kyrie.
No.
Look at the damage coming out from Kyrie. And now he goes back. Ryota still alive and well. Turret up as well on top of that. But again, I was just going to ask you, Rockhart, is one of the keys to victory here going to be in Iaknu? But he's 0-3.
That was weird. Like, even the BMI placement, UBMI inside the turret, oh man, I didn't know what that was about.
That's a 4th level play.
4th level.
Yeah, that's way too...
That's
I guess
too
he
advanced.
didn't
Way
expect...
too advanced.
Yeah, maybe he didn't expect anyone to be, you know, behind that turret, but that was absolutely... Those are things that don't happen usually, right? In these very clutch fights.
Yeah, a lot of...
oh,
my goodness!
0-4.
There you go. Marky with the flame shot kill. On top of, again, we're talking about Iaknu having a hard game here. He's sitting at 0-4 now, 7 minutes in. ONIC continuing to open up the map and knock turrets down.
They can probably get this early. Like, they can probably make a very early push. Very little that RSG can do about this.
Yeah, and Kyrie, meanwhile, working on that turtle. That's going to be another turtle for them. Here comes the initiation from Aqua. The Tyrant's Rage, though, backs him off with the Feather Airstrike and the Blazing Duet. It's not going to be enough, but that's going to be a kill this time around, going over to Naz.
Actually, that's mission completed there for ONIC. An inhibitor turret on bot side, and
Massive.
the turtle going over the Kyrie. Without the turtle buff, Demon Kite's actually pretty squishy here in this matchup.
I mean, I think ONIC is doing exactly what they have to do. They shut down 2 big members here for RSG. You mentioned it before. Demon Kite having a hard time here on this Karina pick, but not only him, but Iaknu as well. not getting any items or any room to really farm here. And you can see Ryota confidently going 1 versus 2. There are members of both teams here now. Here comes Mycophobia. Is going to be able to set something up. Marky here as well. And now Beloyski, the whole team of ONIC now focused on this portion of lane. There's the initiation. Aqua goes in with a demonic force.
Nice.
Kyrie here too. Naz picks up a kill. And this time around, Yaknu as well. And now Aqua getting another one, and they're pushing ONIC back.
That was actually very disrespectful for Beloyski to go for the flicker in and try to go for the bite onto Heath. He just didn't respect enough members of RSG to be ready to go for fights. And when they went for fights, apparently, you know, ONIC was punished very, very hard.
Yeah, I'm going to give it up to Naths here, man. After Game 2, he's definitely coming into Game 3 with a much better mindset here on this Benedetta. Now, Kyrie doing his best. Look at the damage, though, on top of Yaknu. And now he's working on top of Heath.
Not stopping.
He pops the shadow kill. Look at him go. Double kill Kyrie. And there's the demonic force, but isn't enough. And also in the back lane, there's Naz. Can he help out? But the feathered airstrike comes down. Kyrie finally goes down. That's a shutdown. Going over to Aqua on this Phobius. Look at him go. Demonic force.
He might just
all
get
the
it.
shield and heals, but hold on, that's a double kill this time around. They get shut down here this time by Marky, and now Naz running for his life. Demon Kite still there as well. Can Naz survive this one? He does have the mobility.
It was really fun. I don't know if you guys saw that. Like, demonic force onto the shadow, shadow out. Demonic force onto the shadow, shadow out. Like, that was funny. Again, 3 times the charm there, at least for Aqua there, but he really did like a lot of economic damage to ONIC because of that.
Yeah, and you can look at that in the gold right now. I mean, there's not a huge advantage anymore. So, again, RSG making some critical plays here, and despite Yaknu having such a hard early game, even though he's 1-5-3, he will start to survive a little bit longer. He picks up a key item there. Athena's shield to survive a little bit more against this magic damage coming out from Marky. So that could be beneficial for the team overall as they go into the next big objective, being Lord.
So at this point, who gets picked off? I think the biggest question is. I feel like both teams are very happy to go for fights. Like even if they look like they're behind, RSG seems to be like just a-okay. Like as long as we can get Aqua jumping.
I mean, if there's one thing that they really drafted for, it's damage, and it's what's been keeping them alive in this game. But whenever Kyrie...
there you go. Here comes Kyrie in, sets the initiation, circling Eagle coming out, and the Lord is most likely going to just reset here as they committed a lot on both sides, but it resulted into nothing.
Yeah, and that's going to have to try to go off on the side, try to create some other form of pressure here for RSG.
Yep. Mycophobia goes in once. Again, Heath has to flicker out there. And as you mentioned, Naz actually coming back. He was sitting in that bottom portion of the map, but they're not sure if ONIC is actually going to go for this Lord as they take a lot of damage from Lord here. This might be RSG's moment. Naz looking for a pick here. There they go. They're pushing him back. He's in trouble. Beloyski has to flicker out. Naz goes in. There's the feathered airstrike, though. Can he actually survive? He goes down once again. That's a big mistake coming out from Naz.
Why would you go? You saw everyone there. Like, again, these are very elementary stuff that can be avoided here. Being committed by RSG.
Yeah, I feel like it's just Nats under pressure. Nats without the pressure is at least A tier in terms of plays. But whenever we see like immense pressure in this player, it seems like he tends to have misplays like that one. And that cost him the Lord. This is massive.
Massive Lord, and it's crazy for Naz. As you guys mentioned, I mean, pressure is a big thing. And as I said earlier, I gave him props because he was actually making a lot of good decisions throughout this game up to that last minute there. So for about 10 minutes, Naz was making good decisions. And then again, a minor mistake can continue and to lead into a bad result for the team. So ONIC obviously capitalized on that. They got a Lord marching down the bottom, which that turret is already gone. So now they can work on these other ones at the top and the middle. Kyrie doing his best to push the top there. They're going to have to answer to the Lord. Mycophobia also down there as well. Feathered airstrike coming down. Mid-turn's going to be Fos. There you go. And actually the Lord is still up, but here comes Aqua. Goes in with the demonic force. Actually grabs a kill on Beloyski. Can he survive long enough? A double kill this time around going to Aqua. Can he survive? That's the question. He's still going. Shadow kill is popped though from Kyrie. He's looking for a kill on top of a Yaknu. He's going back and forth.
Kyrie.
Look at the damage though. And now the reinitiation coming out. Feathered airstrike. Will he be able to get Heath? It does. That's going to be a kill going over to Marky. They're working on the base here. Can ONIC end it? Aqua's still alive. Has the demonic force once again. Naz gets a kill. And it's a 2 versus 2.
They clean it up. I think Aqua can still kind of go in if he tries to go for catch on someone. Pushes him back with a flame shot,
Look
though.
at the damage, though, coming out. And Kyrie grabs the killing spree. ONIC looking to end the game here. Can they do it? Ladies and gentlemen, ONIC going 2-1 reversed sweep here.
Beautiful reverse sweep there from ONIC Philippines. And again, once more, still on a pretty good momentum. Dropping game 1, but otherwise still getting the overall victory.
I mean,
you know, this could have been a sweep for ONIC. If this was a sweep for ONIC, Bren fans would have something to look out for.
Yeah,
but you know, RSG had some sort of force in game 1 that just gave them that win, and I feel like it's just fate saying that there's a new era in MPL Philippines.
That's a good point, Omi, because I mentioned this throughout the entire season. I said RSG is a great group of players. They've surprised a lot of people. They've earned the title of the Kingslayers. I mean, it's been a great showing for them, but there's still these minor nuances for their team. And one of the biggest ones is mistakes that shouldn't be made. I mean, when you're in the lead or having a lead in a game, it happens often, actually.
Yes.
That someone will either get caught or be too confident and make a mistake, and then it usually falls out of their hands. We even mentioned it in game 1. And I think that's what happened here again to RSG. They were doing very well, especially Aqua on this Phobius pick.
Yeah,
but ONIC.
That's really something they can work on, like coming into the playoffs.
Yes.
Like you are secured.
Yeah.
Playoffs, by the way, RSG. So congratulations. But something you have to work on is like removing some of these nerves. We know you have a few rookies on your roster, right? It's absolutely fine, but we have to remove like these small mistakes. Like it sounds like it's okay to commit. Like a lot of teams can commit a mistake here and there. But if you're fighting on the highest level, if you want to reach that championship, seriously.
Like they're obviously not going to be content with 6th place, right? So, and also I think they should get Demonkind off Karina, because I really don't think I don't think that's going to help them any at all here. So,
you're absolutely right.
Again, it's something like you said,
just
Rockar.
fact.
Yeah, it is a fact. But it's like you said, Rockar, it's something that they can learn from throughout this whole season. Again, they're a newer team here with veteran players and rookies, and it's just something that they can work on going into playoffs.
Yeah, because 95% is not going to be enough to beat the likes of Blacklist, the likes of ONIC. Just remove that from your mindset. You can commit small mistakes. You cannot commit small mistakes here, especially in the biggest league in the country.
And one of the more competitive regions as well. Again, even if the M2 World Champions are already out, I feel like what made this region strong is the success that Bren Esports brought to the region. A lot of the players felt pressured to bring the same amount of competitiveness to the fact that Bren Esports is now struggling, in fact, out of playoffs contention. The league itself improved so much after that World Championship.
Honestly.
So
that's true.
So one small mistake, like that Nats going into 4 people, could mean the game, and it did mean the game as we enter the 3rd game of RSG versus ONIC. It's a fairly quick game, 14 minutes. Again, the last Lord was taken down at 12:30, and it was the mistake of Nats entering 4 people with the Electo final blow that sealed the deal for RSG, but not blaming him entirely. He played a crucial role in the early to mid game for RSG, but you know, when you see a mistake, you point it out. That's kind of our job. RSG versus ONIC. Let's go back to the draft here. RSG had a priority pick, and they chose to prioritize the Mathilda. This in itself is a good decision, but it's not the greatest one statistically. Statistically, the Hayabusa has been the best priority pick, or perhaps one of the best first rotation picks in general. And after that Mathilda priority pick on RSG, ONIC responded with a Hayabusa and a Farsa. The Farsa being the better half of the Squid Game, I would say. Naisu would say as well. It is one of the better mages out there. Great burst damage, great control, better mobility, just less utility than the Eve. So the Farsa and the Hayabusa that came in from the side of ONIC Philippines definitely helped them out in the early game and in the mid game as well. Now the Kufra was a great addition in terms of the draft because it countered the Benedetta and the Karina in certain skirmishes. Well, not that big of an impact, still something that RSG has to consider when going into fights. Now, the early game, ONIC had a better early game, that's for sure. The Paloyski, Popol and Kupa just gave RSG one hell of a lane, especially for Iaknu. Again, by mid-game, Iaknu was around 0-4-0. Not the best Claude that you would want to see out there. But in the highlights, you would see that he's dealing enough damage. Now, RSG, what they do have in this composition is damage. And we saw that in this game. The Phoveus as well, despite being the front line for RSG, was the one that dealt one of the bigger damage outputs, especially by mid-game. Now, in terms of turtles, RSG did get the first turtle, but ONIC secured actually all of the objectives after that one turtle that RSG had. The next two turtles will go to the hands of ONIC, and then the last lord, or the first and last lord rather, the Luminous Lord, will go to the hands of ONIC. And this is crucial, because RSG, they have a damage, but they don't really have a lot of wave clear. If you think about it, you have the Electo Final Blow. You also have the Blazing Duet, but are you really gonna throw out your ultimates to minions? That's a question that you need to ask. And ONIC, not only did they have access to the back line with the Feathered Airstrike, but you could just totally ignore that Phoveus that's just a thorn in the neck of ONIC, and that's what Kyrie did. Kyrie went into the back line, assassinated targets left and right, while the Phoveus was busy handling, two members of ONIC. And while Kyrie was just going in for kill after kill after kill, Phoveus, the moment he went to look back, everybody in his team was already slaughtered clean by the Shadow Assassin. MVP of the game is Kyrie, of course, 9-1-4 on the KDA here. Perfect KDA if you think about it, because, if you divide it by 1, it's still going to be the same number. 81% kill participation with a damage dealt of 41k. We did see a lot of highlights from this kid, and it's well-deserved MVP for this game.
Absolutely.
Yeah. There you go. Thank you for the breakdown there, Womi. Speaking of the MVP there, Kyrie, on the Hayabusa, 2 games in a row. They got to do something about Hayabusa, man. I feel like
true.
all these teams need
coming
to do
from
something.
a Gord main, suspicious.
We've seen it, actually. We've actually mentioned it, way on the first pick. All right, good
Yeah.
Hayabusa time for RSG here, but apparently they had different ideas. But you saw the team that took the Hayabusa really shone with it.
And I'm surprised because going back to that draft just real quick, I mean, they first picked the Matilda, and it didn't work out much at all. So, I mean, that's it there. So ONIC taking the
2 points.
reverse sweep, taking the 2 points.
Yes.
They're gonna, I believe they're now at 20.
I'm checking right now. I feel like this is quite
25?
updated, though. Yeah, it is updated. Let me just check the data, and I feel like they are 3 points behind Blacklist, but
there we go.
That's it.
I'm sorry to cut you off there. Hope you enjoyed, guys. We are going to go and hear from the panel here. ONIC PH, congratulations. I'm Naisu, Rockhart, and Womi. See you next time.
Hello po. Hello.
Hello po.
Ospital siya ngayon.
Ayun, ano naman po, makakabalik na po ng bootcamp. Makaka-recover na siya. Medyo nanghihina pa po siya pero soon makaka-recover na din siya.
Anong nangyari? Pwede mo bang i-share?
Pwede ka ba i-share? Anong nangyari?
Oo.
Ano po kasi, nagkaroon po siya ng dengue. Tapos na-admit mo siya sa hospital, na-confine po siya. Tapos yun, abang wala po siya, nagtutulungan kami ng team namin kung paano kami mag-drop this week, tsaka kung paano kami lalakas. Yun.
Speaking of, sino ang nag-draft today? Sino yung in charge?
In charge po sa drop kami dalawa.
Kayong wow! So kayo rin
Tapos
ba? Go ahead.
Tapos tulungan po lahat ng teammates. Ganun.
Kayo rin ba magiging in charge bukas?
Malalaman pa po.
So with,
Napasubok po lang po.
napasubo. With this, Baloyski and Marky, feeling niyo ba may future kayo bilang coach?
Ay, may future ba daw tayo bilang coach?
Yan ba ang...
May future ba daw tayo bilang coach?
Anong sabihin ko?
Kung may future ba daw tayo, tingin mo bilang coach?
Sabihin mo yung totoo. Sa true.
Mga kalahati po. Kalahati lang po.
Kalahati. Now,
Ang hirap po pag tournament. Sobrang hirap po.
Okay.
Pag kasi sa scrim, ang dali lang eh. Tapos pag tournament pala, ang hirap ka ng game.
speaking of that, ano yung challenge? So wala si Coach Yab ngayon, kinailangan yung mag-step up. Ano yung hardest at pinaka-challenging na kayo yung naiwan para sa laro ngayon?
Bali, pinaka-challenge ko kasi nasanay kami na chill lang mag-drop kasi si coach talaga yung in charge sa lahat. Even yung mental health namin tsaka mga laro namin, siya yung nag-aayos. Pero dahil di naman porket naka-confine siya, hindi na siya nag-help. Tinatry niya pa rin yung best niya mag-help. Kaya di din kami masyado nahirapan.
At bukas, yung huling laban nyo, ONIC versus TNC. Technically, non-bearing ito dahil nasa top 2 kayo at yung TNC tanggal na. So, paano nyo na-ensure, nasisigurado na nandun pa rin yung all-out effort nyo? Or sa tingin nyo ba, meron kayong ita-try na iba para bukas?
Lagi lang naman pong ganun maglaro eh. Parang kami po hindi namin inisip lagi yung standing namin o kung ano man yung sitwasyon namin eh. Lagi lang namin gagawin yung best namin para manalo. So yun lang guys.
So, okay, question. Sino ang mas better magdesisyon sa draft? Baloyski or Marky?
Sino daw mas better decision sa draft? Ako daw o ikaw? Si coach. Wag kami.
Ayan, marami mga ONIC fans na nanonood. Oy, may sasabihin ka?
Kasi bago naman nag-start yung draft, pinayuhan naman kami ni coach kaya hindi din kami masyado nahirapan. Ayun.
Anong mensahe mo sa lahat ng mga nanonood ngayon? And it's time for shoutouts.
Ikaw muna, shoutout na.
Ikaw mo, hiya ako.
Wow, nahihiya. Sige, bigay mo yung... Marky, parang hindi ka mahiyain.
Mayayain po ako.
Okay. So, anong message mo? Oy, si Miko.
Salamat sa mga fans po namin. Sa Marky Luyo sa inyo guys. Sa mga sumusuporta, salamat.
Shoutouts.
Salamat po. Sa Dolormi, sa Team Kuda, sa Torol Warriors, sa Kuya Kelly, kay Crystalism, sa Marky Luyo. Salamat. Sa Ayok Nation, sa Priyaman.
Sa akin po, salamat sa lahat ng sumuporta sa amin. Simula umpisa. Tapos malapit na pa yung playoffs, sana patuloy niyo pa kami suportahan. And shoutout sa mga girlfriend ng teammates ko, sa family ko, and sa girlfriend ko si Kia.
Balita kasi.
My loves.
Your loves.
Bye-bye.
Congratulations, and we're hoping for Coach Yeb's quick recovery. At siguradong masaya siya na natalo kayo ngayong araw na to. Enjoy today, and we'll see you tomorrow. Sana okay ka lang, Coach Yeb, and we know that ONIC has made you proud. Hopefully, we get to see you tomorrow. If not, meron tayong 1.5 week break, and we'll be seeing you in the playoffs. Now, our next matchup is between Blacklist International and Omega. Kung meron kayong mga katanungan para sa ating mga manlalaro, punta na kayo sa Livyman's Facebook page and post your questions. Pipili kami ng isa at yan ang gagamitin natin para sa ating post-match interview. Eto na ang ating Smart MPL hashtag na gagamitin nyo. 500 pesos load mula sa Smart Communications Incorporated. Ito ang ating tanong. Which MLBB assassin holds the titles Shadow Ranger and Protector of Despair plays. This hero also has a sword called Electo. Is it A. Ling, B. Benedetta, or C. Alucard? Kung alam niyo ang tamang sagot, ilagay ang letra, ang pangalan ng hero, kasama ang hashtag SmartMPL para manalo ng 500 pesos Smart Load. Hindi lang yan ang giveaway natin. Meron din tayong Anta Battlesuit giveaway para sa 13 lucky winners. Kailangan lang sagutin itong tanong. Para sa iyo, during the last game, who shocked the game? Sino ang MVP mo? Place your answer sa ating live comment section. Gamitin ang hashtag AntaShockTheGame at AntaMPL para manalo ng Anta Battlesuit. Siyempre, sa lahat ng mga TikTokers dyan, we appreciate that you're watching MPL on TikTok. So, pwede rin kayong manalo ng mga papremyo. So, MPL Philippines has provided generous live watching benefits. And as long as you watch the MPL Philippines Season 8 live broadcast on TikTok, on the match day itself, pwede kayong manalo ng $749, $299, and $269 diamond skins or tournament chest. But wait, there's more! Meron pa tayong mythical raffle draw. Itong QR code, as usual, kailangan yung iscan to para manalo ng mga skins or diamonds and other treasure chest items. And pwede nyo i-try ang inyong luck dito sa ating QR code. Scan this code, i-type nyo yan, gamitin nyo para manalo kayo ng karagdagang mga papremyo. Dahil syempre na-appreciate namin kayo just for watching MPL. Susunod na ang ating huling serye ngayong araw, kaya walang BBTO, magbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 8.
What do you do when what you desire is beyond reach?
You use power that breaks barriers. The Giga Life.
Now in 5G.
Do you believe this is possible?
I do.
How do you know?
Simple, smart, acro.
Inevitable.
Subscribe now! Are you getting complete freshness? All new Close-Up toothpaste for all-around freshness that comes from all-around care. Your important oral care needs. It fights bacteria, cleans deeply, lifts plaque, prevents cavities for all-around freshness from all-around care.
Every day feels paulit. Kaya I show life who's boss with Enervon Active. More than immunity, it helps boost my energy and mental focus. Show life who's boss. Take Enervon Active.
Unilab yan.
Manny Pacquiao po, mandirigma. Pahid-pahid, bitin sa akin. Ayaw ko magpahid ulit. Dito pa rin ako sa hiyang sa akin. Alaksan FR, tapos ang sakit ng katawan. Isang alaksan, tapos ang laban.
Unilab yan.
Carl, pasok na! Love, di mo ba nakita? Ang dami nila.
GG na ba mata mo? Tara sa EO. EO Executive Optical. State-of-the-art facilities and expert eye care for your pro plays.
Yun lang, nagpa-check up tayo sa EO.
EO, love your eyes.
Guys, ako nga pala si Chakno. Nandito tayo ngayon sa bootcamp ng Smart Omega. Tour ko kayo. Tara!
Hi guys! This is All My Venus. Nandito tayo ngayon sa Tier 1 facility kung saan matatagpuan ang Blacklist International Bootcamp. So tara, itutur ko kayo.
May time na yung emosyon ko nagpakita na...
Diba, ibang klase talaga si Chakno. Kaya niyang gumawa ng mga risky play, sarili niyang play. Para sa akin, number 1 Chakno pagdating dito sa Pilipinas.
Lahat tayo nahihirapan. So let's always choose to be kind. Hindi nila alam kung gaano ka-emotional pag nandun ka sa pro scene, especially sa isang team. I'm John Marbili Luna, also known as All My Venus, the tank support and the team captain of Blacklist International.
Ako nga pala si Joshua Manginog, aka Chakno from Smart Omega.
Pogi, streamer, pro MLBB player, and rapper. Yan ang pagkakakilala nyo sa akin.
Narinig mo bang ang dami nagsusulpot ng doppelganger?
Naku, ikaw bata ka, sikat ka na talaga, no?
Dogs! Journalist ka na pala?
Grabe, di mo rin! Hindi nga ako to, hindi ako to. My God, nakaka-stress. Ayusin ko to, men. Check ko to. Sino ka? Ikaw ako! Pero tandaan mo, mas gwapo ako sa'yo. Ako si Doggy.
Kahit kailan di matitinag, tiwala ko sa'yo, tiwala ko na atin to. Kumpiyansa ko'y walang katulad, ipagdiriwang ko, 5 taong binuhos ko. Kapit ka lang, kalimutan na ang takot at duda, ang takot at duda. Sama-samang lilipad sa langit, langit. Kunin natin ang tinadhanang alamat natin, ang alamat natin. Di ko inakalang kayang mahigtan ang dati kong ranggo. Kaya pa palang ito'y malagpasan, di pa tayo tapos, pasimula pa lang. Kapit ka lang, kalimutan na ang takot at duda. Kalahating dekada, sama-samang lilipad sa langit, langit. Kunin natin ang tinadhanang alamat natin, ang alamat natin. Sama-samang lilipad sa langit, langit. Kunin natin ang tinadhanang alamat natin, ang alamat natin. Savage.
Para labanan ang banta ng COVID-19 sa ating bansa, mahalaga ang kooperasyon ng bawat isa. Ang pananatili sa loob ng bahay ay isa sa pinakasimple pero pinaka-epektibong paraan para hindi kumalat ang virus. Kunwari, ikaw ang tuldok na ito. Malusog ka at malakas. Lumabas ka ng bahay. Ang hindi mo alam, may nakasalamuha ka ng may COVID-19. Tandaan, mahirap malaman kung sino ang may virus, pero madali itong maipasa sa iba. Pwedeng naipasa na pala niya ang virus sa iyo nung umubo siya o bumahin. O baka naman ay nahawa na dahil humawa kayo sa parehong bagay na kontaminado. Ngayon ay mayroon ka na ring COVID-19. isa ka ng carrier na makakahawa sa iba. Dahil maaaring ilang araw pa bago lumitaw ang sintomas na ubo, sipon, hirap sa paghinga at lagnat. Pwede ring wala kang nararamdamang sintomas, ngunit nakakahawa ka pa rin. Pag-uwi mo sa bahay, maaari mong mahawahan ang iyong pamilya. Kasama na rito ang lolo at lola mo o ang mga magulang mo na may edad. Sila ang may pinakamahina na depensa laban sa virus. Ang mga may sakit sa puso, diabetes, high blood, at iba pang pre-existing conditions at mga buntis, mahina ang panlaban sa COVID-19. Kapag na-infect ang taong mahina ang immune system, posibleng magkaroon siya ng malalang karamdaman at kailanganing dalhin sa ospital. Sa patuloy na paglabas ng bahay at pagpunta sa pampublikong lugar, tinatayang maaari kang makahawa ng 3 pang tao at sila makakahawa ng mas marami pang iba. 20% ng mga nahawa ay maaaring maospital at dadami ng dadami ito habang mas kumakalat pa ang virus. Bukod sa dumaraming COVID-19 patients, marami pang ibang may sakit ang nasa mga pagamutan. Ang mga pasyenteng malubhang-malubha na ang karamdaman, hindi na maaasikaso. Wala ring lugar para sa mga pasyenteng may ibang karamdaman. Kaya nating iwasan ang patuloy na pagkalat ng COVID-19 kung iisipin natin ang kapakanan ng iba. Kailangan nating isipin at kumilos na parang bitbit na natin ang virus para hindi ito kumalat pa sa iba. Sundin ang social distancing. At hanggat maaari, manatili sa loob ng bahay. Kung talagang kinakailangang lumabas, panatilihin ang 1 metrong layo sa ibang...
Nagbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 8. Ito na ang huling serye ngayong araw. At kasama ko ngayon sa ating pre-show panel, Butters and Naisu. How's the first 2 series for you guys?
It shaped up kung ano ba yung makikita natin sa playoffs, and it left us wanting more, especially dito sa series na to, the battle na talagang inaabangan ng lahat.
Yeah, first 2 series were amazing. I casted both of them, and great to see the shake-up in the standings. I'm looking forward to the last series of the day.
So it's so exciting to see the players play. Now, when you guys play your ranked games, have you guys been using the team emotes?
Yes.
Ako, madalas ko ginagamit talaga yung emotes.
Now, you can also show off your favorite team in-game because the MPL Philippines Season 8 emotes, they're now available. Get them now. And don't worry, Smart Omega fans, their team emote will be available soon. Eto, kailangan natin mamigay ng diamonds sa ating mga manonood dahil napakaganda ng kanilang suporta sa kanilang koponan. Remember to make sure that to use Oppo Reno6 hashtag and Oppo Game On. So ipakita yung suporta nyo sa inyong paboritong koponan at bakit nga ba? Bakit nyo sila sinusuporta? And leave it on the comment section below. Now, bago tayo magsimula sa ating huling serye, eto na ang ating updated team standings. This is our playoffs team, Blacklist International, ONIC, NXP, Omega, Echo, and RSG. So, hinihintay na lang natin yung placing, kung sino nga ba ang kakalaban ng mga teams.
Now, seeing that these 2 teams na nasa baba natin, they're out of contention para sa playoffs, right now, these games are all about the seeding. Remember, the higher you are on the standings, mas advantageous yun para sa inyo kasi sinisettle ng ating mga rankings kung sino nga ba yung mga possible na makatapat mo pagdating ng playoffs.
Ang dami nag-aabang sa star match natin ngayon kasi ito yung champions natin. Clash of the Champions! Repeat or revenge! Yung ating Season 7 champions, yung MSC champions. So itong Blacklist International, alam mo, kahit sabi nga ng team nila na yung mga players nila that posible na pwede silang matalo, it's still shocking to see them lose against ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, you know, ONIC is the one that broke the code, so to speak, and I was actually the one to interview Venus about this, and Venus mentioned we actually would like to have a loss because it actually is a time to learn from your mistakes and kind of adjust from there, so I think that was a big thing for Blacklist.
And yung kalaban nila ngayon, Omega, well, they had another victory kontra sa Bren Esports, yung nakalaban last.
Ang kanilang besties ay kanilang tinalo with a 2-0, and this was a dominating win para sa side ng Omega. And this just goes to show na there are some rookies na talagang kakapasok lang dito and they are out for blood. Gusto talaga nila patunayan sa sarili nila. At may mga rookies talaga na gutom and Ryzen is one perfect example of that rookie season na mainit-init.
Ryzen! Mainit din ang araw na to dahil meron tayong mga milestones na inaabangan. Si Edward ng Blacklist International, yung kanyang career kills, 394. Malapit nang mag-exceed ng 400. At si Edward pa rin, yung kanyang assist, might exceed 700. So dalawa yung milestones para kay Edward. Si Eto Maxima ng Omega, nasa 1,299 na yung kanyang career assist. Malapit na mag-exceed ng 1,300. So feeling ko kakayanin niya yan. Si Chuck Mamba, 1,588 ang kanyang career assist. Malapit nang mag-exceed ng 1,600.
You know what? Nakikita mo si Edward dito sa listahan na to and napapakita dito kung gaano na nag-mature si Edward as a player ever since pagpasok niya dito ng Season 5 at mapapakita niya kapag ma-break niya yung mga milestones na yan na he was built different doon sa ibang ex-players na meron tayo dito sa liga.
Si Edward at ang kanyang kuponan has already secured the upper bracket spot, but they still need the win to ensure that they maintain the top spot and get a good seeding in the standings. Ito ang Blacklist International. Ang maglalaro para sa Blacklist International, Oh My Venus, Wise, Oheb, Edward, and Haji.
So Blacklist International, they had their first loss against ONIC. That's going to be huge for them. And I think that also shows that Omega has a chance here to also go toe-to-toe with Blacklist International. But this, like you mentioned, Mara, this is still a key game for them because they want to secure that first spot going into the playoffs.
Now they're gonna compete against a team that's one of the hottest teams right now in the tournament. Now they've already secured the playoffs, but they want a good spot in the standings. Let's welcome Omega. Playing for Omega, Etomax, Ryzen, Renjo, Chakno, and Kalra.
Nakikita mo dito na for Smart Omega, the changes that they made, the adjustments that they made doon sa ating season was all worth it. Ngayon, nasa isang winning streak sila. And Ryzen up to the occasion na nawala ang kanilang KLVJ jungler. This time around, he is out to prove himself na kaya niya ding sumabay dito sa Blacklist International.
Alam mo, ito meron tayong manlalaro na pwede magsabayan sa interview, sagutan. Si Oheb and Kelra, yan ang kanilang stats.
Oheb and Kelra, the matchup for your head-to-head. I mean, the favor goes to Oheb, I feel like, because of the success that Blacklist has seen. But Kelra, since his comeback, he's been slowly creeping up in his stats, his showing, his play as well. So, very close matchup here.
At saka yung mga binitawang salita ni Oheb nung in-interview siya, sabi niya, gigil daw siya kay Kelra at gusto niya daw patunayan yung sarili niya laban dito. Looking at the stats, as we head on doon sa ating match proper. 29 games played ang Blacklist while 28 games ang OMG. And as you can see in the first blood count, hindi sila gaano nagkakalayo kasi late game centric itong dalawang team na to at clashes talaga yung hinahanap nila. And yung stats, yung bar na meron tayo doon, magkakalapit lang. Lumalamang ng onte yung Blacklist International and you would know that these two teams, pareho sila ng gustong gawin eh. It's just that pagpagalingan na ng cellphone ng laban, doon na talaga natin nakikita kung sino nga ba ang mas angat at mas lamang.
Sino nga ba ang mas angat at mas lamang pagalingan? Meron tayong dalawang manlalaro na na-interview natin that's making a huge impact para sa kanilang koponan. Nakausap natin si Wise at si Ryzen. Panoorin natin to.
Sobrang confident po. Kasi po, nagkahanda na po talaga ako. Para hindi ko po nalalabas yung laro ko po talaga.
Sa buong MPL, career ko, nung season 6 lang kami hindi nakapasok ng Grand Finals. Goal namin is maging champion, makakuha ng trophy na ibibigay namin dito sa Tier 1, lalagay namin.
Champion, a 3-time Grand Finals participant, and a force to be reckoned with. Yan si Wise.
Ang strike na po, yung pag-farming niya po, sobrang galing po talaga niya mag-farm. Kung nalalamangan niya po talaga yung jungler ng kalaban. Pag naka-farm po siya, talaga pong nagdo-dominate po yung hero niya.
Nung lose streak sila, syempre parang naisip nila kailangan may magbago. Tinry siguro nila si Ryzen as a jungler. Tapos nag-success naman sa MPL. Kaya siguro ngayon may confidence na sila na lumaban talaga.
Ryzen is the perfect addition to the Omega Esports lineup. He fits so well sa playstyle ng Omega, kaya di mo nang iisipin na bago lang siya dito.
Si Ryzen as a jungler, syempre naging rookie din naman ako. Parang gusto mo yung mga highlights, tapos pag nag-success yung highlights na yun, mas mas manggigigil ka pa para sa mga kill, ganun.
Ang weakness po ni Wise, madali po siyang patayin pag wala po siyang kasama. I-shutdown po si Venus para po rin po si Wise. Kasi po pag si Venus, parang maladamay din po si Wise.
Para sa akin, yung weakness nila is siyempre yung amateur nila. Kasi nakadepende yun kung mahina yung loob or malakas pa yung loob. Kasi hindi mo makikilala ang isang player pag hindi pa sila nakakaranas ng low streak
Meron po konting na-expose na weakness po yung Blacklist. May nalipir pong assassin na nakatalo po sa kanila. Yung gagawin lang po namin, linisin po namin yung early namin. Kasi sa early po kami natalo nung nakaraan po Sa late game po kaya naman po.
Siguro may mga strat kami na hindi siya yung shutdown pero sa gagawin namin parang mas shutdown na din siya.
Mandaan na kayo kasi babawi kami sa team.
Feeling ko palag-palag ulit sila. Maging lang siya, maging mabait lang na player para tumagal siya sa MPL.
Tudrogin kita para makabawi ako sa'yo kasi nung nagkalaban tayo gold lane ako Ngayon jungler na ako. Manda ka sa akin.
Wait lang. Sasabi ni Wise, maging mabait ka lang na player para tumagal ka sa MPL. Sabi naman ni Ryzen, dudurugin kita.
Kakabigay pa lang ng payo ni Kuya Wise. Sinabi niya, rookie season mo, magpakabait ka lang. Hindi! Sabi ni Ryzen, durog agad! Iwan!
I mean, that speaks confidence though for Ryzen, right? And it's shown in his gameplay, and I think you need that mindset going against someone like Blacklist, especially Wise. So.
And he needs to step up in this game because Blacklist International, titignan natin ang kanilang keys to victory. Keep an eye on Calra. Stick to the plan, stick together, and draft for vision and timing.
Surprising para sa akin na yung keys to victory nila ay hindi just keep on doing what you're doing na 3 beses halos ginawa. Pero this is the perfect plan na pwedeng gawin ng side ng Blacklist International kasi nga malakas pa rin naman yung kanilang strategy although unti-unting na-figure out ng mga teams kung paano to talunin, but at the same time hindi mo naman kailangan masyado magbago You just have to polish it up a bit para mas maging okay yung performance.
Tignan naman natin ang keys to victory ng Omega. Look for tank setups, maintain gold lane balance, and anticipate their rotation. Look for tank setups.
Look for tank setups because they have to watch out for the setups that come from Blacklist. I mean, any type of tank, especially providing good vision, good setups for the team. Blacklist International, they're going to punish you for that. So they have to watch out for that, but at the same time, they need to get vision themselves. So in the draft, we've seen this time and time again, the team that has more vision, more map pressure can lead into objectives, eventually leading into a win.
Meron tayong keys to playoffs para sa bawat koponan. Para sa Omega, ang 2-0, ibig sabihin para sa kanila, magiging number 3 sila. Titake nila yon from NXPE. Para naman sa Blacklist, yung 2-0 win will secure the number 1 spot.
How ironic is it na yung tatlong team na nabanggit dito ay magkakaribal ng Omega? Maapektuhan nila yung NXPE pag sila yung nanalo, and at the same time, yung Blacklist din, karibal din nila. So, a lot is at stake, especially for Blacklist International. If you want to make a statement, you do it now.
Sobrang exciting talaga ng laban ngayon dahil para makikita ulit natin ang ating Season 7 Grand Finals at ang ating MSC Grand Finals, pero makikita natin yan ngayon sa regular season. At simulan natin ang ating laban, Blacklist International kontra Omega. Casters, pasok!
Here comes the Grand Finals rematch. Which one? Behold the Rookie of the Year. Which one? Bow down to MPL royalty. Which one? Only one team comes out on top in this battle of champions. But which one? This is Blacklist International versus Omega Esports coming your way to close out the night. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by Rockhart and Renmar Santa Cruz.
So, which one indeed? I feel like it's always going to be a coin toss, and a lot of titles actually that you mentioned there. I love that. So far, I feel like this is going to be a bit of a clincher because both teams are kind of explosive in their own ways, right?
Yeah, they're not fighting for championships this time around, not just yet. I mean, both of them have also secured their playoff spots, but at the same time, because of the history of these two, there's a lot of pride in this kind of battle, and it goes back to an interview of my Venus and Wise where they admitted that at that time, the toughest matchup they had was against Omega. Yeah. So I know going into this, Omega will give them a good fight, and Blacklist as well would do the same for Omega. Come on, guys, it's Blacklist Omega, and it's not the last day. We're seeing this to the second to the last day of the regular season. We're lucky.
I love it. Given that this is the first time in a while that we're seeing the Grand Finals rematch not closing off the season. Definitely this is something to watch out for because this might be a preview of what the playoffs bouts might look like. But again, in more of a bite-sized form because this is a best of 3. Playoffs are all best of 5, save for the Grand Finals, best of 7. And of course, we are starting off game number 1 with Blacklist in their comfort zone going red.
That's right. And goes for their lineup, you know, how they really love to pick that twice and make a really strong arrangement. So, gonna be so interesting here. Again, one of the most widest hero pools that you'll ever see here. Blacklist doesn't really have many problems in terms of bans. Omega, though, I feel like doing a lot of respect.
I love how you brought it up, Rockhart. Huge hero pools, and you're not sure who you're talking about because yes, Blacklist is known for picking those odd choices, maybe because of Oh My Venus, maybe because of Wise, but also because of Bonchan. But based on stats, Omega themselves are not afraid to experiment.
That's true. We have seen them Algis on the XP lane.
Gold lane.
Gold lane, rather.
Their own flavor.
So, I love that Omega are kind of already had some bait in place, if ever, for the playoffs. I mean, it's already also... I mean, if I was Blacklist and I didn't want to pick the Algis, I would actually want to ban it out myself this time.
Honestly, at this point, I'm already looking towards the end of the match because let's say, for example, if Omega will win, will Kelra go up to the camera again and do what he usually does?
That's thinking way too far into the future there, buddy.
But let's go look at the draft first instead. I like how Omega showing us that we're very familiar with Estes, so we won't ban it out. But Blacklist are the one who ban out the Estes indeed.
Why though?
Because Etomax has proven himself to be a respectable Estes.
Yeah. And I like how Blacklist respect that. And at the same time, the bans here of Omega just respects to... With how Oh My Venus plays, Eve seems like a very perfect fit. how Edward has played the Fovis this entire season, you don't want to give that. The Blacklist Aldous is still undefeated. You don't want to give that at all. And Omega already feels and knows how to play with Aldous, so they know, yeah, we got to take this out.
So now first pick is up for Omega. This is a dynamite trade because there's a Jawhead out there, there's a Matilda out there. There's actually so much left to the imagination, and of course, the very elusive Selena.
Interesting. You know what? This is actually I'm very interested about this matchup because this is actually an opportunity for these teams to show up some stuff that they can probably it's a little bit of a preview for the playoffs, right? Where maybe they can try to bait for example, what RSG was doing, they were consistently trying to pick up the Selena on Game 2 and Game 3. Maybe they're trying to bait that out for the playoffs, or try to trick their opponents in the upcoming matches.
True. And
That's a possibility here.
It is. And what I'm looking at for now is what Omega will pick if they'll decide to pick up a Jawhead, a pick that Blacklist usually bans out and they don't want to go up against. But at the same time, with the familiarity, Omega might want to surprise and pick up something along like the Grok.
Jawhead?
Instead, maybe a Kufra, maybe even an Akai, sort of like what ONIC did. But they pick up the Cho. Not yet sure if this is going to be a tank or roam Cho, but we haven't seen XP lane Cho for Omega at all this season, so I won't be surprised if that is the tank pick Cho. And if that will... Oh, that Nathan can go anywhere at this point. That Nathan can go anywhere, but...
That's the fun thing.
So at least one flex
pick.
pick.
Go anywhere. And no Jawhead, which is very surprising in a team that has a Chakno on.
Yeah.
Or maybe they're trying to leave it up for the last. Can you flex this still?
No, in fairness, I do believe this might actually be the Chakman show. Over the past couple of weeks...
historically, yeah.
In the last half of MPL Philippines Season 8, he's been just going bonkers on the show.
Yeah.
Finding targets, knocking people up, surviving things he would rather not.
For Omega this season, Cho is actually undefeated, 4-0.
There you go.
What?
I was just going off of memory, but the numbers don't lie.
Interesting. I love that. Now we have a Kimmy.
I like this Kimmy pick.
I think they have the tools to kind of keep it together. We haven't actually seen... obviously, this Edward pick is going to be the Paquito, right? That's not probably going to get flexed to Wise.
Yeah, no.
But they do have some pretty good tools already to protect the Kimmy early on, so I don't mind this early pick. Usually teams would like to leave it later. This is not a problem for Blacklist, I think.
Look at how cerebral this draft has gone. Blacklist gonna continue to choke out key junglers. They feel really confidently that this Nathan is not gonna go into the jungle. And then for Omega, they themselves take out the Jawhead. Given that maybe Haji doesn't have a hero here just yet, whenever you see the Matilda, yes, it does go into the roaming spot sometimes, but that's definitely an Oh My Venus hero.
Yeah, and there's a chance here if Omega actually leave the Popolin Koopa open. They're trying to take away, or they're really targeting Haji here, and they want Blacklist to get the Popolin Koopa. That's going to be going to the hands of Oh My Venus, and Haji will get the Matilda. Depends of how they're going to configure that. It's either going to be a pause 4 Matilda and then pause 5 Popolin Koopa, or again, you can get very creative in this meta with who gets the roam boots and not.
So in this case, Omega should take out the Martis or the Baksha.
Yeah.
So many choices.
The Grok. So there's
Yeah.
very few. There's a lot of choices left, but they have to pick their poison.
Yeah, just one ban slot though, not gonna be enough to cover it, so definitely a pick your poison kind of situation we have here for Omega. Then again, you can also kind of flex that Matilda over the Haji, which just makes Blacklist so deadly.
They chose to take out the Grok, so everything else is fair play. Haji, pick your hero now.
This is a Haji hero. I'm thinking if the Martis goes, maybe that's a great tool to kind of deal with the name a little bit, maybe, and maybe the Selena. Always love to have like people with crowd control immunity whenever there's a Selena in your lineup. Maybe.
I'm feeling a high loss too. High loss Kimmy is just
It's
dangerous.
got a good, it's a deadly lineup.
Yeah, with a Matilda. Oh, that's a unique twist to an old school play. I like that.
No, I think I heard Popolin Koopa.
Yeah, that actually makes
Unexpectedly.
a lot of sense, right?
Yeah. So, oh no, there we go.
It's
Similar.
It's a little boy.
Yeah,
Still.
similar voice lines.
Little boy owl.
A board.
Board, yes.
Yeah.
A little boardy. Okay, so...
all right. I had to process that for a
Now,
bit.
that being said, what's gonna go into the jungle here? Ayusin Shin.
I mean, it would have been great if they had the Algis, but they don't. So it's gonna be a tank jungle. It's gonna be a tank jungle,
It's gotta
guys.
be. So
That's what I've been feeling too.
maybe the Baksha?
Baksha's great.
Oh, why is it...
Hylos!
Hylos.
I was gonna say, why
Yes!
is it praying to Bonchan? Please, coach, let me play the Hylos jungle.
Yes.
Let's see if they get it.
Omega's closing up. I think they are gonna keep it close to their chest.
Bauman, it's a good answer, by the way.
Yeah, and I think it's this Bauman that Coach Macbeth is saying, okay, that might be a jungler tank. So let's have an answer right now. In comes
DPS.
Billy, and they pick up the also 100% win rate, Barat.
7-0 for Omega picking up the Barracks.
Baby!
And yeah, Blacklist would need some stronger sustain. Tank jungle.
Baksha's fine, but Hylos is better.
If they want to play it safe, they will pick up the Isan Shin, but right now with how the configuration of Omega look like, they need someone else alongside the Paquito who can help that front line.
Oh man, I don't think they're gonna do it.
They're telling things to switch.
Some trouble in paradise here.
Yeah, they're not sure. Oh, there you go. They finally
They're
agreed
locked
on
in.
it.
I think it was just that moment where they were just talking about the
Are you
last
sure?
strategy.
What?
Oh, it's a Granger in the jungle.
All right. Given that they last picked the Granger, just to our chagrin, they don't pick up the Hylos at all or any tank jungle. They have to go really, really fast.
This lineup needs to, like, that's their win condition. Like, have a timer on this lineup.
Yeah,
Like,
and right now with how it looks like, it is... I think it'll be the Diggy and the Kimmy together in lane.
Absolutely.
And we've seen Diggy paired up with things like the Bruno in lane. At the same time, I think the Kimmy and the Diggy can work really well. So if ever they can speed things up, if Omega don't have the right answer, since it will be Kelra there in the gold lane, if he's going to be alone going up against the Diggy and the Kimmy, if they are going to be in lane, it's going to be tough.
I love it. This is... half the time I've seen it, it was a rank game nightmare, but the other times, wow.
Flashback.
Jungle Balmond!
Jungle Balmond.
Oh!
All right.
Jungle
All right.
Balmond! You have 2 retributions, fam!
Pretty much.
And you have on paper, Balmond works. Balmond is great because you have a dash, you have burst, you have some DPS.
And sustain.
Honestly, I'm liking this.
It's going
to be hard for Wise to actually deal with this all on his own.
That's why I'm thinking, exactly with what you just said, that might mean Haji will be forced to go with Wise. Oh, my Venus will mainly be clearing from mid. Yeah, it might be the Diggy, the Matilda clearing mid together and then going around, because it might just be too difficult for... if Omega at one point start to invade. But right now, as it looks, it will be the Diggy with the Kimmy going up against Nathan's, or Kelra's Nathan in the gold lane.
Here we go, game number 1. Welcome to the land of Dawn. It's time to watch out for what that gold lane matchup is gonna be like. I'm curious, what is the answer? I mean, Omega didn't see that it was the Diggy and the Kimmy, but did they send anyone to help Kelra?
I don't think so.
No, they didn't.
I mean, it's fine because of the range of the of this Nathan as well. But I just want to say it's just gonna be so... It's gonna be disastrous if this lineup of Blacklist tries to stick together. Get that code. The code. Don't break it.
Claim it. Claim the code.
Claim it. Claim the code.
Redeem.
Yeah,
as far from whatever that sounds like as possible.
So here's what I was saying. It's gonna be a disaster if they kind of try to clump up, because it's gonna be so difficult because of the AOE, the like close proximity AOE that Omega has here. So your Uber is not gonna work. Probably gonna have a hard time working this time.
If there's one thing that Blacklist has going, like, undoubtedly, is their pushing power.
That's true.
We've seen this before, wherein it's a Diggy and like a couple of ranged heroes, marksmen, if you want to call it, and they just take objectives like that and then get out.
Yeah, and one thing I'm going to be looking at is when Omega will actually start to invade the jungle of Blacklist International, because they have to. That's going to be how they counteract the pressure onto Kelra. But the weird thing is they have to balance helping Kelra or invading the jungle. So it's going to be interesting after the first turtle, or leading up to the first turtle, maybe a minute beforehand, of how Omega are going to start moving their pieces around, and at the same time if Blacklist will do anything to move their pieces around. Because this Diggy with the Kimmy might just be up until the Kimmy hits level 4. Because that way you can ensure that the first 4 waves are good, at least the Kimmy has a lead, and Haji can go around as the Diggy to help Wise and the rest of Blacklist International to get wins elsewhere.
Overall, there's a timer on this lineup here for Blacklist. Like, you have to go hard early or go home.
There is something I noticed. This timer on Blacklist is not as tight, given that everything Reptar said, correct. But the rotational speed favors Blacklist. The Paquito just moves faster than the Barats.
Better early game as well.
Yeah, so we've seen this time and time again. A lot of turnarounds come off of Renzio's quiet but impactful presence in a game. And if he can do this right, both defend from Edward man-to-man and then just join team fights and break the Ube, it should work out. Kelra here, man, I can feel the pressure. Look, auto alarm bombs taking him out of range. Etomax coming in to help him out. Oh my Venus raining down on to Kelra. He's forced to recall, it's minute 0.
Very specific, by the way. Great collapse here by Blacklist.
And there's the Aegis. So Haji here with the Diggy. Specific choice, Aegis.
Aegis. I did not notice that. It was yellow, so I thought it was flickered. That's just how bad my eyes are.
Could be. Glad we have executive optical. Thank you so much. But here's a question. Why would you choose Aegis, Remar?
Well, that's mainly because you just want to keep that Kimmy alive. That's why survivability is the goal here for OHEB. He even picked up the Purify for himself. And then the Aegis means that in situations where we just saw, highly likely that OHEB will be able to escape. Again, Kimmy's only mobility is just the dash, and then at the same time, the little bit of movement speed burst that you get from Purify. So good pickup actually on the Aegis. That just means that OHEB will be able to get a few more moments to just freely hit and damage.
Yeah, you got a lot more coverage as well with Haji, just to make sure that he's not immediately destroyed by lethal counter. Right? Very, very important in the matchup, especially when they clump up together.
See, wow, look at this. Oh my Venus and Wise raining down on Chaknu, putting him at half health. Here comes Ryzen from the west, trying to find the target. Renzio. Wow, the speed as to which this Barats clears waves, forcing Edward to respond. This is a turtle that I think Omega wants to secure. Given, again, they have 2 retributions effectively.
Yeah, and Nathan's not going to be able to join the fight anytime
soon. Way of the Dragon onto the Queen. Detna's welcome. Get in my belly. Edward says no. There's an arrow thrown out here by Etomax. First blood drawn by Ryzen. The tail end of the lethal counter taken down. The Queen. 1-0 plus a turtle.
That's a very early advantage being taken there by Omega. Turtle buff very massive as well. Just adds so much more to the AoE that Ryzen has. And that's going to escalate this this jungle downward even further.
Yeah, an interesting point. An interesting thing to point out here is that Edward's actually rocking Purify, hence why that Detonus welcome, though, actually was not able to get completely locked in here. So interesting choice. We're used to seeing a flicker, but now Chaknu might just be seeing the base if Blacklist find a way to take him down.
Oh, reverse time. Soft counter to the show. He can't get in. Close. Dash. Getting that shield. Surviving OHEB's barrage. Here comes Ryzen. He's spinning. He's spinning. Maximum charge. Thought he would caught out the Mamba, but he survives. Recalls home. Man, even if Blacklist gave out that first big clash, then they're still keeping to the mission.
Again, that's the tempo of their lineup right now. They got pretty good early game here. And again, recently buffed Granger, by the way, that we haven't really seen a lot of. Small buff, but buff nonetheless. And you have to say that this is very fun for Chaknu. He's been trying to bait out some kills here. Earlier, he could have dashed out. Actually, while he was getting barraged by OHEB. He said, you know, I'll try to bait this, draw this out, taking as much damage as I can. So OHEB will keep chasing. It's just lucky that, of course, Blacklist was able to still keep it together.
Yeah, Haji and OHEB in control there in the bottom lane. Etomax has been the person assigned to help out Kelra because, yeah, he needs to start helping Kelra. Interesting, actually, because Chaknu is going to be the one clearing the lanes from mid. Etomax is the one rocking the roam boots.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a switch up.
It's a switch up.
Interesting. Usually when you see this traditional switch up, it's a different battle spell. But look at this. this. He caught the perfect target.
Wow.
Way of the Dragon plus the lethal counter onto Wise. That's another kill in mid. What?
Did you see the layering of that?
Yeah.
Right after the arrow, straight into the knockup of the Jeet Kune Do. Weight of Dragon, straight to lethal counter. No time to react.
Ryzen dunked Wise into
Mid-air,
that
I think.
hoop.
Yeah, literal.
It's like Dwayne Wade and LeBron James.
Oh, another
one.
Starting it up. Haji, gotta think twice here. We haven't seen him use Time's Journey just yet. Already 5 minutes in, we're about to close up early game, tail end of the early game, and the Diggy's doing okay as a babysitter.
It is, actually. Not even dying that much, like, comparatively. But, again, you kind of have to keep in mind that I still think that Omega's going to have a lot more fun when you reach that 15 to 18 minute mark. So keep that in mind if you're watching through Blacklist.
What a switch up by Tomax and Chakno, I gotta say. They're not rocking the battle spells or the emblems to say this out loud, but yeah, if they switch the roaming, then yeah, they have switched up the position 5 role.
Yeah.
Faster scaling on the Barats, more tankiness, right? Because of that.
Yeah. More lethal Cho.
Yeah.
A more lethal Cho.
And most importantly, the Cho, honestly, up against a Diggy and Kimmy, we saw a glimpse of it earlier. Chakno will not be able to close that gap. So that's why it needed to be the Selena to be rocking the roam boots to be paired up with Kelra. Because if it was Chakno would just get reverse time, then
kited to death.
And kited to death, exactly.
Look at the Mamba. No bushes safe, even this early on in the game. This is difficult for Blacklist. What I'm reading here so far is... Oh, wait! That's a swap early on with the Entropy, but just scaring Oheb a little. What I was going to get to is... It seems like Blacklist is babysitting both of their marksmen, right?
True. And again, that's a little bit difficult, to be honest. Like, as you can see, I think Haji and Oh My Venus are being spread a little bit too thin in some of these fights. So we'll have to see if they can keep it up. But if they can keep it up, that's the fun part. Like, they're gonna be able to like scale Oheb so much better, single-wise.
But they don't even have scaling. Honestly,
That's true.
This went to like 25, Omega would out-damage all of them.
Like,
hold up.
Yeah.
There's a fight up top. Check this out. Renzio, just a sliver of health left. Can he save himself? Answer is going to be no. Can Ryzen finish the job? Oh!
Yeah, he apparently
Three-point line!
Right, yeah, right at the edge with the three-point line.
Okay, so Ryzen, amazing closer pick for Omega here. Paying dividends. 3-0-0. Ow. Let's see if they can win this fight in mid. There's Haji getting it with the arrow. Time's Journey to save himself. The trap, not enough damage to finish the job. And here we go. Third turtle of the game. Let's see. Renzio a little far from the party.
No DJ for Blacklist.
Kelra gonna have a good time down bottom. Might even get pushed. Oh! Mamba knocking up to Wave the Dragon onto the Queen. Turtle taken here by Ryzen. They gotta give up the Mamba. Chaknu falls. But, as we said, Kelra's just pushing. Farming for free.
They needed everyone to try to contest that. Keyword, try. I mean, Omega's playing on such a hard pace here. Blacklist having a hard time keeping up here.
Yeah. Oh, and another one.
Another one. Ryzen! Somebody stop this guy already.
Yeah, he's rising to the occasion right now with the Bloodlust Axe and the War Axe as well, on the way to might be an Athena Shield or an Oracle to maximize the healing that he gets from Killing Spree and when he gets a kill with his ultimate, so he'll be happy with that. Haji picking up the Radiant Armor, of course the damage coming in from the Nathan, but now Oheb has his Divine Glaive, and this is where we're gonna see if the frontliners of Omega can actually withstand the damage that Oheb's Kimmy can rock out. But as it stands, Omega is in the lead with the objectives.
Oh, interesting dynamics between these two marksmen. Oheb, I think, thought twice about taking that purple buff. And wow, Kelra using maximum utility from the Entropy. Took a lot from Blacklist, but they shut down that marksman. Arrow thrown out by Etomax on the disengage. They let go, not a fight they want to pick. Here's Renzio, bottom lane, they've switched it up. Edward, wow, that's a full level gap up top. Here's another fight. Ryzen catching quite a few hits. Ammo, rounds from two marksmen up top, and here we go. Ube engaged.
Ube is definitely activated at this point. They can definitely go for that tower on top side as we're just playing, you know, cheekily with Renzio.
Oh! Way of the dragon on the Wise again! Second time this game so far?
That's very, very good catches here, I have to say, from Chaknu.
Yeah. And
as well as Itomax.
Yeah. And from what we saw there in that last engagement where Blacklist showed that the Ube is definitely online there in the top lane, is that Omega needs to get their victories before the fights happen. They have to force someone out. They have to pick someone off first. Because altogether, it's difficult to get through the time's journey. It's difficult to burst down the members of Blacklist International when they have their Mathilda up, and especially if you cannot control the Kimmy, or even if you do, you have to worry about the time's journey and the Purifier from the Kimmy, so they have to burst down Oheb.
Look at this Lord fight here. I mean, they're fighting Lord, but Blacklist is just biding their time. Detna's welcome here. Cancelled by the time's journey. Blacklist letting the Lord go for this round. It is the level 1 Lord. Oheb securing the purple. So this is the full-on switch up. Wise can get farmed elsewhere. It's all about Oheb right now. This power spike from Blacklist. They're hoping that they can turn things around. Reverse time onto Chaknu. Flicker out. He survives. And they call it quits.
Yeah, there's just no way that Blacklist can make an entrance. Like, because of the front line and because of even the back line of Omega.
Oh, the Queen gets on out with just the right amount of shields. The control and the situational awareness. Haji didn't panic click that Aegis at all.
That's true. They kind of know the amounts of ultimates and the cooldown, so that's just experience speaking.
Brute Force Breastplate on a Mathilda? Renmar, what?
Yeah, you're gonna need to act as one of the other frontliners for your lineup here. Again, it's not traditional tanks that we're seeing on the side of Blacklist, but Renjo in a big fight.
He pulled so many ults there, catching a circling eagle. Here's a Detna's welcome. He's still alive, forcing back all of Blacklist just to stop this onslaught. And that was a close call. I think both teams, if they did it wrong, they both could have been wiped out.
This is like Walking Dead. Like, literally, like, Omega's like zombies, like, clawing their way to the humans who are fighting back with guns.
Yeah.
It's just so... I just got a picture of it in my mind.
Boxing gloves.
And boxing gloves.
Oh, Chaknu freeing himself of the reverse time right when it triggered. He dashed out. Here comes Renzio. One more time. No Detna's welcome just yet, but there is damage. Look at the burst. Haji taken down. Backline, watch out. That's one out. Renzio. They finally punched the dinosaur into extinction. Oheb has a beat on him. Ryzen takes him out. Double kill for the Omega jungler. The Queen falls as well. Kelra slays him. And it's Edward dancing around, the back-to-ball player versus the boxer. Kelra survives, and they're happy to go for the 1-for-3 trade.
They got the deal. They got a pretty good take there, actually. Even if Omega are low, it's so easy for them to take all of these turrets. Although right now, no minions means they're gonna have to back off. And I gotta say, any small objective, any small advantage you can take from Blacklist, they're gonna be happy with that.
Huge advantage though taken by Kelra. He stole the orange.
And again, there's just something different when it's these two teams going up against each other. Can he take
Entropy forward and the back with a flicker, slaying Edward.
As I was saying, there's something special when these two go up against each other. They bring out the best, they bring out the worst. You get to see them really tailor their lineups, their items for one another so well. We're seeing the best of the best right now. And Omega and Blacklist still putting on a show for us after all this time.
The worst and the best of the best.
Yeah, exactly.
The worst parts and the best parts.
A rivalry for the ages, truly. If you're looking for a rivalry to stand, this might be it, if you haven't just yet. Reverse time on to the Barat. I'm wondering, what kind of items does Renzio build? Because he was catching bullets from Wise and Oheb all day.
I mean, that's a good question, man. Like, Renzio right now, I feel like he is, his positioning right now is just so spectacular. Maybe that's it.
Yeah, at one point, he did pick up an anti-Cuirass. He may also have a Dominance Ice on him, or maybe a Radiant Armor,
Radiant
one of
armor.
those two.
I think I saw the
Radiant Armor for sure.
His
yeah, he should have that.
His Barat is built different.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very true. It's a little bit.
Chakno picking up the Guardian Helmet. Expect this Cho to never go home.
Yep, and at the same time, just have a lot of HP because he know in terms of reducing the damage of Blacklist, but Chakno just wants to survive as long as possible in the fight, and having a lot of HP will do that for you.
He knows he's gonna have to tank a lot in the first place, so tank a little bit, then go back a little bit more, and then go forward again for the re-engage. Now Lord's up, and I think Again, I don't see an entrance here for Blacklist for the Lord. It's difficult, very difficult.
They have the range advantage, yes, but when it comes to engagement, it's so difficult for them to actually do it safely. But check this out, Renzio holding the Lord one more time as he's shown to do very well. Chaknu, flank in from the east. Let's see if he can find a target. Edward, martial artist on martial artist, like a UFC fight in here. They let go. And here you see the Guardian Helmet doing work. See, look, Chaknu got a full engage from Edward. He's still in it. He wants to fight. But look,
wait,
Blacklist is aware. Look at the damage from Wise.
Lord, is it reset?
Can they do it? Soft reset for now. Soft reset for
A
now.
little bit.
Chaknu looking for away the dragon, but he goes down immediately. Flicker committed by Renzio. A lot of resources taken away from Omega as Kelra down bottom. Who was he fighting? Why is he so low? Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Wise taking him out, but it's
Who gets it?
Who gets the Lord? That deadly counter was 1 second too soon.
Oh,
I have to say,
locked it in.
That was beautiful. Like, I guess that's the sacrifice that you gotta do for Blacklist if you want to have even a little bit of chance to get these objectives.
I love it when these two fought because Blacklist slowed down the Lord. They waited for it. And yes, a moment too soon on the lethal counter, but Ryzen still walked away with a double kill, but Oheb was there to freely hit and secure it for Blacklist.
This is so worth it, ladies and gentlemen. That replay brought to us by Oppo. You enhance your minions, you kind of win a team fight, and you win across the map. Ryzen here, quite chunky himself. Again, this is a jungler you're watching doing some work, and he does have a lethal counter on lock. Let's see. Oh, wow, Blacklist really still outranging them.
And the whole Oheb's damage actually is phenomenal right now. Like,
yeah,
for a Kimmy at 16 minutes, he's still doing a majority of the damage for Blacklist.
Yeah, that's because in terms of being a traditional tank, the only thing that Omega has in their lineup for that role is the Barretts. So even going up against the Ballman, who's rocking an Assassin emblem, the Cho, yes, rocking Concussive Blast, but again, Cho isn't a traditional tank. Everyone else will just feel the pain of the Kimmy. Renja can withstand it, but eventually he will crumble. The rest, if you eat up all the basic attacks of that Kimmy, it will hurt you. See, look, Renja's still relatively okay.
Yeah, it's Blacklist playing on inevitability. Renzio's life bar is gonna go down some way, somehow, and Blacklist can just keep forcing the issue.
That's true, and I think that's what they should really do. Like, they should not let Omega breathe, because if they get a good set, they can actually go straight up.
Yep, it's a game of tag, and Omega is it. Here's a Detonus welcome, catching one, throwing him right into a wall, knock up, Haji taken down, Kelra gets the kill, so that's -1. Haji didn't even get to use Time's Journey.
Yeah, and that's a great target for the Detonus welcome.
Exactly.
Like, especially on the cooldowns, right? Everything else is on cooldown.
Oh! Concealed play! Catching one! Wise falls with the way of the dragon! Now make that 2 down. 3 members left for Blacklist International as Omega tries to go for this penetration. Mid goes down. Just Mamba things.
It's just like it's like an everyday thing for Chakno at this point. So no one's even that surprised.
Striking from the bushes, Flicker, Jeet, Kundo. The Blacklist have to pull off a great defense here to stop Omega from ending this game.
Oh no, Kelra popping the entropy. They felt like they could finish, but the answer is no. Blacklist says, get out of my kingdom. Their base still stands. Kelra falls. What a punish. 2 left on the side of Omega.
Oh, this is bad.
It's a triple.
This
3
could
down.
be the finish. This could be the finish, ladies and gentlemen.
As long as they keep their minions alive, they're actually in a pretty good spot here. Edward also wants to kind of flow that blade on the bottom.
Longest 30 seconds of Omega's series right now.
They can!
This could be the finish. Woo!
No way! Wow!
Okay, Ryzen is here.
They
is here. They have to stun the perfect target, but it's 4 members. 4 members. 10 seconds off of Chaknu.
They can't just yet.
I think
the minions.
The minion wave in the middle was way too far.
The game continues.
Yeah.
And again, you've got Ryzen on a pretty good spot here.
Oh, wait,
clear.
We might have spoke too soon. Wait.
Ryzen,
Yeah, nah, he can.
His priorities are on point. Gotta give it up to the young rookie.
They're back,
He's gonna get blasted. That is a desperation lethal counter if I've ever seen one. The Queen takes him down.
All right, that's Ryzen going down for the defense. I'd say very, very worth it. That was really close there for Omega.
Ryzen's life for the base. Ryzen, take the hit.
Go for it, right? And another one. They're going to keep going here. Want to go get that Lord contest.
huge Lord here that could go over to Blacklist, but look at Renzio putting Edward down to about a fifth of his health. Here we go. Might have spent a little too much. Chaknu knocking him up.
PJ.
Oh, Haji says nothing of that matters. It's going to be Chaknu going down. Edward knocks him out. And that's 3 defenders left. Blacklist can just confirm the Lord and then go from here. But look, huge wave up top too. So mind the minimap.
Everyone's a little low here.
Yeah.
Difficult steal, but look, they're gonna try to get wise, can they? Not enough burst. Etobox gets punished. Renzio, he's the only member left with Kelra too. Can Kelra do the impossible? Haji taken down. Kelra, there's a lot of damage on this Nathan, but he's only one. Nathan, he flickers on out. He takes down Noheb. It's a 3-4-4.
Wise got the Lord.
And Renzio got taken out too. It's Ryzen all alone. Man, I could barely see what was happening there.
So many things.
So many things, man. And it was all about Blacklist, even with the Lord Assist, by the way, taking out Kelra.
Okay, we're past TikTok timers. Death timers are going to be exponentially longer now. But just the same, it's 30 seconds off of the furthest member. There's going to be a 5v5, definitely, but it's going to be a huge siege by Blacklist.
It really is, and Omega are going to have to find the perfect targets in the next one. If they want a chance to get a shot at Wise, they're going to have to do it with Chaknu surprising.
Only 2 players in this game have immortality. That's Horizon on the Balmet and Haji on the Diggy. They're both understanding their high priority targets, but if anyone on either team falls and they don't have an immortality, at this point, 21 minutes in, a big win and a big loss will decide the game.
This is an interesting situation because, yeah, it's 21 minutes, but neither wants to give at least one. It's got to be a full 5v5. Each player, each hero contributes so much to the full victory.
That's right. As long as they have clear, like, even if it's just Ryzen all alone, even if it's just Oheb all alone, they can actually kind of hold out. So, it's go big or go home, ladies and gents here.
Oh, look at the damage for Oheb!
Oheb's just massive.
I'm starting to hurt. Conceal here. Set up. Let go. Alright,
you're still up.
That's one thing Chaknu has on Blacklist. One thing Omega has over their opponents is they have the conceal play.
So, I wonder if they're going to be able to pull that off at this point because they are very visible right now.
Oh, Renzio, he can stand in front of Blacklist for much less time now at a time. And look at this entropy popped in by Kelra, taking a few hits. Wow, that's how much damage Blacklist has. Yes, they're marksmen, but there's also some sort of burst.
There really is. It's so scary.
It's not just DPS.
And Omega also has that in form of Kelra, but it's like 2v1 marksman.
Oh! Let's see, can there be a catch here? Alright, well placed by Renzio. It's a death bush, but not for Barats.
Yeah.
Kelra picked up.
Itomax's stuns are also missing a little bit.
Yeah, they need to. Omega needs Itomax to land the arrows or Chaknu to get another Flicker Jeet Kundo in and wave the dragon. Yeah, it is a tall order because, again, with Blacklist all taken together, it's going to be difficult for Omega to get all the key targets that they need to get. At this point, it's very close to Chaknu just hoping that the Way of the Dragon, let's say he does get the Flicker Jeet Kundo in, that it is Oheb or OMIV or Oheb or Wise that he gets to get closer to the members of Omega to burst down. Speaking of burst, Kelra did pick up the immortality to keep himself a little bit safer. So we're seeing a little bit more immortalities across the board. Ryzen switched up his items actually, decided to pick up the Malefic Roar, and then the Athena Shield is also there for him.
And the Radiant Armor. Absolutely good magic resistance. Kinda can survive against Oheb even longer, but against Wise, maybe not so much. So that's going to take a while here. And this siege, again, I kind of expect games like this to kind of drag on. It is going to be tough to know whether or not is going to make the big decision on Omega. And for Blacklist, they can't really like dive, right? This is not a dive comp. This is a kite comp.
This is literally 2 polar opposite lineups. Because look, even the Nathan tends to dive with the entropy swap.
Exactly.
So Omega wants to go all in, but Blacklist is going to do their best to kite him. So
all out.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, game of tag, and Omega's in.
Yeah. And Blacklist, are they happy with this game drawing out though? That's a big question.
I think so far, yeah, because it's working out very well for them. The members of Omega can't get close to OHEB and Wise.
Renzio's about to get sandwich. Circling Eagle confirmed by the Queen. Gonna knock up the big old dinosaur. Reverse time as well. Let's see. Oh, Renzio. Wow. His teammates blocked the Death Sonata.
That's good.
Very rarely will you hear the Barats say, ask for help.
Yeah, and a very small thing though, but with with big ramifications, is how Edward, going from the front line facing up against Omega, Blacklist called for him to block E2max so that E2max couldn't get in with an Abyssal Arrow, because E2max went off to the side to try to get a better view of OHEB and Wise there in the back line. So then Edward ended up going after E2max's Selena, forcing him out, and it was actually Edward who ended up eating an Abyssal Arrow, perfectly blocking it, meant that Omega couldn't get another opening for an engagement.
Remember, no flicker for Omega here for Orenzio. That's difficult.
Yeah,
it's going to be more difficult for him to get into position.
Yeah, for a Barrett?
Yeah, they have to be honest. They have to be honest, and they have to find Blacklist over-committing.
Or hit that arrow, E2max, come on.
That's
either one.
It's way too many circumstances for it to just happen right now, willy-nilly. 25 minutes in, this Lord has been enhanced up the wazoo. He can do backflips now.
Yeah.
That's not true, but it's very strong.
It's funny because in these flow state, when you're in flow state already, like at more than 25 minutes of consistently moving, it's so much easier to dodge arrows. So that's why E2max has not been able to hit one for the past how many minutes already. So they're going to really have to take Blacklist by surprise if they want to get these stunts to sink in.
Yeah, and with so many, again, there's like 2 Purifies on the side of Blacklist. They also have the Time's Journey. Even if E2max lands it, is it going to be on someone who doesn't have it? And again, with the tight formation of Blacklist, even though he landed that, Omega can't go in just yet. So now we're seeing Omega trying to split the map a little bit more to force Blacklist to disperse the Ube, and hopefully Omega can, or Omega's hoping rather, that they can, if they split up the Ube, more pressure in the side lanes, and then they can reform around the Lord if they want to take that.
Yeah. I think Blacklist's condition here is as long as Haji keeps it together, as long as Haji doesn't miss a beat.
Yeah.
Like they're in a good position.
And
either way.
And so far he hasn't been missing a beat for the past few minutes. Early on though it was understandable, but now because of the items on that Diggy, even he can buy enough time. Again, that's pull yourself together in the Diggy, so he has more he frequently has more access to the Aegis.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I forgot the benefit of that. Yeah. So right now though, Renzio has his flicker back on, so they can try to go for the bait if they want to. That's the easiest way to get to the back line.
I guess this is Omega's gambit. They're gonna force Blacklist and say, look how much damage we're putting on Lord. Come answer real quick. And yeah, this is a full reset. Both teams not willing to commit the full amount to this huge objective. Because again, even the Lord, knowing how these two teams play, is not a confirmed win. Not just yet.
It was good intel from Haji's bombs and the minion as well, chasing Renzio. So good info for Black.
Yeah. Ooh. Could be the point of no return. Maximum charge by OHEB. But
yeah, apparently.
This is a Barazzi.
Chak?
He'll be fine.
Oh, wait.
Chaknu's split pushing.
Yeah, Chaknu's split pushing, and it's Blacklist's turn to try to bait Omega here with the Lord.
Or Omega baiting Blacklist to respond to the wave.
Yeah.
Ah, mind games up. The mind games are really...
I know you know.
Woo! Stressing on my head here.
Mixed signals.
Yeah, like who's actually...
Will they or won't they?
Yeah. Is this guy trapped with him, or are you trapped with who? Like, who's trapped with actually who here?
I'm confused.
Me too.
So confusing.
I'm always confused.
Who's actually setting the trap?
Oh no.
Right?
E2max here, he is not in a shape to engage, so gonna go for the recall, and Edward answers the last bit of work that Chakno has put in for the past couple of minutes up top. So maybe let's just try to digest the items. Full build everybody, I guess. Save for the roamers.
Like at this point, everyone's just trading items left and right, and then I've been seeing a lot of potions get picked up. Actually, right now, Oh My Venus actually has a rock potion, and it's still 60-40 favoring Blacklist International.
Yeah, but I did note, E2max was still missing an item. He was en route to something, maybe an immortality.
Probably. Maybe he swapped out.
Yeah.
And he's waiting for it to get back on.
Immortality makes sense. Probably what happened there is he picked up the potion and then Omega was like, or he decided to change up his item.
He knew that it was an all-in thing, so he needs to get more reps in when the fights happen. So, yeah, that makes sense. Interesting RTWR. 40% for Omega, and then it's a majority to Blacklist.
I'd say closer. A little bit closer here.
55-45.
There you go.
Maybe.
A little bit fair.
That's my internal calculation that took about 2 seconds of computing.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Wise actually picked up the Demon Hunter sword, so now Renjo needs to be careful.
Ryzen too.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe these marksmen, if Blacklist really wants to go for one big fight, just sell the boots and go for damage. Like, both on Oheb and to Wise here. Maybe that's a way to eke out more damage from these marksmen in the late game.
If I'm not mistaken now, though, both Haji and Oh My Venus have Favor as their Roam Boots blessing. Because Oh My Venus just picked up Tough Boots with Favor on it. And at this point, you can still get gold for that to unlock the Favor passive by getting assists. And
so it's all the heals.
Yeah, it's all the heals.
Check this out.
Oh,
Chaknu! Wave the dragon onto the queen, but in the opposite direction. Could this be a full committal? Answer is no. That's just a few green dots spent on the side of Blacklist and Omega, so they can just call it quits, find another entry, better, maybe, and now Renzio getting caught in. Circling Eagle by the queen. Renzio's gonna go down here, man. That's gonna be 1 for Oheb and 80 seconds on the bench for the two-time MPL champion.
So many ordinances that these two teams have to deal with here so far. And yeah, stuff like that is gonna happen. Someone's gonna slip up one way or another.
So Free Lord, unless Kelra can pull a miracle here and go for the steal.
Ryzen's getting in position.
We have to reset it.
There's a reset. Look at Ryzen. Putting damage onto the back line. Chaknu goes down. Oh My Venus. Lethal counter. Dunked in. Reverse time onto Ryzen. Kelra. Let's see what he's got. He does have an entropy up still, so it's a 2-for-1.
And at this point, 70 seconds on Chaknu, I don't think they mind. They know that Blacklist can't actually push out. What they can do though is get in position for the Lord. Actually, this is going to be a quick Lord.
Yeah.
That's a free Blacklist Lord here at this point.
Oh no. Yep, there's no contest.
Ryzen doesn't want to contest.
Yeah, I love what they've done here. I love what Blacklist has done because now, 30 minutes away from the draft, you see what their plan was. They took out all the assassins because assassins are the only ones who can really break this down.
No one can get to the back line. Like, even Keller is having a hard time, even with the entropy, right? That's a good point.
But imagine if we had like a Lancelot or a Hayabusa or a Ling. That's easy entry to the Kimmy and the Granger, but right now, like, Omega has to be so honest. Omega has to really come from the front. Even the side
has to be a straight up outplay.
Yes, the flanking is also impossible because there's a Diggy here.
And again, with what you mentioned, the Omega lineup is honest with how they want to engage their team fights. And
you gotta go.
Yeah, you're gonna go. It's gonna be a slow crawl forward. Now, Blacklist are on the way to winning this game. Will Omega have enough damage to take down the Lord before Blacklist can break the base?
Oh no, Lord marching in. The 6th member of Blacklist already on the map.
Damage from Blacklist.
The spirit of Esson in this major objective, wailing away, just as easily taken down. All 5 members are here. Renzio committing the flicker in his own base just to survive. Omega can still breathe easy, knowing that there's just have to clear the minion waves to get past this assault. But that's easier said than done. Lethal counter just to clear the waves. And can they force it? There's a time journey. So Omega's counting. Omega's counting. That's one big ult out. Can we force this? Oh, maybe not.
All right, they've got a very tanky lineup. I think at this point, Blacklist has to agree. So that's why they're not even facing that straight on. Like, they're going straight for, like, chip damage on objective. And at this point, it's just going to be, again, Omega, one big pick-off. Like, is that even possible right now? It's so difficult. Even for me, from my standpoint, with caster vision, like, you can't, there's no way that they can go behind.
Yeah, you've been seeing it for quite a while now. Not quite, for a long time now, where Omega have just been trying to find an opening, whether it's be Chaknu kicking someone away or Itamax landing an arrow, but then again, so many purifies. And Haji just picked up fleeting time. So he'll almost always have Time's Journey with him now. So even less is going to be a hard, tall order for Omega to turn around. 3 mortalities, 1 picked up just by Venus, and 1 on Edward.
And no more boots on Oheb.
Yeah, no more boots on Oheb. So it's like picking up the Blood Wings, it is more of like a, okay, this is it.
I'm going to stand and shoot.
Yeah, I will stand and shoot, and it's the trust there of OHEB for the front line of Blacklist, which is, they're doing really well. There's so much, not healing, but shielding capabilities on the side of Blacklist International.
But also healing, again, given the amount of favor.
Yeah,
That's
favor.
true.
Maximum charge into bush.
Bronk.
OHEB is aware. I think that's the secondary sound, yes. I was going to say, man, if only I knew that this game would last 35 minutes, maybe 40, I would have ordered from Panda Pro and then got my food immediately. I believe the current longest game right now was last night. All right, so we broke the previous record held by by TNC and Echo. All right,
cool.
So it's now RSG NXPE at 36:15. We're a minute away from breaking that.
Yeah.
What's the all-time?
58.
Wait, no. There was one from MSC 2019.
It went an hour?
What?
Yeah.
What?
I think Archangel played that.
Oh.
We need to look it up.
We'll look at it.
Yeah. I believe the all-time high is upwards of an hour.
And from the looks of it, like, no one seems to be budging. No one seems to be slipping.
Yep.
Like,
and it's not like Omega can't finish if they can't punish Blacklist, right?
That's true.
It's just as easy, but they can't find an entry.
That rhymes.
I'm a poet and I didn't even know it.
Kelra, though, I feel like... Can Blacklist catch Kelra? Is there a catch potential here on Kelra? There's none, right?
Nope.
None.
Yeah.
It's if Kelra goes in way too early with
It's all up to Kelra.
Yeah, if his
with a swap.
If it's his mistake if he
Yeah.
does. Yes, it's an entropy too deep.
If he gets caught, which is very, very difficult to do.
Is this Omega just gonna hunker down and say, okay, let's give up the Lord, let's defend one more time? Is that it?
They can't. They have the clear to do it.
Yeah, but look at Renzio. He's what, 5 seconds away from the engage. Lord now at about a fifth of his health. Here we go. Circling Eagle set in. Detna's welcome. Spacing them out. Lord is still standing. And there's the lethal counter. Ryzen in their face, taking it. No casualties on the side of Blacklist just yet, but they do get a Lord. Omega's still in this. Immortality popped onto Renzio. Gets blasted here in the purple buff side of their jungle. 3v5.
Not worth it. Absolutely not worth it.
Etamaxi pops the conceal. Did he? No, he was just waiting.
He's trying to buy time. He's trying to buy time.
Yeah, all right. Okay, 2 seconds to Lord. Here he comes.
It works.
That's a dash. Reverse time. Edward's going to knock him out. Edward,
87 seconds out for Itamax.
Yeah, after Blacklist take down this Lord, very good chance that they'll be able to end the game actually. See how Edward is pushing in the lane up top.
Waves on waves.
Waves on waves in the bottom lane. They'll leave that. So the push is gonna be reliant of the top lane and the mid lane waves. The mid lane wave just looks like to be one cannon. There's gonna be 4 minions for Chaknu. Oh, this is smart.
Oh, he's a minion assassin?
He needs to clear
the
this
minion
up.
is his enemy.
Yeah, he hates these wagons, bro.
He wanted to delay that minion wave by a little bit more time. It's all going to be up to Kelra and Chaknu to take down that one cannon minion and the wave in mid.
And Kelra, far off entropy. There's a wave right here. That's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen.
What
Blacklist
a game.
International playing on the inevitable. Woo! Taking game number 1. I do believe we broke the record still.
We did break the record.
Longest game of the season.
Big claps and sighs of relief there for Blacklist means that this game was very as close can get, I think.
Yeah. Look at Coach Bonchan just like, oh, it was tough, but
yeah, he did not look like he was like super happy with the draft as well. So,
hey,
but they win.
Yep. But did we lose?
But did we lose? That's what he was thinking probably.
Here we go again, Leo. Us in the longest games of the season. Why?
Not even surprising at all.
I'll see you in the playoffs.
I'll see you in the playoffs when we might end up casting the 2-hour game, and you're going to be with us there too, probably.
Yeah. In fairness, though, I mean, this is kind of expected for a lot of the teams here in the end. a lot of teams are experimenting with a lot of stuff, especially if you're super secure. Obviously, you don't want to, but you kind of can if you want to. And I think that's one of the things that we saw here.
They were putting on a show.
And we're putting on a good show.
This is what I gotta note, and I'm raving over it on social media right now. Blacklist International drafted perfectly. They knew that they needed to take out these key assassins because they're the only ones who can dive in. Ling, Hayabusa,
Lance and
Benedetta. Roger, make my day. Like, good luck just diving us. But it's these heroes that they really need to take out to make this twin cannon barrel siege ball work.
It's also a little bit of an uphill climb for Ryzen. Like, if you expect him to like play a weird jungler as well. Although he did exceedingly well for his first time probably on the big stage with the Balmond.
True.
Yeah, and if there might be some Balmond players there wondering why it seemed like every time he would be going for the spins, he didn't, because usually at this point in the game, or at the point where Ryzen was, every time he'd be spinning around many members, you just see the health bar of the Balmond ticking up. That's because he's rocking the Killing Spree, not the Festival of Blood. If that was Festival of Blood on Ryzen, it would have been a trade-off wherein, yes, there's great sustain because he's constantly healing himself, but he wouldn't have been able to do as much damage as he did in that game when he was rocking the Killing Spree. And on the side of Blacklist International, by the way, we've Kimmy and Granger are old partners for metas here.
Yep.
They're back at it again, and I just realized they actually both have the same pose.
Reminds me of
They're both like that.
This is 2019.
Yeah. Late 2019.
This is 2019.
Yeah.
And it's actually really fun to see them back on here, right?
Yeah. And look at that. Edward just changing his items late in the game so that we don't see what he built. It's just all Blade of Despair.
How dare you, Edward?
Blacklist International and Omega. Always a treat when these two go up against each other. There in the end of the game, it was all just about, they were just trading items. So let's look at the favor for Oh My Venus's Matilda, and you also have Conceal for Haji's Diggy. So in the beginning, it was Haji's Diggy who was actually the owner of the Rome boots because he was partnered up with Oheb's Kimmy. Oh My Venus didn't pick up the Rome boots there until the end. Yes, just to reiterate, late into the game, you can still get gold, roaming gold from assists. So that's how Oh My Venus had got access to the favor eventually. Max, of course, rocking the Rome boots because he was the one frequently going into the lane of Keller to help him out. Meanwhile, Chaknu played more of a quote-unquote position 4, but still a tank Cho. Looking at the build of the Balmond here, honestly, all throughout the game, items are just getting traded out. They both had to respond. Omega had to respond to the magic damage and physical damage that Blacklist International were dishing out. Meanwhile, Blacklist International just really needed to build more physical items to withstand Ryzen. But then at the same time, they also had to build Radiant Armors so that they could withstand Kelrus Nathan. Early on, it was Omega in control, but not in complete control because Blacklist International were winning the bottom lane. Again, the pairing of the Kimmy and the Diggy together made it difficult for Keldra to really push out of his lane, hence why Kimmy and the Diggy got to maximize the energy shielding of the turrets more, and Keldra, though, was able to hold on for as long as he could, and it's a difficult job to do with how Oh My Venus was rotating a lot into the lane of Keldra. So Omega, though, since they knew that the Diggy wasn't going to be for Blacklist International for most of the time, they made the most out of the objective fight, so they were able to take the turtles in the game. This was a team fight that happened late into the game. Let's move from the team fight. Let's go to the Lord fight here, where just a moment too soon there on the lethal counter for the Balmond meant that Oheb was able to take down the Lord with free hits. And now, at this point, we started to see something with the Blacklist International lineup, a very special thing. A very special connection. And Omega, they almost got to end the game. But because of Wise and Oheb, their presence, or mainly Oheb, Wise was actually down here, good wave clear on the side of Blacklist International kept them alive. Omega was able to get the Lord in this fight. Was this the one? No? Well, we'll see. No, this wasn't the one where Omega was able to get the Lord. See, the game was so long that I'm getting the moments mixed up in my head now. But we saw that at one point, Blacklist International, because of their double sustain, shielder sustain type of lineup, with Oh My Venus providing the shields from the Guiding Wind, and then the Time's Journey on the Diggy Plus, Pull Yourself Together plus AGs, meaning he sort of like has a lot of access or frequently has access to popping that AGs for the team or for the lowest health member on that team meant that despite all the damage that Keller had, despite all the items that Omega had, it was just so difficult to take down the Blacklist International lineup. If Renjo was a wall, it was the Diggy and the Matilda together just constantly building up like reinforcements on a quote-unquote wall for Blacklist International to make sure that the walking turret Kimmy, 6-2-10, MVP is Oheb yet again. Fantastic positioning on the Kimmy. It's one of the main reasons why this Blacklist game plan worked. Him and Wise together, Kimmy and Granger in the back line, just raining down hell on the members of Omega. He was not shy with using the maximum charge to whittle down the members of Omega before a team fight started, or used it as a key ability in the middle of a team fight to bring down the members of Omega even more, forcing the members of Omega back, meaning that Blacklist can chase. And because of Kimmy, Oheb actually being able to secure that Lord over Ryzen with the lethal counter, and again, fantastic positioning in a really killer scoreline, well-deserved MVP, and that is 1-0 for Blacklist International.
It was actually like, like magic damage here and physical damage here, like bang bang all day long, right, for that lineup. And great props, by the way, to Haji for keeping them alive, and Oh My Venus as well, for keeping them alive that long. And Edward just doing Edward things.
This is an interesting dimension to the young Salik Imam, Haji, because we're so used to seeing him play high skill cap heroes like the Cho, the Martis, even the Kagura whenever he does play the position 4 role. But here he literally just needed perfect timing and threat assessment. This is a whole new kind of IQ he's shown us in this game, and I'm so excited to see how else he'll grow in Blacklist.
Normally you throw Haji on like exactly right high skill cap heroes, and usually these positions that he filled right in this game are used for like veteran, like guys who are really super like
macro players,
right? So it's such a relief to see that he can actually pull off stuff like this as well.
Yeah, at this point I'm not even surprised anymore. The fact that he was, from day number 1, he was able to rise up to the occasion of, hey, you're going to be the main tank, sometimes the position 4, and you used to be a jungler, but you're not going to be jungling this season. And Haji just said, okay, sure, I'll do a good job. And he has been doing a fantastic job. So, again, that's one of the things that we've been pointing out for Blacklist International, the relationship between the flexibility of Oh My Venus and Haji exchanging position 4 and 5 responsibilities throughout the season has been fantastic to see.
I'm drawing an interesting comparison here because the last time I saw, or one of the more prolific times I saw an interesting Diggy player, again a very macro-based player, would be Omega's head coach right now under their bootcamp, Tony Senedrin. Coach, why not?
Oh, yeah.
Whenever he played the Diggy, when he was a pro player, I would always just be in awe. So this time around, I'm like, wow, Omega, you better pick up on this. And that brings us to the perfect next topic here. What does Omega have to do to force game number 3? Because whenever these two teams face off in full form, of course, you gotta expect it to go long. Game 1, ladies and gentlemen, alone took the record away from
NXP
RSG.
Yeah.
So now, of course, they have to best themselves.
That's difficult. And again, Omega, known for the Omega timers as well. So I was a little surprised. That time around, they didn't really have the lineup to maximize it.
Wait, something tells me Omega might actually be going through an identity crisis. Because for the past couple of weeks, they have started to put on this facade of the mid-game Punisher.
14 minutes, 15 minutes.
Yeah, like, oh, you give us this window, it's over. But now, when you take him out of that, again, with Ryzen in the lineup, it seems to just...
Maybe Ryzen's just in that speed.
Maybe
remember, when we had those timers, it was KelVJ who was playing back then. So.
Yeah. I think we got to see an attempt by Omega to actually try to. Sorry, man, it's a hot match. It's a long match. My 5 head is glistening, and yeah. What, you're getting blinded by my 5 head?
No, my own.
Your own. Okay.
Imagine being. I mean, the lights are really,
Yeah. As I was saying, for the lineup that Omega fielded out, actually, there was a potential for them to still show up as the O mid-game G type of Omega because of how great a game Ryzen had on that bomb. And
if they pushed a little harder, maybe.
Yeah,
but they could have been punished hard.
Yeah, they could have been punished hard, and that's something that they need to be careful of. And
was that the problem? Like they didn't push hard enough in mid-game?
well, Blacklist weren't giving them any openings. And like kudos to Omega because there were certain moments where it looked like why aren't Omega forcing the issue, but you really couldn't. Because there was always a chance that one Death Sonata from afar or Maximum Charge from afar will just steal an objective or whittle down the members of Omega real badly. And again, it's just a testament to how well these two teams know each other, their familiarity. Blacklist and Omega both constantly resetting the Lord, knowing that and respecting the ability of the other to steal it away. Even.
See, that's true. I feel like they've gauged each other so well already. Especially being the ones who've been pitted by fans against each other for the past, like, how many, almost close to the 2 seasons, like almost a year.
A majority of our professional split post M2. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the current champions that you're looking up to. Again, this is definitely, I still believe, the year of the Filipino in MLBB Esports. We did take home the World Championships last year. Took MSC, and this right here is a rematch from that very grand finals.
Yep.
Game number 2 here. It's Blacklist on the blue this time around. Omega answering back, and not much changing for Blacklist. They don't like these assassins, so let's take them out. There goes the Ling, there goes the Hayabusa for Omega. Seems to be regular programming as well.
Regular, yeah, we're back on regularly scheduled programming. Unless, like, these are the makings of, you know, it's similar to what Blacklist did. And if I was Blacklist, like if I was thinking, you know what, I want to bait out some bans coming playoffs, I'd do the same. And they are kind of playing around that as well. Like having the Lancelot bans, having the Hayabusa bans and Ling bans, you know.
Yeah, and I like how the Assassins here have been taken out by Blacklist International because they might be going something along the lines of what they showed earlier. Because, again, what we were saying is that Omega had a tough time penetrating the back line of Blacklist, and those two heroes can definitely do just that. Make that 3! So now they're trying to force Ryzen into those unique jungle picks again. But now, since Blacklist went up against it for such a long time, they're going to be able to draft a certain kind of lineup that will be able to give Omega a difficult time of getting to the back line. One of those heroes is actually Eve. Yes, it's a risk because of its inability or its risk of getting interrupted now, that ultimate, but just smart positioning means that Eve can slow down the members of Omega before Omega could even get to Eve.
Well, one thing's for sure, like they're not going to be repeating anything that we saw earlier today. Might be just going back to the roots here. And I think that's actually a good idea. You swap it out, shake it up, and make Omega kind of guess what you're about to do. Omega, though, not making any guesses in terms of the picks as they do lock in the Jawhead because it was left open.
I'm wondering now what kind of trade Omega is willing to take here, since there is still the Matilda out there. A lot of signature heroes on both sides, but this is a solid pair that they got out of that. Jawhead and Paquito. You're taking away quite a bit from Edward, and you're giving Chaknu quite a bit of comfort.
That's true. And when Chaknu gets comfort, you know, I mean, out of the 100% show win rate that they had, like RIP to that, he does do very, very well on the Jawhead too. So
Your team is
I saw someone who's always on the way back on there.
Ooh, the Nathan.
Nathan and Matilda?
Nathan, Matilda, and Eve.
Love that. That's
Oh!
Kenya!
Oh!
Kenya even.
No matter you build an Athena's shield, a radiant armor, an oracle,
you're gonna get destroyed.
It's still gonna hurt.
Yeah, either way.
It burns.
Literal soul bloom there. You're gonna absorb a lot of that magic damage early game and in the late game.
No, if I'm Omega here, who I'd consider as a unique jungle pick.
What?
Bane.
Your team is banning.
We've seen that from them before.
Yeah.
Yeah, like way back, early on in the season. When we thought that people were gonna come up with some stuff, they did try to come up with some stuff, just didn't stick that much. So maybe, but I think aside from the possibility of Renzo Pacquiao here, I think he's absolutely okay with getting that Pakito.
Your team is banning.
Maybe a bit more of a sturdier jungle.
Yeah. Like a tank fighter jungle.
Wait.
Even.
Now that we're seeing this, Omega might play the Pakito in the jungle.
Oh, right.
It is Ryzen, so...
oh yeah, we're talking about Ryzen.
He's an assassin user,
Good
yes.
point, good point.
But note, Cho and Barat have now been scorned. Omega no longer has 100% win rate on both.
Yeah, no longer undefeated.
Still a flex though for this Pakito.
Yes, I'm just saying, like,
absolutely.
yeah. Renzio, Pacquiao, or
Ryzen.
you know, yes.
Ryzen Pacquiao sounds a little bit too modern.
Hey, you never know. The next generation of kids that grew up under the MPL, like Carl Tizzi de la Cruz, man.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind naming my kid.
I wouldn't mind that.
I wouldn't mind naming my kid Rockhart or Leo Cast's PH.
Make sure the PH is there, man. Yeah. Gotta get that PH there.
Renma Santa Cruz, get over here. Eat your dinner.
The full first name.
Yeah.
That's just the first name.
Back to the draft,
okay,
though.
first name. All right.
Back to the draft. Interesting why Blacklist might want to have banned the Yu Zhong. They were watching closely yesterday.
Yes, exactly. So going back to that, again, PH feels like it's one letter short of a PhD. You're just a philosopher.
Yes.
You're not a philosophical doctor. You're a
If I
philosopher.
get my master's and my doctorate, you'll see.
If I thought it was gonna be built in the moment you get bored, like. Anyway,
obviously, Game 1 took
we're
a toll
kidding.
on us in our brain cells, but
our brains are not functioning properly.
here comes Blacklist just wanting to do everything they can to stop Operation Break the Code. Look, taking out the Yu Zhong, taking out the Claude, so they covered their bases. Omega, taking away as much as they can away from Edward. What's not for Edward? Tams?
Tams is available. I wonder if Omega's thinking about picking up the glue that Paquito's going to the jungle. Although I'd like to see Renzo bring back an old favorite in the Baksha lane. Quicker rotations there.
True.
But then, yeah, it might just be a Tom's pickup here for Edward. I'm trying to remember what else Edward has in the
Yeah, me too.
bag.
Like between the picks and between the bans.
It's an XP lane Paquito and it's
Yes.
Roger.
No, you know what? I don't doubt that maybe Kelra could play the Paquito too.
Oh,
Gold
yeah,
lane
yeah.
Paquito, that's
Possibility.
That's not too alien.
Yeah.
Within the realm of possibility. Now, the Edward hero, I think, has stumped us all. Like, all of his common picks are gone.
I think Tams has to be the safest.
Tams
one.
is the safest. You're correct.
He can put up a fight against the Paquito. Hold the lane, dead lane at best.
I haven't seen him play Uranus in a while.
Yu Zhong's gone. Kali? Nah.
No.
Not this lineup, I think.
Yeah. Tom's Bane?
Lapu.
Was it Bane?
Lapu, yeah, Lapu.
Bane is here.
Oh, wait. Bane
Could be
is
Jungle Bane.
Could be.
Hold your horses. It's a Jungle Bane!
Jungle Bane!
No, let's not lose our marbles just yet. Could be Gold Lane Bane
Yeah.
and Jungle Nate.
Oh no, it's a Jungle Bane!
Jungle Bane!
So-
Alright, and then Kelra plays something closer to the chest. It's a Lunux.
So, I said Jungle Bane earlier, but I didn't expect it for Blacklist.
I was expecting it for Omega too.
Yeah.
I mean, if I were-
That's a Kel VJ thing.
Fun stuff, fun stuff.
Thank you for the surprise, Blacklist. Picking up a Jungle Bane, and it's gonna be the Shark Tank lineup that Omega actually were the ones who debuted when
Correct.
they had the Eve and the Bane together. So it's Blacklist giving Omega a taste of their own medicine for this lineup.
What I foresee here is blitz pushes lightning fast.
Yeah.
Get those towers early on. Like that's exactly what the lineup's supposed to do, and I would not be surprised if they do it as soon as possible. With, of course, the late game insurance policy of OHEB.
Yeah, it's a 30 watts VOOC flash push.
I'm so perplexed by Wise playing the I can't even say it right. The Bane.
The Bane. And this might just be the Bane of Omega.
Will this be the Bane?
Yeah, because if Wise can time that perfectly, you stop Ryzen from entry, or the moment Ryzen, Renjo, and even Chakdu enter,
You stop the backup.
You stop them.
I want to see the interaction between like either an unstoppable force or a Lycan pounce in the face of a deadly catch. That would be funny.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope we see that this game.
It's gonna be a lot more fun to watch these interactions, actual the game itself. Just kidding. Yes.
Thinking about all these things,
I mean,
though.
it's good. They're still gonna have to play it a little close to the chest. Like they're gonna have to go as a tight knit group still. That's gonna be still Blacklist's power.
I'm guessing when Wise is ready, that's when we'll see it more happen. Because based on what Omega's rocking, they have pretty okay head hunting power. I guess they can. Potential.
Renzo Pacquiao, he's earned that nickname, by the way, so I think that's also one lane that Blacklist has to watch out for. Can't leave that guy alone for long.
For sure. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2. Blacklist International are defending champions. Quick reminder, suffered a crippling sweep. Their first defeat in Season 8 last time they were on the field. So this time around, they're looking to get back into shape. And they'll do so with this relatively unorthodox lineup. Again, it's weird to see Wise on the Bane.
It really is. It's a little hard to... Whoa, he's really tanking that up there.
Fancy, look at this quick clear.
Yeah, and
I didn't even know that was possible.
I'm not sure if I'm seeing it right, but I don't think Oh My Venus has actually picked up a Roam Blessing yet. It looked like it was still regular boots actually on the feet of that Matilda.
Huh.
Interesting.
We've seen more odd things.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, the double Rock Ursa Orange take, we've seen several players do it. I remember clearly Chu of TNC and Carl Teasy of Bren Esports do that.
Yeah, I wonder why that's not done as much as, you know. I wonder why only few people do that.
I think it's more of a melee jungler thing.
For AoE, like bigger, for heroes that have a lot of AoE, right? Oh,
Edward scaring Renzio, and Renzio knew that there was shenanigans afoot because out of the bush came 2 other members of Blacklist.
Yeah, but Renzio's got good game sense here, so no big advantages going to be taken by Blacklist as early as now. Which, again, with their lineup, it's absolutely fine. They've got, like, a lot in terms of mid-game power. Like, even in mid-game, I'm sure Oheb's going to be ready to go for it. As long as Edward can get in good position in terms of tanking.
Yep, priority here for the first round of the game goes over to Omega. And Wise misplaced here. But Haji going for the punish. He survives with the guiding wind. Double kill for Haji. Ryzen, he's the one who's running away. And they get the finish. Oheb, an early showing from this Nathan. What exactly happened there?
One of the risks of tossing a Bane back to your opponents or tossing a Bane is that he'll just toss out a deadly catch once he lands.
You get sharks.
You get sharks. And the members of Omega ate up a few sharks. And because of the positioning of the toss of that deadly catch, it was a scramble for Omega to try and get away.
Seems to have been very ready for the toss,
yeah.
Actually. On the bot side, the Oheb be suffering a little bit. As I was saying earlier, I feel like Oheb was ready for team fights. Like, again, you don't really fight as early as possible if you are, if you are the name here. But earlier was an exception, but you can't do it on your own.
Yeah. It was a perfect picture for Oheb to actually go there. The fact that he was able to get a respectable amount of hits on the energy shields on the bottom lane turret, it was a good opportunity for Nathan to join in. Good thing that he did.
I'm surprised at how fast he walked. Again, Nathan just walks. So he really foresaw the rotation, and kudos to Blacklist for that. Well-placed shot call. Look at this, Renzio trying to cut Edward. Renzio is clearly much faster on the clear, winning the XP trades. Wise trying to stop the shenanigans. Mid lane, deadlock.
Yep. I think the biggest advantage that Omega had because of that fight, that Blacklist had because of that fight, is now Omega doesn't really want to go.
Yep.
They're very careful.
And here we go, trying to punish the clean. Flicker spent, shields withheld, and that's going to be the Queen walking away with their lives. Second turtle already up. Omega took the first one, mind you.
Look at that, so fast.
Yeah, the physical damage set in by that passive deadly catch, helping Wise secure it.
I'm not going anywhere near those sharks. Like, no thank you. Keep your turtle.
Mind you, sharks in the river.
Oh yeah. That's very odd.
It's freshwater shark.
Freshwater shark.
And they're gonna wail away at the gold shield up top, look!
No defense!
The turret! Oh
man. I'll go down quick. But Edomax able to get there just in time there with the feathered airstrike, clearing up the minion waves and forcing the members of Blacklist International back. But yeah, that's a big loss there for Omega.
Leave him there for like 2 or 3 more seconds, tower's done.
That's exactly what happened there. So for the meantime, I feel like Blacklist is going to be in control of this bot lane. Should be easy for them to just keep it together with Venus scouting on front. He's still tanky. Very much so.
Forcing out the order from Kelraf just to clear those minions. So the turret's gonna stand. Okay, it's interesting how well Blacklist has synchronized this. They're threatening top and bottom.
Yep, getting that soul blue damage by the way for Venus. And now Wise is so confident, like, he's just throwing those sharks out anytime he wants.
I understand why. He really needed to secure the Little Wanderer.
Right.
It was that important.
Yeah.
For the region as well.
When Wise tosses his... Oh, wait. Before I put in a joke there's a lot of action in the top lane.
Yep, 2v1.
Yeah.
Potential trouble for Edward. He
No
might
minions.
actually go. Survives with a sliver of health.
And you were saying?
As I was saying. But then Jackno committed the conceal.
To get away.
That was close.
They want to hear the joke too, man.
I think it's a sign that they don't want to hear the joke, so
They do,
maybe I shouldn't.
They do! Because they don't want any fights.
Okay, later when I have the opportunity again.
Okay, all
to
right.
disregard.
All right.
Fair enough, fair
Yeah.
enough.
The thrill. The suspense. I'm so confused, but all right. Let's see. Look at this.
3-man rotation.
3-man rotation coming up. Omega is aware. Chaknu
Relatively
still in
quick
that
here.
bush. Here's Edward. Entropy starting it up, forcing Edward to go forward with the Concert Inferno. They let go.
Entropy. Whoa!
Chaknu, oh, half health.
Half in one skill.
All right. Third turtle going over clearly. Deadly catch committed one more time. Blacklist.
Again, I feel like Omega might have been taken by surprise here with the Bane. Like, they didn't expect this much burst coming in from Wise early on. They were expecting maybe someone passive, like a Yi Sun Shin or something. Not someone like a Bane who can take you out like early to mid.
Yeah, Bane is the type of hero that in a CV actually puts Go-Getter as one of his self-descriptors.
Yeah.
That wasn't the joke, by the way. I just thought of that right now.
Right.
That wasn't the joke.
That wasn't the joke. Yeah.
All right, I'd still give it like a 4 out of 10.
Thank you.
Edward.
This is something.
Oh, he survives! Deadly catch to disincentivize the engagement. Ryzen going in with a pounce, letting go. He's scared of Wise. Conceal in by Chaknu. Look at the move speed on this little robot. Injector onto Wise. Blasted him with all his ult. There was some lifesteal there. You saw that. Could have taken down Etomax, but not quite. Up top, this is where the real trouble is for Omega. Blacklist wailing away at the turret. Another kill down bottom. Down goes Edward. Ryzen survives. He uses actually just Spell Vamp. He didn't get any kills.
Yep, and Omega's catching up in terms of gold here.
Oh,
Whoa.
another unstoppable force ejector. Confusing, but that, ladies and gentlemen, was just guiding winds. He also used entropy. So Ohem is still alive. The Queen is gonna survive this with the flicker.
But now Omega is gonna be on the offensive. Look at these guys.
Oh! Wow, Etomax. And there's the
shark.
answer!
Oh
the real
my
world manipulation into the deadly catch!
Yeah, that's not... I think Omega should learn from that. You don't go head the...
It's the shark tank! Oh!
You don't go for the sharks, man.
Dude!
Don't go for the shark.
2 or 3 basic attacks, plus the Ale. That's all it took to take down the Lunox.
It hurts, man.
Yeah, and Gold Lead is back on Blacklist just like that, 4,000 almost.
Yeah. And again, this is Blacklist giving Omega a taste of their own medicine. Omega fielded an even Bane combo themselves in that weird week of when Lancelot and Hayabusa and the likes of them were banned out. And then now they're going up against it and they realized, oh man, this is difficult to go up against.
Yep, and Ohem also doing exactly what Kelra did last game, like entropy forward to their faces.
Yeah.
Oh no, Haji just stole away the purple, so it's a much harder game for Ryzen too.
That is true.
Right.
He's on.
Chaknu coming in, Edward drawing a perimeter. Not ready for the fight yet, guys. Let's not go. Crystal dropped by Haji. Extra defense. All right.
Or maybe Renjo might be a little bit better for the fights now. He has Bloodlust Axe. Get some lifesteal on.
Chaknu checking in, circling Eagle, plus the answer. Real world manipulation. Circles into squares.
Ouch!
And they burst out too. Edomax and Chaknu blasted into oblivion. Forcing out the light from Kelra. They're going to retreat. And, of course, here comes the Blitz push.
And we're just watching, man, but it hurt me.
It hit you.
It hit me. all the way to the casters.
Yeah, 30 watts, Vook flash push. 10 minutes in, and Blackers are already knocking in the inhibitor, and Renjo's down.
Oh, they just need a wave.
Yeah, one more wave can actually do it. Are they gonna finish this with a turtle buff on?
Deadly magics!
Yeah.
No, I mean deadly catch. There was a magic response from Etomax.
That was a 2-on-1.
Just checking if you guys were paying attention.
Still awake.
I was so surprised. Like,
you could catch it.
There's a Harley?
Nope. No Harley. But there was magic damage involved. In a
massive
deadly
tons
catch.
of damage.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you leave Wise for literally a second and he breaks things down.
Oh. Times here.
Edward jumping in, circling Eagle. Pushing Ryzen back. And look, it's a 3v3. This is Omega's home base. Kelra going in. Oh, out with the light. And real room manipulation as we steal away your purple.
And there you
Ryzen
go.
survives.
And Haji keeping himself and the rest of Blacklist always safe in check and making sure that there's just no chance of a re-engage by Omega because of that field.
Look at the back lane.
Why is this chasing someone?
This is bottom lane. Oh no, you don't want to pick this fight 1v1 against the Bane.
And I don't think there's a way that Omega can contest this Lord, like, at all.
Yeah, there's way too much zoning on the side of Blacklist. The farm is just way... The lead that Blacklist International has is way too big right now.
Yeah, don't forget, Wise is only like the first layer. Don't forget there's an OHEB right behind that's doing like tons of damage to your whole team.
Yeah. Even just one deadly catch alone. Again, it's the Bane pickup. It's so difficult for a lot of melee and assassins to get even closer. When they do get close, they'll have to be careful not to eat up those sharks. But then point blank sharks in your face, that's difficult to dodge, man. You get slowed, you get damaged, like a little bit of a knock-up, and then Haji has been perfect on his positioning so far on this eve, why Omega, been hard for Omega to find their openings.
Overall, this Bane pick is absolutely beautiful. The only downside of this is that ranked games are going to be filled with Banes later on.
Which I will be sad about because Bane's one of my go-to picks.
Exactly. You're taking a pick from Reptar. That's bad.
I'm looking at the bright side. Might actually be allowed now. And look at that! What? In the blink of an eye, I knew this is what was gonna happen. A single second, and OHEB was hugging Wise. Hey, let me at him. No! OHEB, you can't afford the penalty.
This guy.
No.
Even Wise is OHEB.
I'll pretend like I didn't see that.
We did not. I didn't. Wait, see what? I didn't see anything.
I didn't see anything.
Anyway,
all I saw was deadly magic. Deadly catch into magic damage, ending the game in just like that.
Someone's gonna have a best of 3 with.
Yeah, you're gonna talk
with the officials.
With the officials after this game.
You're not resting anytime soon.
I could have sworn that he was under control. Wise
looked like he was doing a good job.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back to the game.
But did we lose?
But did we lose?
But did they lose? No, they didn't. I think everyone saw what happened here.
Longest and shortest game, by the way.
Yeah.
For today.
I wasn't even looking at the timers. What were we at?
12 minutes. Yeah. It's a 12-minute game.
Right. I was just feeling it, man. So, first game made up for by the second game. Okay.
Yeah.
Bane
pick, man. It's gonna be a thing later on. Careful in your rank game.
I mean, he was deadly when he would show up from the gold lane and the XP lane, but it was so honest. You kind of saw where the push was coming from, but this time around from the jungle, he would just come out, take it, hide.
Yeah.
And then do the same thing like 4 or 5 times, next thing you know, game's over.
Yeah, he's deadly in the jungle. That's why he's such a catch.
You waited. Oh!
That was not the joke?
That wasn't even it.
That was it?
That wasn't.
That wasn't? Oh my god, Reptar's gonna keep us hanging.
Alright.
I'm hoping that someday, maybe the playoffs, we get the joke, but...
We got the playoffs. We got all playoffs.
I may have forgotten it already at this point.
If the moment shows up in the highlights, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll remember it.
What is the joke?
But
guys, hound him on social media to tell us the joke.
Yeah, please no. I get pressured when there's like a lot of pings on my social media. Like, bing, bing, bing.
What I know is jokes on Omega for letting go of that Bane pick. I feel like it is just massive.
That's why I mentioned the Bane. Like, I feel like Omega would have again, they already
Would've
had
been
the
great.
tools. The order, my tablet ran out of battery. Yeah, it would have been great for Omega, but then again, Blacklist with the surprise, taking a pick away, taking a page out of Omega's book, using it against them, and they used it to perfection. They used that so well. They played that so well.
And what I love about how Blacklist did this is, if you look at Omega's draft, this is pretty Omega. Like, you gave everyone something that they're good at, and you let them, but you were, again, you as Blacklist, were doing something else entirely, and timers were just everywhere, man.
You're
Timers were
massive.
just, literally, there's a time traveler there. It's like,
It was.
I saw the future, bro. Not looking good for you.
I just want to say to everyone who stuck with us here and did not rewind or scrub back to a moment to screenshot it, thank you for sticking here with us here.
Sticking here.
For the post-game
Yeah.
conversation analysis.
My brain.
Are the people in the Filipinos?
Yeah,
are
they
you guys
are.
okay?
They are talking about it too.
They're
Okay, all
Wolf's
right.
okay too.
It was, yeah.
I think our observers in our league ops are talking about
Anyway.
it too. But let's talk about the game stats. Renmar, break it down.
Okay, so Wise actually picked up a winter truncheon because at the same time, if things didn't go well for this Bane, he would have eaten in a lot of magic burst damage from Kelra and from E2max. But let's look at the item build for the Bane here. War Axe for that stacking penetration, and then at the same time, cooldown reduction, and going straight for, I'm not sure if he went straight for the Blade of Despair or he built Endless Battle first and then BOD, but at the rate that Wise was gaining the gold, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually went for the BOD first, hence why the damage on this Bane really hurts. Why would you build Endless Battle on Bane? Because when you deal damage, okay, the nature of Bane, when Bane casts an ability and then a basic attack, it's an empowered basic attack. When you put an Endless Battle on the Bane, it's an empowered basic attack, but plus also true damage. That's why I love building Endless Battle on the Bane, and that's why Bane players love Endless Battle. You get to make the most out of the empowered basic attack that you get from this half-man, half-octopus, monster-like creature. I'm gonna have to ask Leo about the lore on Bane later on. Fantastic game by Blacklist International with what they brought out. Again, it's the Shark Tank, it's Bane and Eve together. Early on though, first turtle went to the side of Omega, but after Chaknu tossed Wise, Omega weren't able to burst down that Bane fast enough, hence why the Sharks went out and Blacklist were able to respond. Again, Oheb rotated all the way from the bottom lane for that turtle to get it. Here, though, it would be a pickoff onto Wise, but the damage on that Bane was a lot. Omega, they weren't completely out of this game, but this engagement here was costly for them. They tried their absolute best to take down that mid tower, but the placement again of Haji, his positioning with the real world manipulation plus Wise dishing out the deadly catch, man, so much damage. And we saw that team fight. We saw again the Eve versus Farsa in a team fight. So much damage. Chaknu, who's supposed to be a tank, not a lot of damage there, but look at how fast Chaknu was going down. Again, empowered basic attacks time and time again. And in the end, let's count how fast the Lord went down when Blacklist started hitting. 1, 2, 3. Around 3 seconds. Probably even less. I feel like that 1 to 2 count was a bit too fast. That was a win for Blacklist International. Very clear what we saw in this game. Omega just couldn't find an opening and momentum because of the presence of the Bane. Every time they would dive in, try to find a fight, there'd be sharks coming out. And that is why Wise is the MVP. 4-1-5, a kill participation of 100%. I believe that's 30% kill participation on one shark. The shark on the left, 30 on the middle, 30 on the right, and then the 10% for Wise. But no, Wise did a tremendous job. And Bane players, watch out for that item build. The Winter Truncheon is a special case, but then having Endless Battle, War Axe, and even considering a Blade of Despair, if you have a good early snowball, that's a great build for this Bane.
I'm thinking if it's 100% kill participation on heroes or turrets. I wonder if they counted...
Can it be both?
If they counted those poor objectives just standing there while Wise just demolished them. Ladies and gentlemen, what an honor it has been to bring you this matchup. I'm surprised, honestly, that we did not reach Game 3.
Yeah, a little bit surprising. What I am a little happy about as well is that Blacklist, they're one of the teams actually were successful to bait out a potential ban, for playoffs. Like a lot of teams have been trying to do it today. They did it with this one.
They showed us what might the next week's meta game be. You know
Small
what I mean?
previews.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if by then we would have access to Florin or Beatrix. No one really knows for sure, but if we do, boy oh boy, expect everything to get shaken up, because it seems like the former was built specifically for Venus.
Can't wait. I mean, it's only gonna be more spicy. It's gonna be spicier, more spicier. It's gonna be spicier next week for sure, or in the playoffs rather.
The week after.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Can't wait for Florin.
We literally have two brain cells among the three of us, but I'm just so happy based on what we have seen. I have half, then you guys share 1.5. You're the analyst. I guess you have the 1.
No, I'm the analyst, and sadly I have the half.
I'm gonna be just like.
I'm so excited to see what the fans think of this matchup.
Yeah, I can't wait to help on Twitter.
Me
too.
Tonight's matches have been an emotional roller coaster, a detective story, a suspense thriller, a soap opera drama, and an 80s action movie rolled
Hey,
up
we're
into
also
one.
a zombie film.
That too.
Earlier with Omega.
That too. Oh man, this is so far one of my, again, given how action packed and how do I say, emotionally charged they was, I still enjoyed today's broadcast.
It really was.
Me too.
Very fun. Again, very dramatic that we won't be seeing Bren on the playoffs as well.
It's monumental.
Yeah. But congratulations are in order as well for all the teams who did make it into the playoffs.
With this win, I think, if I remember correctly, the math checks out. Blacklist confirms their number 1 slot.
Yeah, they hold to number 1. ONIC can no longer chase that number 1 spot. Omega and NXPE, the last match for the entire regular season, will be the battle for 3rd. So y'all gonna have to watch out for that.
Sorry, when I did like this, nobody can see the 3.
Yeah.
Not 6.
Is this supposed to be 6?
Look at it.
Oh!
Dude.
I never knew that. I thought that was just people going, okay.
No, I'm just saying, if you look at it from that angle specifically, but
yeah,
you guys learned something.
There you
You
go.
don't have.
There you go.
When you're saying 6 to people, it's not this, dude. It's just
TDZ always does that. Is he saying 6 or okay?
I think he's saying okay.
Maybe
okay.
There's so much to digest here, and I can't wait to hear from Blacklist International. Week in,
too.
week out, we have a call with them again. If you're winning like they are, of course, Mara's gonna check in on you all the time. But there's a lot to explain.
Yeah, and again, albeit, I think tomorrow's games are gonna be a little bit more impactful as well, because again, if you guys didn't know, Omega and NXP have been a little bit at each other's throats ever since they formed a little bit.
And Omega needs to get back into shape. Tonight's loss is so un-Omega.
Yeah, they don't want to come into the playoffs looking like this. That's just not the form you want to show to your opponents.
It's one thing to secure your slot in the playoffs, but another to finish strong.
Yeah, and we did mention when Blacklist International last season lost their streak, they turned up a form that was, well, it was scary. They played really well. They played really sharp. And in this series, we saw that here.
Oheb looked scary.
Oheb looked scary. The entire team looked terrifying with how they played it and they executed. Let's see if they can carry that to the playoffs.
Would not want to be on the receiving end of that bane. Ladies and gentlemen, we're closing up tonight's broadcast, but first hear from Blacklist International on behalf of Renmar Santa Cruz and Rockhard. My name is Leo. Let's hear from Mara Aquino.
Congratulations to Blacklist International na secure na nila ang number 1 spot. At ngayon, kausapin na natin si Coach Bon Chan.
Hello, Mara. Kamusta?
Hello! Congratulations! Congratulations! Na-secure nyo na ang number 1 spot. First of all, yung game 1 nyo, feeling namin parang championship game yon. Turnaround after turnaround after turnaround, plus longest game ng Season 8, 38 minutes. So take us through, gaano ka-intense yun para sa inyo? Take us to the emotions that went on after Game 1.
Ikaw yung nasa game.
Okay. Actually, nakangalay na. Sobrang nangangalay na ako that time. And talagang sobrang intense niya, pinagpapawisan ako. Buti na lang meron kaming electric fan doon sa table. So, sobrang laking tulong siya. And talagang nakaka-chill.
Na pagkatapos ng Game 1, we saw your celebration. Sa Game 2, sobrang happy nyo. Parang championship din yung celebration. Gaano ka-importante ba para sa inyo na matalo yung Omega?
Ito din yung isa sa pinaka-inaabangan ng mga fans eh. And so far, happy kami sa nabigay naming result. Hindi lang sa dahil sa panalo kami. Pero yung first game, napakagandang laban talaga. And uunahan ko na yung mga fans. Paumanhin sa nagawa ng bunsong anak ni B. Uunahan na namin, paumanhin. Tanggap na namin yon kung ano man yung sanction na ibibigay.
Hindi ko dapat i-mention yun eh. But eto naman, may question mula sa Nivimans Facebook page. Galing ito kay Fernando Ignacio Jr. Tanong niya, paano nakatulong yung pagkatalo nyo sa ONIC Philippines last week sa preparation nyo sa playoffs?
For me, more on yung sa giggle factor na nabigay niya sa amin going sa playoffs. Sobrang importante din na manalo kami this week regardless kung sino yung kalaban namin kasi sobrang gandang momentum nun and confidence na din para alam mo yun, para sa playoffs.
Sabi mo nga, V, nung last time na interview kita, na actually gusto nyo nga matalo para may matutunan kayo. So you can have more lessons. Ano yung lessons na natutunan nyo nun?
For me personally, yung pinaka natutunan ko, more on sa sarili ko, on kung paano ko ililid yung team para sa championship. And siguro yung talaga mas composed pa dapat, regardless kung sino yung kalaban mo.
Ngayon, sigurado yung agents nagkakagulo sa group nyo, sa Blacklist Agents Group. Sobrang saya nila sa panalo nyo ngayon kontra Omega. Ano ang mensahe nyo sa lahat ng nanonood, sa agents and all the viewers? Coach Bon.
Maraming salamat sa mga nanood. Sigurado ako nag-enjoy kayo sa araw na to dahil napaka-intense ng laban na yun. Alam ko, isa yun sa mga pinaka-inaabangan nyo. And yun lang. Sa mga boss namin, kay Boss Rads, kay Boss Alodia, kay Boss Strike na nanonood, sa lahat ng nandito sa facility namin sa baba, nanonood sila ngayon sa malaking screen. Ayun sa inyo. And sa mga relatives ko, thank you. Sa Blacklist Agents.
V.
Siyempre, unang-una sa lahat, yan ay sa mother ko sa Japan, nanonood siya ngayon, sa kapatid ko, yan sa family ko, sa lola ko. And sa lahat ng sumusuporte sa Blacklist, and Blacklist Agents, the VY Spam, and sa mga boss namin, Boss Rada, Boss Strike, and Boss Alodia, thank you so much.
Congratulations! Congratulations! Job well done. Blacklist number 1. Bye! Blacklist International secured na sa ating number 1 spot. And keep those questions coming in, MPL fans. Kung meron kayong mga katanungan para sa mga teams na maglalaro bukas, punta na kayo sa Nivimans Facebook page. Post your questions. Ako po, si Mara Aquino, kasama ko dito once again, Butters and Naisu. Gumagaling mag-English si Butters, by the way, guys.
By the way, guys, I prepared for this moment kasi last time you told me that I wasn't talking.
I mean, it's okay. I'll try to adapt too sometimes, but you know
No,
what?
I adapt to you.
Okay, sige.
Announce natin yung winner para sa ating 500 pesos Smart Load giveaway mula sa Smart Communications Incorporated. Tinong ko kung nakuha nyo ang tamang sagot para dito sa ating katanungan. The question is, which MLBB assassin holds the titles Shadow Ranger and Protector of Despair Place? This hero also has a sword called Electo. Is it A, Ling, B, Benedetta, or C, Alucard? Let's see if you got the right answer. And the correct answer is B, Benedetta. Hashtag SmartMPL.
Electo?
Ang tamang sagot.
Wow!
Congratulations, Wilson Buenaflor! Congratulations, ikaw nanalo ng 500 pesos Smart Load. Ito naman, alam mo, Nice Butters, ang dami talagang fans nagbibigay ng sobrang gandang mensahe. Babasahin natin at Comment kayo sa mga comments din nila. Ito yung makakakuha ng 300 diamonds brought to you by Oppo Reno 6. Oppo, game on. Sabi ni Marshall Osman Mendoza, let's go, NXPE. Solid lagi yung mga hero picks nila at laging may surpresa sa huli. Good luck sa playoffs. Ang dami nagsasabi, no? Number 8. Pero ngayon, pasok sila sa playoffs. Oh, say what?
You would know na ang laking addition ni Midnight and ni Zico doon sa my team, and kudos to them for actually fixing kung ano may naging problema ng NXP noong Season 7, and ang laking factor talaga nila doon.
300 diamonds para sa'yo. Sabi ni Mark Daniel Garciano Lubang, idol ko po si Demon Kite kasi super aggressive maglaro at sobrang galing pag kumuha ng objective. Demon Kite for 4 weeks in a row, number 1 sa kills and number 1 sa KDA, and rookie pa lang siya.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about Demon Kite in the preseason because he was one of the amateurs coming into MPL that I was really looking forward to, and I just have to say, he hasn't let anybody down, I would say, and he's also a very big part of RSG's success here.
Was it what you expected, or did it exceed your expectation?
Exceeded my expectations, honestly.
Actually, for me as well, I couldn't believe that he's actually above Wise, above the veterans, the champions. So, Demon Kite, my goodness, we're waiting for how you will be Season 9. Now, Autumn Riego says, go Smart Omega! Ang ganda na pinapakita niyong laban kahit wala si KLVJ. Ipagpatuloy niyo lang yan sa playoffs. Good luck! Maganda yung addition ni Ryzen kasi broken-hearted daw si KLVJ.
And bata pa si KLVJ, he will go through things like these. Kaya natandaan natin, yung mga players natin, although they excel dito sa MLBB, they're humans as well. Diba? So, may mga times talaga magkakaganyan. And that's fine. Ryzen is doing perfect para sa team.
Ryzen's great. 300 diamonds para sa'yo. Sabi ni Joel Bautista, Retardo, my favorite team is Blacklist International because that team is the most respectful team in the league for me.
Yes.
Yes. I agree.
I'm just going to leave it there.
No, but they have the best fans, the most non-toxic fans, and 300 diamonds just for you. Now, Carmela Kalalang, sabi niya, nakakapanibago na walang Bren Esports sa MPL playoffs, pero looking forward na ako sa matinding bawi nila next season. Alam mo, oo nga. Di ba since Season 1, since M1 nandun sila?
Yeah, Season 1, si Rebo tsaka si Few, something feels wrong na wala sila doon. But then again, so is life. Ganun talaga ang MPL. It's adapt and conquer. And sadly, hindi sila naka-adapt.
Nakakagulat nga. But hey, let's wait for them next season. For sure, they're gonna come out with so much fire and passion. Babawi ang Bren. Ito naman, para sa ating Anta Game Suit Giveaway. 13 lucky winners natin kasama dito yung pangalan nyo. Ang tanong namin kanina, who shocked the game? Sino ang MVP mo? Congratulations sa ating 13 winners. Lance Adrian Bakino, Raymond Pilones, Mased Man II, Ray Mark Belen, Martin Alvin Bataanon, Rafael Tan, Eric Caster, Salisa Walang, Akil Rofranco Lopez, Empiales Joseph Edulantes, John Christopher Beldad, Athena Russell Tanhueco, Dwight Aldrin Castro Buncag, Carl Alaba, and Monmon Dawes. Congratulations sa lahat ng ating winners. Hintayin nyo lang ang mensahe ng ating representative para malaman nyo kung paano nga ba makiklaim ang inyong papremyo. Kasi maraming nag-message sa akin kung paano daw eh. Merong magkakontakt sa inyong lahat. Meron din tayong mythical raffle draw. So syempre, by watching, you can win a reward. Kanina, smart ngayon yung mythical raffle draw. Ayan! Right over there, scan yung QR code para manalo ng mga papremyo. At pwede rin yung i-try kung swerte nga ba kayo sa ating code giveaway. May bago tayong code right over here. So every game day, every week, gusto namin magbigay sa inyo ng mga prizes, skins, and diamonds just to show our appreciation for supporting MLBB. Nabalikan natin yung resulta ngayong araw na to. Echo na sweep ang Bren, ONIC na 2-1 ang RSG and Blacklist International na sweep ang Omega.
That was a huge thing for Echo to sweep Bren, as we know that took Bren out for the first time going into the playoffs. So huge first series. I mean, tons of energy on both sides of the Tagalog cast and the English, and just quite the series so far.
I'm still waiting for the day that Naisu will cast in the Tagalog stream.
Never. Di ko kaya, man.
And now, let's take a look at the updated team standings pagkatapos ng ating second day sa Week 7. Blacklist International, 31 points. Isang beses lang sila natalo. So, secure na sila sa number 1 spot. ONIC at number 2. So, pasok na yung NXP, Omega, Echo, and RSG. Yung Bren and TNC, unfortunately, wala na sila sa ating playoffs.
Well, GGWP to both teams. We know that you did your best para talagang makalabas dito sa regular season. Pero ganun talaga ang kompetisyon dito sa MPL. May malalaglag at may malalaglag talaga. And congrats din sa inyo for showing us na gusto nyo talagang makapasok ng playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it is sad to see Bren and TNC not being part of the playoffs here, but as Butters mentioned before, this is, I mean, yes, there's a ton of fans for Bren, and they're known for being there, but at the same time, as he mentioned, there has to be something new, and kind of, this is what's happening with the new teams. They're coming into kind of this new season, showing self, and at the same time, it's kind of like new eyes on the new teams, right? I mean, Bren will most likely come back next season as a new form as well. That's something we can expect, and so far, it's been very exciting. It's okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Nosebleed si Butters. Maraming salamat, Bren Esports. Maraming salamat, TNC. It's been such a great regular season. Maraming nag-enjoy sa inyo, maraming nagsusuporta sa inyo, maraming nagmamahal sa inyo. And we're hoping to see you next season. At sana, we see you even better and stronger as a team. Ngayon, silipin natin kung ano nga ba ang mga laban natin bukas. Ito na ang huling araw ng ating regular season. ONIC versus TNC, Bren versus Blacklist International, and finally, Omega kontra NXPE.
Some would say that yung first two matches natin would be non-bearing kasi yung mga ibang teams dito are eliminated na. Pero remember that for ONIC and Blacklist, they have to go out with a bang.
Yeah.
They need the momentum, they need to carry it papunta sa ating playoffs. And I think dadalhin pa rin nila yung A-game nila.
Yeah, and for the teams that didn't make it to the playoffs, they have nothing to lose for tomorrow. So it's really all about having fun, and perhaps we'll see the other players play.
Yeah.
So let's watch out for that.
A lot of experimentation can happen. I mean, tomorrow with those first two series. And on top of that too, the last series will still be important for standing purposes.
You guys can achieve double GG with Smart Double Giga Games. Get 2 gigs for Mobile Legends and more every day. To register, just download the Giga Life app and choose Double Giga now. Get exclusive promos, redeem rewards, and more. Everything you need, all in one app. Download the Giga Life app today. Simple, di ba? Smart 5G, the Philippines' fastest 5G network. Experience Unli like never before with Smart Bro Rocket SIM. Automatically preloaded with unlimited data for 30 days. No speed limits, no capping. And it works on 3G, 4G, and 5G. Get yours now through the Smart Online Store. Game in Portrait with the all-new Oppo Reno 6 series with its powerful core that gives you the ultimate Mobile Legends gaming experience. The Oppo Reno 6 Z5G is now available for 19,999 pesos. And the Oppo Reno 6 5G is available for 26,999 pesos via Lazada and Shopee, as well as Smart Store when you avail a smart plan and all authorized Oppo stores nationwide. Hashtag Oppo Game On. Nivea Man. Get all the protection and freshness with Nivea Man. Be legendary sa game at sa mythical freshness and get 50 free Mobile Legends diamonds for every purchase of selected Nivea Man products. Buy now, claim your vouchers at the cashier or customer service of these participating stores. Watson's, Pure Gold, Robinsons, Metro Gaisano, and Lazada. Promo periods from August 13 to October 31st, 2021, and promo is available until supplies last. With Panda Pro, you can enjoy up to 40% off exclusive discounts from over 8,400 restaurants. Free delivery and vouchers. With Panda Pro, you can hack it like a pro. MPL Philippines would also like to thank the following sponsors: Gillette, Close-Up, Enervon, Alaxan, Secret Lab, WeTV, EO Executive Optical, Anta, and JMT Express. Reminder to all of our viewers, as we continue to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, we really encourage everyone to follow the government's health and safety protocols. This includes practicing social distancing, wearing a face mask, face shield, sanitizing, proper hand washing, and staying at home as much as possible. Let's all do our part to stay safe and help stop the spread of COVID-19. Butters Naisu, before we end this day 2, week 7, would you like to greet anybody, say something to the fans?
You wanna go first?
Sige, go. Ikaw mauna.
Okay, ako ang mauna. So, okay guys, things can get heated lalo na dito sa MPL. So, just chill out at kailangan mo lang alalahanin dito that we are doing this with the spirit of competition. Kailangan talaga natin makita kung sino magiging best team. But chill lang kayo. Huwag kayo masyado magpapadala sa kung ano-ano man and you'll do fine.
And I just want to say thank you guys for watching and supporting, of course, the MPL Philippines, especially also over to the English desk as well as the Filipino cast. We really appreciate it, and I hope you guys stay safe, and good luck to everybody heading off into the playoffs.
Bukas na po ang ating huling day para sa ating regular season. You can watch it on TikTok, Facebook, YouTube. Ipagpatuloy po natin, suportahan ang ating mga paboritong koponan. Let's show some love, let's show respect, and let's keep the comment section clean. Now, bukas din, meron tayong MPL Chillax kasama si Doggy. So watch out for that at 3 p.m. MPL Philippines Season 8 is presented by Smart Communications Incorporated, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. See you guys tomorrow and keep it good vibes!